We are live at Coletco for Monday, September 8th. Live Facebook record sale. I don't know why I'm talking like that, but welcome everybody. Let's get this plugged up. Let's get this plugged up. Let's get that plugged up. Okay. I need a sweep right here. Alrighty, we'll throw that away. I'll keep that for old time's sake. We'll throw that away. Yep, I'm about to do some sweeping. I got time to spare. Why not do some sweeping? It needs it bad right here. And I mean bad. This place gets pretty dirty pretty quick. A lot of dusty stuff comes through here. We shine it up and send it out the door. Sweeping and cleaning and sweeping and cleaning. Alrighty, here we go. Make sure everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and the like button everywhere. I'll sweep the rest of the floor tonight. Okay. Okay, everybody. There's the Coletco page. That's it. Like, share, comment, share, group, share, Nashville, share, copy, link. All right. Ed is taking care of people. That's all I've seen, Ed. Ed's taking care of me. Ed's taking care of me. Boy, I wish Ed would take care of me. Ed, will you take care of me? That'd be great if you could take care of me. You'll take care of me? He just said yes from the back. All right. Hit the like button there. Share, copy the link. How much new vinyl came in? 0. We're getting robbed by UPS on Mondays. I'm going to have my mom file a complaint. They're not sending our Monday stuff like they're supposed to. And it's causing it's basically putting us a whole day behind on new vinyl. And y'all are here ready to buy stuff, and we can't give it to you because we don't have it. And everybody's like, where's the new vinyl? And I'm like, ask UPS. Julia straightened them out. She did with the post office. All right. Do, 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 do. Well, we got like one box. I don't know. Did we know where that stuff went? Laura had it. It was a handful of records. It's probably not even worth showing because the rest of the order isn't here. And it'll kill the flow of waiting list if we do that. So we'll probably just wait. Show it all tomorrow. All right, now what happened to that tub? I think this is it. I need a big basket to put all that stuff in right there. That would be Megan Thee Stallion. Yeah, I think we still have that. That was in the crates I'm about to show. So yeah, bear with me for 1 second and we'll be showing that stuff. I need a crate out of here or a tub to rake all these knives into. I can rake all these knives into a tub and move this box. How about this lid right here? That might help me a little. Because some of the first KISS auctions was over here. Awake already? I've actually been here all day. I've been here since last night, pretty much. And that's not a joke. I've been awake since this morning. I just went home and took a nap. I've just been home to take a nap, basically, since I was here last night selling knives. That's all I've been doing, napping. I just take little naps. Like that episode where Kramer did. He's trying to be like Da Vinci. I'm kind of like Leonardo da Vinci. I take naps. That's what Da Vinci did. He'd just take little naps. He didn't have time to sleep. Neither do I. Some people say I look like Da Vinci. I don't know if that's accurate. Not many 4K photos of the guy out there. Aha! KISS stuff. Are these KISS cassettes? You heading out? Thank you, Jack. Jack is leaving. Please be full of KISS cassettes. No, but there's some good ones. Oh, you're about to use that, aren't you? What's that? Okay. All right. Okay. Is Jeff Brindley watching? He's going to have a heart attack. Golly, look at this. Holy moly. Wow. whisper. You gotta whisper so you don't scare off the cassettes. Man, we got pics. We got photos. This looks like from that Mr. David Rutherford. I think it is. Wow. Wow. Pics, photos, cards. Okay. I'm deep in somebody's collection over here that we just unearthed from the back. I see like photos of Randy Rhodes. That could be significant. All right. Nice. Okay. All those will be sold tonight. $10 start auctions, one at a time. Take us 2.5 years to sell them all. And then what's in here? This is like homemade stuff with a couple of KISS. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. KISS ones to start the show with. Let me get all these out. There's that Anthrax sticker that's supposed to go in the album. These are just copies. Those are just copies. Okay. I gotta get those crates up front. All right, so we got KISS Double Platinum Volume 1 and Volume 2. $10 start. First auction of the night and first auction of the week. We're in business. KISS Double Platinum Volume 1 and Volume 2. Chad's got to go up front and get this morning's video crates. They are up front, are they? I hope so. Let me go pull up. There should be a 9 o'clock video, right? Did somebody else buy a David Bowie box set? Okay. There's Megan. Somebody just asked about that. It should still be available. Yeah, they hadn't pulled any of those. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. And that's the one with Nirvana. Okay, I know exactly what to go get. All right, let me step in front and get that. All right. Everybody, thanks for tuning in early. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube. I need you to do that ASAP. That means as soon as possible. And I need you to do it AQADAPS, which means as quick as possible. So thank you for doing that. ASAP, ADPA, as quick as possible and as fast as possible. Those are autographed albums. That is something else. Where the heck is this today's video? It's got to be in one of these last two then. Could it be this one right here? It is not in that one. What the heck? What have I done with those? That was for, that would have been Saturday morning, right? Did I film those back here? I don't think I did. Maybe I did. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I was not here on Saturday. Shout out to Paul for holding down the sale as usual. Oh, they are over here. Okay. Thanks to Paul for holding down the sale as usual. Laura was also here, and John, and everybody marking stuff. Operation still roll, even when I want to take a day off to go to a football game. Rare occasion, only in the fall typically. But it's going to be that way about every Saturday. I'm not going to be here for about the next 12 Saturdays, so go ahead and book it. And then even when Tennessee's not playing, I'll probably still not be here because I think we might go to some games that maybe Tennessee's not even playing at, but that's up for debate. And here we go. All right. So the KISS cassettes are a $10 start. And over here, let's get started right now. Okay, and I'm looking for Technical Ecstasy, Black Sabbath, Debut and Volume 4, Foreigner Greatest Hits, Nirvana Rome, Overkill, Black Sabbath Master, Bowie, Godsmack, and Tool Lollapalooza. St. Vincent, All Born Screaming, $33.99. We're down to one copy of St. Vincent. We have one copy left of Olivia Rodrigo Guts. That's $36.99. And here is Megan, which is sold to Anthony Riddle. Thank you, Anthony Riddle. That's sold to you. That's officially the first sale of the new week. We have Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Iron Maiden is $36.99. And Skid Row, self-titled. Skid Row is $33.99. That's the newest remaster of that. 18 in life. And final call to get a bid in on KISS. Have you ever received a Randy Rhoads business card? Not familiar with any Randy Rhoads business cards, to my knowledge. Sounds like something pretty cool, though. Let's also go ahead and be pulling these other cassettes out that I had just teased earlier. What an incredible collection here, hey? Let's go ahead and put up Iron Maiden self-titled. It's also going to go up for a $10 start. That is, all these appear to be really clean and really nice. And there's Iron Maiden, $10 start on that. We have Morgan Wallen Dangerous, $49.99. And Morgan Wallen Dangerous is a triple LP. That's $49.99. And the Cranberries to the Faithfully Departed, $36.99. Today's weird. It's 5:30. I'm already showing vinyl, and I've been in the store since this morning. I've been here all day. Usually I roll in and start the show. I've been here all day. Been here since this morning, folks. Weird, bizarre. I'm going to be super tired at the end. When 1 a.m. rolls around, I'm going to be dragging. Paul McCartney Ram, $33.99 for Ram. And we have Pearl Jam Unplugged, $38.99 for that. That is a 2 LP Pearl Jam Unplugged. And that's on red vinyl. Iron Maiden cassettes do have a bid with Tom Kelly at $10. If anybody wants the KISS Double Platinum 1 and 2, you can go ahead and buy those for $10. Be my guest. I have Tool live at Lollapalooza. That's $34.99. This is sold to Cameron Lingafeld. I actually have one left if anybody else wants one. And then we have Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. Morgan Wallen's $54.99. That actually is a 4 LP. It's on colored vinyl. Ron Eaton wants a Pearl Jam Unplugged. Thank you on that. Final call on Iron Maiden. That has one bid for $10 of Ron Eaton. The next KISS 8-track over here. And this is KISS Psycho Circus, $10 start. KISS Psycho Circus. And yeah, by the time the sale's winding down, I'll be like, good night, everybody. I got to go home and actually get some sleep for once. So, yeah. And most people's like probably not even paying attention that we're live right now because they're like, Chad's not going to be on there and selling for another hour. Next thing I have is Van Halen. This is $33.99. Van Halen, $33.99. That is a remaster of their debut, and we have a remaster of 1984. Do you know if the Marilyn Monroe album got sold? Tried to be claimed, but didn't go through. If you commented on a flip video and you didn't get it on your invoice, that means somebody probably commented before you. And if you probably scroll through the comments, you'll see that that probably happened. So that's usually what happens. If you commented on a flip video and it didn't end up on your invoice, that means somebody had already got it before you. Next thing I have is Assassin Interstellar Experience. Assassin's on yellow vinyl at $39.99. And then Ozzy's Blizzard of Oz, 30th anniversary for Ozzy here, $33.99 for that. Pink Floyd Momentary Lapse of Reason. This is $33.99, and we have New Order Technique, New Order $39.99. So Tom Kelly, you've been outbid on Iron Maiden, no bid on Psycho Circus. That's a $10 buy it now. Still got double platinum. I'm going to try these one at a time. Maybe we'll sell one of these here in a minute. Here is Hot in the Shade, and we'll do that one for a $10 start. That is Kiss Hot in the Shade, US. $10 start on that one. Iron Maiden's now at $12. John Oliver, you've been outbid. There's another copy of New Order Technique. Also, we have Def Leppard, The Story So Far, the best of Def Leppard. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. And then AC/DC Powerage, $29.99 for AC/DC Powerage. One of those is available. We have Bjork debut at $39.99. And then, yes, Close to the Edge. And yes, Close to the Edge is the Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM, textured heavyweight jacket, gatefold, $49.99. And Nirvana, Roam As You Are. And Nirvana, Roam As You Are is sold to Autumn Betts, and that leaves us with one extra copy. That's Nirvana Live in Rome, $29.99. Tom Kelly wants Kiss Psycho Circus for $10. Right now, that still leaves double platinum, volume 1 and 2, the complete set there, the both of them. That's a $10 buy it now. And then Iron Maiden's at $13. Tom Kelly, you're out. He does have Kiss. Are you bidding on Hot in the Shade as well, Tom? If so, let me know, and then I'll make that a final call to you, okay? And that was crate number 1 of 2 of new vinyl that was posted this morning. We sold several. I think it must be in the second crate. Oh, yeah, it is. It's this Hachet Head crate. I was wondering what was going on. I'll tell you why. Because I was like, where are all these claims coming from? And I forgot it was from a Hachet Head crate. It wasn't in my typical new vinyl stock. It's a Hachet Head crate that all the other claims came from. I'm like, what the heck's going on? But I have figured it out. So here very quickly, St. Vincent, $33.99. Olivia Rodrigo's $36.99. Iron Maiden, No Prayer, $36. Skid Row, $33. Morgan Wallen's $49. The Cranberries is $36. Paul McCartney Ram, $33. Tool Lollapalooza, Live Unofficial, $34. Morgan Wallen's $54. Van Halen's Debut. And then their last one of David Lee Roth, 1984. Those are $33.99 each. Assassin, that is on yellow vinyl for $39. Ozzy, Blizzard's $33. Pink Floyd, $33. And then New Order Techniques, $39. The Best of Def Leppard, $44. And we have AC/DC, $29.99. Anthony Riddle wants No Prayer. Oh, that was a claim. Okay. That was a claim from earlier. Thank you, Anthony Riddle. I saw your comments. I was like, is he asking for an auction? And then I was like, wait a minute, it's Kiss Night. We don't really have any Iron Maiden like that for auction. And there's Bjork, there's Yes, and there's Nirvana. Okay, so Iron Maiden is sold. And then Iron Maiden is sold to Tom Kelly, $14. And over here, Hot in the Shade can be bought for a $10 buy now. Next Kiss cassette is Crazy Nights. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And then the next cassette that's not Kiss is Killers. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. 2 nice looking cassettes there. Those are now out for bid. Vladarchik wants Nirvana, Roam As You Are. That is so to Vladarchik. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and knock out the other crate, which is technically a Hachet Head crate. If you change your mind, you're like, dang it, you know what, Chad? It's Monday. We got a fresh invoice. Let's go ahead and do something crazy. Go ahead and just give me everything that's left in the crate, even all the duplicates. I'll be like, dang, all right, but I'll do it. So if you want to do something wild and crazy like that to get your week started off, to get Kiss Night started off, just go ahead and say, Chad, you know what? I need some new music to listen to. I need something different in my life. Just go ahead and give me that entire crate, even all the duplicates. I'll sell it to you. But I'll be like, dang, wow. This guy's a rebel. This gal is crazy. This guy is off the chain. This woman is off the hook. And then Vladarchik says, pass on Rome. They already have it. The good thing is that's only a $1 billion restocking fee. Only $1 billion. I'm assuming none of the customers hit the lottery. Everybody was... I knew we had a lot of customers in Texas, and I heard somebody in Texas won. I was, uh-oh. I had about 5 customers out of Texas that if they won the lottery, they were going to buy everything in the store. I was like, had my fingers crossed. All right, and then Homeland Conspiracy is in on the Bjork. Thank you about that. Matt Nichols, thinking about getting the Yes. You Need Yes. That's one of the greatest albums ever conceived. Iron Maiden Killers, $10 bid, final call, no bid on KISS, final call. All right, let's get started with this crate right here. And I think we need to go ahead and, I got a crate of, quote, supplemental auctions. And I'll start slipping some of those in when I can. I do have some KISS stuff. And I'm going to go ahead and put the first one up, and it is an unadvertised KISS auction. It's a 1987 US promo with the original sleeve that has the hop sticker, Turn on the Night. It's near mint minus, and at the time we researched this, which was sometime in the last 7 days, there were none for sale in the United States. This is Turn on the Night 12-inch single, and this is going to go up for a $40 start. That's KISS, Turn on the Night, in the original Mercury, Polygram, Rocks radio, and sticker. That's pretty cool. That's a $40 start, actually, okay? And let me push some of this stuff back. I had a coin sale last night. If y'all didn't know that, I was selling coins last night. I went live about 10 o'clock-ish and sold till 12:30. Sold a whole table full of merchandise over here. G watched that sale earlier today. She's got everything tagged, and I think they're going to start keying in and invoicing tomorrow. So thanks everybody that spent a couple hours. We had some people buy a lot. Still got gold over here I'm trying to sell. Matt Nichols, I'm going to pull that yes for you right now. Thank you, Matt Nichols. And let's go through this crate. And I think it's time to end some auctions. And let's keep this show on the road. I'm going to refresh over here. It's early. It's in the fall. A lot of people don't get home and get settled in till later. And then until it turns winter. Until it turns winter. And then it just seems like everybody's on and already just waiting for me to go live. And some nights we can get started early and there's a ton of people watching. Oh yeah, sold a whole table over here for coins. Yep, I sold a whole table. I can go live on Sundays and just for a couple hours. If I said I was going to do records, we probably could have sold 5-10 crates, but I got to sell coins and knives every once in a while. All right, first thing is Godsmack. This is sold to Greg Preston right off the bat. I can get more if anybody else wants one. $33.99 on that. I have Hello, I'm Dolly Parton. That is her debut. Vinyl Me Please All Analog Lacquers cut by Ryan Smith. That is $34.99. And I have a copy of Overkill Under the Influence. And Overkill is a half-speed master on yellow marble vinyl. That's sold to Jen Cast. Thank you, Jen. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The Birthday Massacre Pathways, $36.99. I think that's Pathways, the Birthday Massacre. I believe it's how that's billed. $36.99. And over here, I have Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. Now, we've sold a Technical XD Volume 4. Nobody claimed to Never Say Die, did they? They didn't. So Never Say Die is still available at $29.99. Iron Maiden is sold for $10 to Tom Kelly. Nobody bid on KISS. It's a $10 buy now for Crazy Nights. And speaking of Crazy Nights, this Turn on the Night 12-inch single promo. No, it's not a pro. Yes, it is. It is marked promo. Promotion copy not for sale. That's a $40 start. As of right now, there's 0 bids. It's about to be a buy now. Let's put up another cassette. Let's just keep going down the line in Maidens. Here's another Maiden. Maiden Japan. $10 start on Maiden Japan. Michael Ruttman wants the KISS cassette. Crazy Nights, so to Michael Ruttman, $10. Leslie Phillips is in on Turn on the Night for $40. That does have a bid. It is going to sell. She has the high bid. Sabotage, $29.99. Hole in the Sky, Sympathy. Symptom of the Universe, $29.99. $29.99. There is Sabotage. Also, we have Venom, Welcome to Hell. Venom is on gold and black splatter, 40th anniversary, $33.99. Tom Kelly's in on Iron Maiden at 10, going to once, going to twice on both auctions. Technical Ecstasy. One is sold to Scott Dwallow. Scott Dwallow got Technical Ecstasy. Thank you, Scott Dwallow, on that. John Smetzer on Black Sabbath Sabotage. Thank you, John Smetzer. That's so to you. Prawn Cleansing, limited edition, 1500. Music on vinyl, $39.99. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Ozzy is on blue vinyl. Cobalt blue with poster, $33.99 for Ozzy. Also, we got Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. White and Whiskey Brown marble vinyl. $33.99 for Pantera. Then we have a Volume 4. This one sold to Melanie Clausen. I can get more if anybody else wants one. Pantera Far Beyond Driven, back-to-back Panteras there. $33.99 for that one. Static X actually did get claimed, and that was sold to... No, it wasn't. Was this sold? Could have swore I saw somebody comment Static X. Maybe I'm crazy. Good chance it is. $44.99. That's called Shadow Zone. That's still available. David Bowie, all analog, has to be master, Ziggy Stardust. $33.99 on that. And then Black Sabbath's debut is also sold to Melanie Clausen. I can get more of those if anybody wants one. Iron Maiden sold to Tom Kelly for $10. And then Turn on the Night is sold to Leslie Phillips for $40. I have another KISS promo single over here, it looks like. That's sold to Leslie, and let's go ahead and put up this one. This is KISS, new emphasis track, Reason to Live. This is a 1987 USOG 12-inch promo single. 12-inch promo single. And this is with the original sleeve and hop sticker. 0 for sale on Discogs. And one has not sold in 2 years, since 2023. And this is going to go also up for a $40 start. $40 start. Kelly Vlodarchek on the Bowie. Yes, Bowie. Why was I thinking there was a different one in here? I guess that's the only one. I skipped over that one because I thought there was another Bowie, but I guess that is the only one. And that is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Also over here, we have Mad Season Above. That's a 2 LP. Mad Season Above. That's $39.99. And then Black Sabbath 13. Black Sabbath 13, that's a 2 LP. $39.99. To my knowledge, the Aussie puzzles are not in stock. No guarantee on those. Could be next week. Could be a long time from now. All right, let's move right down the line with the cassettes. We've done Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, and guess what? Iron Maiden Peace of Mind. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And we have Acid Bath when the kite string pops. Acid Bath is a double LP, $39.99. And we have Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, $29.99. I have one left, and then Tyler Childers, Snipe Hunter, Indie exclusive orange and black swirl, $39.99. Final call to get a bid on the KISS 12-inch promo single at $40, and then Iron Maiden Peace of Mind is a $10 start. Tennessee plays Georgia today. Heck, crazy. That's one of those games, if we happen to win, there's a good chance students and adults could be out on the field after the clock strikes 0. Probably be one of those kind of games. And we probably will have to have a big sale because that'll be one of the biggest. That will propel Tennessee into a big setup for disappointment the rest of the year, or set them up for the rest of the season looking really good. So one of the two. So I don't know. I know we got some Georgia Bulldog fans that watch you on a regular basis. They have now flipped, and Tennessee is almost the favorite. ESPN's got them slightly at an edge, but Vegas has still got them. It dropped 4 points overnight. Vegas had Georgia favored by 7. And then what's weird is nothing but bad news is coming out of Tennessee as far as people being out. And we're getting favored more and more every day to win in Vegas. So it's down to, I think it's down to 3 points now. So that was pretty weird. That was pretty weird. I don't know what to expect. It's probably going to be one of those games. It's going to be down to the wire, and tensions are going to be high. People are going to be stressed. Heart attack level. Your weekend's going to be made or ruined. Richie Valens on red vinyl, $24.99. It's like being a Florida Gators fan. You wait all week, and then something like that just ruins your whole, not your weekend, it ruins your whole week. I know how that feels. It's just like a horrible feeling. You're just depressed for the rest of the week. It's just like, golly, how did that happen? It's like when we lost to Arkansas. Leslie Phillips, you get KISS for $40. Wow, she got both of those. And then Iron Maiden, no bid yet. Final call. That's a $10 start. $10 start on that. And we have the very best of ELO. That's on red vinyl, $34.99. This is the very best of the Electric Light Orchestra. That's a 2 LP red vinyl. Ozzy, Ordinary Man. Aussie is $29.99. Also, we have the Very Best of Foreigner, which did get sold to Tim Holloway. Thank you, Tim Holloway. That's sold to you. And we have Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP, $44.99 on that. All right, I'm going to take down Peace of Mind and make that a $10 buy it now. I'm going to put Kiss Lick It Up, which looks like it's a Columbia Record Club edition. Kiss Lick It Up as a $10 start. I have Megadeth Peace Sells But Who's Buying? That's $36.99. And then Black Sabbath Master of Reality sold to Matt Nichols. That's sold to Matt Nichols. So Matt, thank you. That's sold to you. So there's Lick It Up, $10 start. And we have Michael Ruttman picking up the Iron Maiden Peace of Mind for $10. There's that. And over here, we got Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. Motley Crue is going to go up for a $10 star. Let me try to find the next LP. So from last week, that was everything left in the Hachet Head crate. And by the way, the video over here, I got everybody pulled from the video. So everybody that claimed something this morning's video, you did get it and you got everything. No waiting list. And if you decide you want anything in here, I'm going to read through them one more time. And then we're probably going to show all the leftover flip crate discounts from last week, and I think I can fit all the leftovers in one crate. Let's knock those out, and we'll probably start being ready. I don't have a lot of new vinyl. We've been getting robbed on Mondays with deliveries. Last two in a row. Last week was last week Labor Day? Last week was Labor Day, but even on Tuesday they still held everything over, and then today we once again didn't really get much, and we were supposed to get a lot. So evidently they're splitting stuff up. So let me read through these one more time. Let me go check the LP box over here. The actual advertised KISS stuff will be starting momentarily. I mean, I advertised it for 5:30 start, and we get a lot of it rolling. I mean, technically KISS stuff's up for auction right now. We've already ran a couple things, and everything else I'm gonna start slipping in here and there. I have a whole crate of stuff just ready to go for Thursday night metal night already, but I do have some other KISS before we start doing the advertised stuff. And I'm going to start the advertised stuff in about 10 minutes, okay? And then we'll start that for the rest of the night. But I'm going to go ahead and make these buy it nows. KISS Lick It Up is a $10 buy it now, and Motley Crue's a $10 buy it now. And then here's our next LP. We have KISS Crazy Nights. It's 1987 USOG specialty press. It has the original inner sleeve, not a bad VG Plus copy whatsoever, and that's going to go up for a $25 start, Crazy Nights. And one more time in here, Dolly's debut album, Hello, I'm Dolly, $34.99, Vinyl Me Please. Pathways, The Birthday Massacre, $36. Black Sabbath, Never Say Die, that is an Aussie album, $29.99 on that. Venom's $33. Also, we have Prong, $39.99. Aussie Bark at the Moon is $33. Pantera and Pantera also $33. Static X is $44. Mad Season $39, and then Black Sabbath $13. The last Sabbath album with Ozzy, $39 on that one. Our next auction is Scorpions, Love at First Sting. This one's going to go up for a $10 start. Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Acid Bath is $39.99. Brad Waits wants Cowboys from Hell. That is sold to Brad Waits. Also, we got Ozzy, Diary of a Madman for $29. Tyler Childers is $39. Richie Valens is $24. The Very Best of VLO is $34. Ozzy $29. Red Hot Chili Peppers $44. And Megadeth is $36. And I can almost condense these two. I'm actually going to go ahead and do that. So the first two crates of new vinyl is all over here in one. And the KISS Crazy Nights is a $25 start. And Scorpions is a $10 start. Welcome, everybody, to Monday Night KISS Night. New week here at Coletco. That means what? New everything. New this, new that. Here's you, here's me. That's Matt Foley, Chris Farley. All righty. Nirvana Rome. Yes, there is two available, actually. Two are available. Just had to take a drink of Chick-fil-A Diet Coke. That was delicious and refreshing. I still stuck with my normal food routine, even though I've been here for 2 hours. 12 hours. Tom Kelly, Black Sabbath 13, and Matt Nichols gets Nirvana Rome As You Are. All right. And yeah, let's do some vintage discounts, which is going to be some of the stuff from the flip videos. And sometimes I'm amazed at what doesn't get grabbed in the flip videos. I'm like, how did somebody miss this, like, Nirvana Unplugged that I marked down to $19.99? But not saying that's in here, but I'm going to go up here and get the most recent one, because those are probably the most fresh on my mind, and try to figure out what exactly is left up here. I know there's at least one crate, and then I'll come back up here in just a second and get the other crate. This doesn't look like the $6.99 crate. Shout out to G, she's been on top of all this every morning since Tanner's been out. Don't hear from Tanner much. Hadn't seen him in a week and a half now. Or is it 2 weeks? I guess, I don't know, it's been a long time. I talk to him about every day though, but haven't seen him. If I would have got here 30 minutes earlier this morning, I would have met Seth's son for the first time. Still hadn't met Seth's son. Guess they're afraid of, Seth's afraid he's going to get his job taken. His little infant child is going to already be taking his place. Okay, any more Master Reality? There's not, but I can put you on a waiting list. Scorpions is a $10 buy it now. And no bid on Kiss, Crazy Nights, that's a $25 buy it now. No bids. They can be bought for the minimum bid. Okay? And I have one more Kiss 8-track here, which is Lick It Up. That's a retail version. Earlier we had a club version. That's a retail version for a $10 start. And we're going to put up another Scorpions. We're going to try Blackout. And we're going to try Blackout for a $10 start, okay? So Hank 987 gets the Kiss at $25. And then Brian Stern was second. And then Michael Ruttman, okay? So here's what's left in here. This is on sale vintage and pre-owned records. The price I'm telling you is the discounted price. I have Neil Young. Everybody knows this is nowhere. EX, now $19.99. It was marked 32. As y'all know, one of my favorites. Always kind of a must-have in my opinion. Neil Young, $19.99. Just a few $19.99 records left. The Jimi Hendrix concerts, big markdown on this. Also a really clean record. John's graded at EX, $19.99 for Jimi Hendrix. And also $19.99 for the Psychedelic Furs, Made of Rain. And this is sealed on purple vinyl. I think that was left over from a Laura crate. So $5 off on it. So $19, $19, $19. All those are $19.99 each. There's only one $14.99 record, Jimmy McGriff. If you're ready, come go with me. The Super Funk Collection, Groove Merchant label, and original, and that was only $14.99, a 1974 press. Brian Call wants Neil Young for $19.99. Tom Kelly does have the Scorpions for $10. Earlier, we put up a Kiss auction. Nobody bid, and then 4 people tried to grab it for the buy now. Make sure if you want an auction, you do bid. If you're going to wait and try to grab it for the buy now price, there's a high chance on something like Kiss, you're not going to get it. You should probably just go ahead and bid. Not telling you what to do, just trying to tell you how to win auctions. Bid. Okay? Next thing is Brian Call also on the Psychedelic Furs for $19.99. And Tom Kelly, you get the Scorpions for $10. And if anybody wants Kiss Lick It Up, it's $10, okay? And then here's our next auction. We have Kiss Asylum. This is a 85 US original, VG++ condition, shrink and hop. And there's a hop sticker on the back. What is that one? Okay. The hop sticker's on the back. Interesting. I don't know if somebody peeled it off and put it back on there, or if it got put on there retail, or factory, I should say. There's the original under sleeve. And Kiss is going to be a $25 start, just like Crazy Nights. Let's go right down the line with these cassettes. And the next one is Docked, Burning Like a Flame. Is this a single? That's a single. Let's not do that one. Let's skip that one and do Breaking the Chains. And Dock and Breaking the Chains is a $10 start. Okay, we'll put the single in with another lot. John's dropping off his loot. Thank you, John. 5 crates. Wow. A lot of stuff to go through. Probably some of the new stuff. Awesome. So we got 5 crates from John here. Those will be shown sooner than later. And here in about at the conclusion of this auction, the advertised KISS stuff is going to start going up ASAP. Jimi Hendrix is a live compilation. Yeah, the Jimi Hendrix concerts. Jimmy McGriff is $14.99. And now for the $9.99 leftovers. Otis Redding was VG $24.99. And now this is $9.99. $9.99 for Otis Redding. And we have more blues in the Abstract Truth, Oliver Nelson. VG $9.99 on that, the half Libertad. No, I think somebody grabbed that. I think Travis Woods bought that last night, the silver half-ounce Libertad. Yeah, I think Travis ended up buying that. And then Heart, self-titled. Heart is now half off at $9.99, original under sleeve, clean copy. This is the leftovers. Now, once again, some people's like, dang, these are the leftovers? What was in this crate? This crate was full of vintage discount records, and it was posted in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. If you want in that, please join right now. Every single morning before I leave here tonight, even though I will be tired as a dog that's been running laps, I will make time to fix up a vintage discount crate. Sometimes if I'm in a hurry, I'll just do a straight $6.99. If I have time, I'll go through 10 crates and pull random different stuff and make a $6, $9, $14, $19 like this. Otis Redding is sold for $9.99. That is sold to Kristen Starrett. Thank you, Kristen Starrett. That is sold to you. All right. Next thing over here is KISS. Once again, did not get a bid, so that's a $25 buy it now. And Dawkins did not get a bid. It's a $10 buy it now. Let's see how many people try to grab this KISS. Let's see how many people try to grab this KISS. $25 buy it now on that one. I hope this isn't like this with the bootlegs we're about to start selling and the expensive official pressings. Neil Young comes to time. Neil Young is $9.99. KISS Army must still be outside running drills. They must still be like in target practice or something. Michael Ruttman gets KISS for $25. Or as usual, probably say, Chad, I've already got 35 different copies of Asylum. You're going to have to show me something a little bit different. And I'm like, okay, coming right up. Next thing for $6.99 is Sting. Now we're in the $6.99 stuff. This is a EX Edition Club copy of The Dream of the Blue Turtles. $6.99 on that. Brian Stern gets Neil Young. That's sold to Brian Stern for $9.99. And then here we have Sting at $6.99 and Jimmy McGriff and Junior Parker, $6.99 on that. Jerry, you missed our conversation already. We got robbed by UPS again. One box showed up with like 7 records. So we essentially have no vinyl today. No new vinyl. We just got vintage OGs. We got KISS stuff. We got KISS memorabilia. We've got KISS cassettes. We got KISS galore. We got sealed stuff. We got plenty of cassettes, etc., etc. Okay? Next thing is Nielsen. That is also $6.99. And Carpenter's Made in America. That was also $6.99. Next auction, and one of the first KISS items here is going to go up right now. This is a 1987 UK original limited edition picture disc, 4-track VG Plus KISS Turn on the Night. And this is an official real item, 1987 picture disc, and that's going to go up for a $15 start, okay? $15 start on that. Toto Live for Today, $6.99, and Al Stewart Year of the Cat, VG Plus, $6.99. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take Dawkins Under Lock and Key, Dawkins Cassette Single, and Dawkins Breaking the Chains, and all those are going to go up for a $15 start. So 3 Dawkins, Under Lock and Key, Breaking the Chains, and then Burning Like a Flame. Those 3 Dawkins cassettes are going to go up for a $15 start, okay? This KISS is also a $15 start. All these in here are priced as marked, all discounted. One more quick read-through, and then what? I'm going to try to bundle them all together. And then I have the leftovers from earlier this week, and there's another crate, I think, of leftover $6.99 stuff. But this will be a short little sweet bundle. Surely somebody's going to buy Jimi Hendrix. Surely. Man, 2 LP, Live Hendrix. That is $19.99. KISS has a bid for $15. The 3 Dawkins are a $15 start as well. There's only one $14.99 left, and that was Jimmy McGriff, the Super Funk Collection. If you're ready, come go with me. $14.99 for Jimmy McGriff. Just a couple $9.99s left. More Blues in the Abstract Truth by Oliver Nelson. That was VG $9.99, and then Heart Self-Titled $9.99. We had Sting at $6.99, Dream of the Blue Turtles. Jimmy McGriff, Junior Parker at $6.99. Nielsen at $6.99. Carpenter's at $6.99. Toto 12-inch single promo, live for today, and Al Stewart Year of the Cat. John McPatriot takes the Jimi Hendrix at $19.99. Now Kiss has a bid for $16. Now Kiss has a bid for $20. Tom Kelly, you tied Stanley Richmond on the docket, so he came in first at $15. But we are going to go ahead and put up this one right here for a $10 start. Actually, no, because this is another D letter, so let's not do a D letter. Let's go ahead and put up a B letter, and the B letter is Black Sabbath. We sold our soul for rock and roll, $10 on that. Don't call me Shirley. It always works. Anytime I start saying Shirley, then usually something to sell, because everybody's like, dang, he is right. Shirley, I'm Shirley, and surely I need that record for just Shirley $19.99. Diet Coke, crisp, fresh Diet Coke from Chick-fil-A, straight from the fountain, ice cold. Okay, here we go. Here's see what's left in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. I'll do those 18. We'll do these for 5 and 5. That's 10, 28, and then that one 10, $38. $38 for everything that's left. That's reducing these another 3.5. That's reducing those by 5 more each, and that one by 5 each. $38 bundle for everything that's left. So you're getting these at $3.50 each. You're getting those two at 5 and 5, and that one at 10. So even further price reductions. $38 for the remaining bundle. All you got to do is say bundle or sold. Bundle or sold. That's all you got to say. The Kiss picture disc is at $21. Stanley Richmond's out on docking, and Tim Graham gets the rest of the bundle for $38. Nice call there. How could you go wrong? I think that's almost what the Jimmy McGriff was originally priced at. So that's sold to Tim Graham. Everything you left in there at $38. Okay, let's slide those right over here. And that's a good way to start the show. And Kiss is now at $22. Black Sabbath, no bid for $10. And the docking bundle is at $16 with Tom Kelly. And those are about to sell. Let me go up front and get the other one over here. And Kiss is still getting bids, and we're officially got the first advertised one up. So let me tell you how this is going to work. For the next 5 or 6 hours, depending on how many I can sell as fast as I can, it's going to take at least 5 hours, I bet. You know, that puts us at 11 o'clock. For the next minimum of 5 hours, we will be having a Kiss album up for auction. It could be as late as 12 or 12:30 before we're wrapping up. I start right off the bat with the cheapest stuff, but then we do a couple medium, and then I go for the high end, and then we sell off all those, and then we kind of start decreasing back down till some of the last ones are going to be sold around midnight. So Kiss stuff, if you hop on and off, there'll be at least one item back there for hours. It takes all night. There'll be some people hanging around here to see every second of it. Hopefully that's you. Think long and you'll think wrong. Let's go get this other crate of discounts over here. I went through a whole crate of JSA authenticated autographs that we recently came back. Or actually, not recently. We've had some of them for a while. And I've got some unique stuff. I don't know if we'll have the buyers. I got the Crickets. Not Buddy Holly, of course. That would be a, like, Hall of Fame item. Like, literally. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame item. But I do have Crickets, and I have Kingston Trio, kind of just obscure stuff from Fred Goodwin's, but some of y'all may be highly interested. Okay, so this was all that was left over from another crate we did the other night. Let's start from the front and go back. So here's another flip crate. So at one point in time, this crate was full. It was completely full. And this is all that's left. So let's go through it, and let's go ahead and do this. We have Chad Anderson on the Kiss picture disc at $28. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath. That's a $10 buy now. And then these three Dawkins are sold to Tom Kelly for $16. sold. Okay? And then this Black Sabbath is sold to Mark Stanley for 10. Waylon with the Crickets. Waylon never did play on any studio albums. I think he just played live with Buddy Holly for that short time. So I do have Waylon autographs, though. I have a poster somewhere, and I have a cut Waylon signature, if you're looking for a Waylon signature. But no, these are signed by Jerry Allison, and these are signed by Bob Molden and the other Crickets. Dio, Lock Up the Wolves. $10 star for Dio, Lock Up the Wolves. Are we done on the KISS picture disc? Turn on the Night, 4-track 87 picture disc. This is a final call for $28. $28. You find all those JSAs you misplaced and couldn't find. That's every day. We find more every day. This whole crate of signed stuff I didn't even know I had. So in the last couple of years, we've had about a couple thousand authenticated. And yeah, so I found this little pocket of cards today. Somewhere there's autographs in this building. I don't know what these go to till I look them up. And then I found this remarkable deck of, look at this one. This is going to take me hours to match all these up. I think I know where they go to, but let me show y'all kind of what I'm working with for the rest of the year, because I was going to try to start slipping these things in where we can sell these signed photos, but I found all these. Somewhere in this built room behind me are all the autographs for these. That's like hours and hours and hours of matching. And then I found this stack. Somewhere in this room behind me, all these go to some kind of signed item. Posters, albums, photographs, movie posters, lobby cards. So I've got my work cut out for me. That's just a small sample. I think I know where most of them at. They're probably either here in these stacks, but that's a lot of time. That's a whole year of trying to figure that out. All right, here we go. We have Ron Wood for $6.99. This is Gimme Some Neck. $6.99 Ron Wood. Chris Christopherson, Repossessed. This is also $6.99. Wow, back-to-back Christophersons, and they didn't get grabbed. Chris Christopherson, $6.99, and then Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom. Hall & Oates is $6.99. This has the original inner sleeve in it. All these were left over from the videos. Make sure you are watching when you can. Ron Wood is $6.99. What is the cassette that's up for auction? Dio, Lock Up the Wolves, $10 start. There's no bid right now. And then over here, this KISS picture disc stalled out of Chad Anderson at $28. There's a couple people I didn't hear back from. I'm assuming they were done bidding, but Chad Anderson, that's so due for $28. Thank you on that. Dio has a high bid of $10, going once, going twice. The Foxes soundtrack is $6.99. Smokey Robinson is $6.99. Dave Clark 5 is $6.99. Brian Call wants Hall & Oates at $6.99. That's so to Brian Call. And so Christopherson, Foxes, Smokey Robinson, Dave Clark 5. Dave Clark 5 was satisfied with you. Doug Kershaw, Swampgrass is $6.99. And we have Chick Corea. This is $9.99. Inner Space. Look at that label. A UK Silver and Plum. Don't see that too often. Chick Corea, just $9.99. The Best of Traffic is $9.99. And then Alice Cooper was $14.99. These are all the discounted prices. Alice Cooper, $14.99. Dio's now at $11. The Flip Videos Frank are posted every morning, 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern. 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern. Every morning like clockwork. Like I said, if one doesn't get posted, then something bad's happened. Either I have forgot or something's happened to Chad. We have KISS going up for auction in 5 seconds, but right now there's Anthrax, a $10 start. Jeff Brindley, I have a ton of cassettes tonight. You've already missed about 10 auction lots, but don't worry, there's 100 more. Michael Freiberger gets both Chris Christopherson, $6.99, $6.99. Kristen Start, a little too late. Michael's already bought both of them. Chadwick Smith gets Traffic. That was only $9.99 for Traffic. That's now sold to Chadwick Smith. Phantom Canuck on the Foxes soundtrack for $6.99. Now Anthrax has a bid for $10. Next KISS auction's going up right now. It's another picture disc. Reason to Live, an 87 UK 4-track EP picture disc. VG Plus, $10 start, $15 start, $20 start. How about a $15 start? KISS, Reason to Live picture disc. How cool is that? 87 UK, $15 start on those. Over here, Brandon, these have already sold, and these are the final discounts. And then John Smetzer, Foxes. I claim Foxes first. John Smetzer gets the Foxes. He is right. Change this to John Smetzer. That means that a Phantom Canuck, you were second. Brian Call got, Bill Samus got Ron Wood. Brian Call was second. Brian Call got Hall & Oates. John Smetzer got Foxes. Michael Freiberger got both Chris Christophersons. Chadwick Smith got Traffic. Phantom Canuck second on Foxes. Anthrax has a bid for 10. Brandon Jones third on Chris Christopherson. Troy Robinson wants Smokey for $6.99. And the only thing left is Dave Clark 5, Doug Kershaw. Those are $6.99. Chick Corea's $9.99, and that nicer Alice Cooper show's $14. And that's sold to Michael Freiberger at $14.99. I'm assuming we're done on Dio. The Alice Cooper was $14.99. The Dio, the last bid was 11 with Jeff Brindley. That is sold. And then Anthrax has one bid with Jeff Brindley for $10. That's a final call. Kiss is a $15 start. And as of this moment, there's not a bid. I'm going to count to about 10 in my head, and then I'm going to bundle those last 3 records, and then we have another one to go through. I always wait and do all the leftovers at once and kind of show everybody, because I'm like, hey, these are the leftovers. Y'all should see what got claimed live. It's pretty amazing. I've been awake the last couple 9 o'clock videos, and I'll click on them. I'll kind of remind myself, and I'll get on there, and the chat just starts lighting up, literally like we're live selling a crate. Because everybody's getting on there at the same time and watching it, and it's just like every man for themselves. And it's just like boom, 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 boom. It's pretty amazing. And I've told myself if I could figure out how to make about 10 of those a day in a shorter amount of time, I would be posting them every hour in the group. It'd be like we're live almost 24/7. I could start posting them as early as 5 a.m. We do new vinyl at 6 a.m. New vinyl's posted at 6. I could do 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'll be live here at 5. Do y'all think y'all could handle that? One day I'm going to post like 10 flip crates on the hour every hour. See if y'all can handle that. I'm sure y'all can. We'll have to really ramp up shipping operation. That would be another 5 or 7 full crates of records sold a day for 6 days, 7 days. That's another 30 crates of albums. That's another 15 hours of keying in, another 15 hours of alphabetical order. Whew. Okay, that's a lot. We got 1. So these were 7. So let's do these 2 for 350, 350, 6, 7. They're 7. And then 7, 7. And let's do this one. That is 5. So let's do these last 3 records for $12. That's these last 3 for 12. Dave Clark 5, Doug Kershaw, and Chick Corea. Look what Chick Corea was originally marked for. I think y'all are missing the boat there. Must not be too many jazz or fusion aficionados watching. So those last 3 for 12, that's a steal. Yeah, that was on Friday. Yeah, that was on the Friday night I was in Colorado at the Metallica show. I pre-recorded 8 videos. Yeah. It takes a long time, though. The videos are about 5 to 7 minutes, and then I go ahead and immediately upload them on my phone so they get uploaded accurately. That takes 5 to 10 minutes to download and upload the video to Facebook, and then, so it's about 20 minutes per crate if they're already made up, and so it takes time to make up. So it takes maybe a half hour to make a crate up and then do the whole process. That's why I've said it takes me about an hour, even if I stop early every night, to get both of those made and posted. So, all right. So over here, we have Tim Graham. Tim Graham, all 3 of these sold for $12. Chick Corea was a $30 album. $30 album. That's sold to Tim Graham. Those 3 for $12. Mark Wright was second. Kathy's bid 16 on Kiss. Travis McLarty 22. And then Anthrax is sold for 1 bid. And that's Jeff Brindley for 10. And let's go ahead and put up another one. Next cassette tape. Anthrax Among the Living. Anthrax is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now for bid. Kiss is at $23. All right. And then I have a whole nother one over here to do again. We're emptying these out. Looks like John's heading out. See you, John. Feel like I've been here all day with you. Yeah. And all last night, whoever was, I guess nobody was here when I got here last night. I feel like I've slept at Coletco for the last 24 hours. Big night, though. All right, let me figure out. These are all combined from last week. Let me see here. Yeah, this is, man, these are going to get obliterated too. So this is several leftover crates. So this is everything. What y'all just seen was Saturday and Sunday. Here's the leftovers from last Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, so here's the leftovers from like 5 videos. What y'all just seen back to back, those little handfuls, that was 2 videos. Here's the leftovers combined of 5 different videos combined. And once again, they're broken down into by price. Anthrax has a bid for $10. KISS has a bid for $26 with James Hicks. Final call on Anthrax for $10. So this first section was $14.99. No $19.99 stuff. We start out at $14.99. VG Plus, Jimi Hendrix. That was $24.99. $14.99 for Jimi Hendrix and $14.99 for Tom Petty, which was also VG Plus $24.99. Jimi Hendrix has a little bit of cover chipping. Tom Petty's okay. Also VG Plus though, $14.99 each on those, 14 and 14. 2 records in the $14.99s and now the $9.99s. Junior Mance live at the top with David Newman. No condition that's on this. Atlantic Records, clean. And that is $9.99. That was $24, so more than half off on that one. Nazareth is originally VG Plus $14.99. Now it's $9.99. Nazareth Expect No Mercy, also $9.99, which was originally marked $19.99. This early 80s pressing of Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park, it's $9.99. Jeff Brinley gets Anthrax for $10. And then James Hicks has KISS for $29. Jeff, this might be your lucky night when I bring out the KISS 8 tracks. I'm trying my best. I'm knocking out some of the cassettes here that we've had so far tonight, like Anthrax, I'm the Man. Anthrax, I'm the Man. That's going to go up for a $10 start. All right, first is a Razman on Nazareth. That's sold a Razman for $9.99. Jerron calls second. The KISS picture disc is at $30 with Travis McLarty. There's Anthrax. And let me go ahead and run through the no bids tonight, okay? We got several no bid cassettes over here. And the first thing was Lick It Up, Love at First Sting, Dr. Feelgood, Lick It Up Club Edition, Hot in the Shade, and then both volume 1 and 2 of Double Platinum, which is together for $10. So Double Platinum, Hot in the Shade, Lick It Up, Dr. Feelgood, Love at First Sting, and then Lick It Up retail version. Those are all $10 a piece. Kind of surprised. Those were shown really early. I've already been live an hour tonight. So if you're just hopping on, yeah, we've already been live an hour and 6 minutes to be exact. So you've missed a few things, but not much. We're just now getting into the beef of the KISS stuff over here. So we have Anthrax at $10 with Jeff Brinley. Mark Overton, You Were Third on Nazareth. And then X-Wing on DR for Dr. Feelgood. That's sold to X-Wing for $10. John Mincemore wants Lick It Up. Do you want the club edition or the retail edition? Do you want the club edition or the retail edition? Club is on the left, retail's on the right. And then we got Jeff Brinley says he'll take the Kisses. So I'll go ahead and give you Hot in the Shade. That's $10. These two go together, Double Platinum. Those are sold to him for $10, $10. And then that just leaves Scorpions and the 2 different Lick It Ups, okay? Let's go ahead and sell this picture disc to Travis McLarty for $30, and let's get into another one. John Mincemore wants both Lick It Ups, okay? So he wants the club and the retail. And Matthew Sherrick, the only thing left is Scorpions Love at First Sting if you want that. Next $9.99 record was Supertramp, Famous Last Words. That's $9.99. And then Naz, not Nazareth, Naz 3 with Todd Rundgren. It's a Rhino pressing, super clean, $9.99. All right, next auction. We have another one of those KISS picture disc. This is an 87 limited edition picture disc, a 4-track. Same thing as the other 2. Crazy, Crazy Nights. This is Crazy, Crazy Nights, No, 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 Heaven's on Fire, and Tears Are Falling. There's that side, and then there is the other side with Gene and Paul hanging out with some of their friends there. There's Gene and Paul with some of their friends. That's also going up for a $15 start. Jeff Brinley gets yet another Anthrax for $10. Thank you, Jeff Brinley. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. And that's another Dio, and this Dio is the last in line, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. The rest of the crate is all $6.99. So before I get into the $6.99 stuff, let me show you what's left. Naz, Supertramp, Bruce, and Junior Mance, all 9. And then, wow, still got $14.99 Tom Petty. Don't come around here no more. Rebels is on there. How is that sitting in there? Everybody do like this and check your pulse. Pump, pump, pump. Okay, I'm alive. Now, if everybody else will do that, make sure you're alive, okay? And if you are and you don't have that Tom Petty in your collection, then you should have already sent TP, Tom P, Tom Petty, some kind of variation of that, claiming that record, just so you know you can go on to your next day in life and be okay. Chadwick Smith says he'll take it. There we go. That's so to Chadwick Smith. There's no way everybody has it. 194 people. There is definitely some people that doesn't have that. That's what I thought. $14.99. That is sold to Chadwick Smith. Melanie was next. Naz is $9.99. Not Nazareth. Naz with Todd Rundgren. Okay, everything else is $6.99 in here. BG's Mr. Natural, $6.99. $6.99. We have Weather Report Sweet Nighter, $6.99. Rycooter, Bop Till You Drop, $6.99. 10 Years After, Positive Vibrations, $6.99. John Mayall, New Year, New Band, New Company, John Mayall, $6.99. John Mayall, Jazz Blues Fusion, $6.99. Ted Nugent, Self-Titled, VG, $6.99. Billy Ocean, Suddenly, with Caribbean Queen, $6.99. Jeff Brinley gets Dio for $10. Thank you, Jeff Brinley. And now we have quite the tower of cassettes here already sold. I don't know if y'all can see all this, but let me go take these sold cassettes in here. This is about the equivalent of already selling a full crate of records. So let me move John's cart. He has done his signature trademark of blocking me in. So I'm going to push this gigantic cart of vinyl out of the way. And I'm going to set these sold cassettes right here, because if you were paying attention earlier and seen the display cases of cassettes that I previewed, you're probably like, holy heck, Chad's got a lot of killer stuff tonight. Brian Call gets both John Mayalls for $6.99, $6.99. Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque, that was originally EX $17.99. How about $6.99? What about Van Morrison for just $6.99? What about another Van Morrison for $6.99? And yeah, if this is the leftovers, imagine what got claimed. Kiss is at $32 with James Hicks. Make sure you're in a private group, whole lot of records. Make sure you're watching every morning if you can at 9 a.m. We have, make sure you're watching here every night at 5 p.m. Exodus, Fabulous Disasters. Exodus is a $10 start. Don't get that too often on vinyl or cassette. Exodus is $10 start. This is the Ted Nugent with Stranglehold. Yes, VG cover, VG vinyl. Kathy Hodges gets Bob Dylan for $6.99. Brian Call was second. Also $6.99 is the Nighthawks Hotspot, $6.99. And I actually got a note from I actually got a notification from eBay today. They now let you promote your groups, aka they'll allow you to advertise, so you can advertise your group and hopefully have people join. And I'm like, it's kind of an exclusive for our customers. So we invite our customers and people who watch our live sale, but I would just invite people to our main page. Our group is hopefully for our regular, hardcore, everyday customers at Coletco. So those videos are exclusive to that. KISS is at 33. I wish I had a way for people who don't have Facebook to watch it, because y'all miss a lot of stuff, but I can't just upload them to YouTube, because I would have to make a whole different video, and that would take even more. And I tried one time as a short, and it got 0 comments because the algorithm doesn't work. You just don't get on YouTube and things like pop up in the morning like it does for, I mean, I would have to get y'all basically trained on YouTube to show up every morning and be worth the time. But maybe we can do that. Maybe we can do that one day. Maybe I can have a whole different thing going on for just people watching on YouTube. Hank Wilson, a.k.a. Leon Russell. That's $6.99. Exodus has one bid for $10. Final call to Jeff Brindley. Not many metal cassette buyers on early tonight. Final call on KISS with Travis McLarty for $33. The big hits now. This has B.B. King, Steppenwolf, Three Dog Night, Mama Cass. It's a official compilation from ABC Dumhill. That is $6.99. And then Leo Sayer, Endless Flight, $6.99. Leo Sayer, Endless Flight. You Make Me Feel Like Dancing, $6.99 on that. And we have Chuck Berry, One Dozen Berries. Chuck Berry is VG condition, that's $6.99. And Edgar Winter's White Trash Recycled, $6.99. All right, first thing we're going to do is sell KISS to Travis McLarty for $33. There's that. And comic book. Well, I got people want me to do that for Facebook too. They want me every morning posting flip videos for T-shirts, comic books, posters, books, magazines. I'm like, holy heck, how many arms and lives do y'all think I have? This is why we need more people, right? Exodus is sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. America, I Hear You Sing with Frank Sinatra, Bing Crosby, Fred Warning. That is a white label promo with Sinatra and Bing Crosby. White label promo, $6.99 on that. Let's put up another KISS thing. This is. I will tell you though, as a business owner, it like pains me to know how much money's left on the table every 24 hours here. I'm like, holy heck, we could be selling like literally semis full of mail if I could just figure out a way to duplicate myself. So as a business owner, it's like, holy heck, oh my gosh, where could this stop? It's like, it's fun because it's like there's no stopping this. I gotta start growing extra limbs and more brains and figure out how not to sleep. Drive-in disco. Take a look at this. This is pretty interesting, right? 1976 Netherlands OG compilation featuring KISS and some other artists, including P-Funk. The cover is pretty much completely split, but what a bizarre official compilation here. It has P-Funk artist. It has KISS with their logo and an image of them right there. And we're actually going to start this for just $1. The cover's in poor condition. The vinyl's in VG. $1 start on that. Also $6.99 is Boz Scaggs Silk Degrees. VG condition, $6.99. Boz Scaggs. It wouldn't be a discount crate without Boz Scaggs. $6.99. We have Carole King Rhymes and Reasons. That's $6.99. And Wet Willie Mannerisms. Wet Willie is VG Plus, $6.99 for Wet Willie. Sammy Davis Jr. sings the big ones for young lovers. No condition notes on that, $6.99. $6.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Dio Holy Diver. This is also going to go up for a $10 start. Dio Holy Diver, $10 start on that. Also, we have Schlagers, which is a Warner Brothers compilation. $6.99 for Schlagers. It is a Warner Brothers compilation of lost leaders. So they used to sell these things for like a couple bucks by mail order, and they're compilations to promote their albums. So you get a little sample of artists, and you may hear like a Neil Young song or a James Taylor song, and you'd go, that sounds pretty cool. I need to buy the whole album. And they would call it a lost leader because they only charged. It's a double LP of music, and back in the 70s, they used to charge a couple dollars. It's kind of like grocery stores selling milk. They don't really make a lot of money on the milk, but they put it way back there in the corner, right? So you have to walk through the store, and you're like, I need some cereal with my milk. I need some chocolate syrup with my milk. I need some Pop-Tarts with my milk. I need some peanut butter and bread with my milk. Dio's a $10 start. KISS is, hold the phone here. Dio has a bid for 10, KISS 1, Dio 10, Dio 15, Dio 11, Dio 17, KISS 5, and Mark Overton got Edgar Winter for $6.99. Thank you, Mark Overton. That's so to you. We have Van Morrison Wavelength, VG Plus, $6.99. This is Drive-In Disco. This compilation is a 1976 Netherlands OG. The cover is completely split. It's in poor condition. The vinyl's in VG, and the high bid is $6 of Chad Anderson. Over here, we got another Boz Scaggs, down two, then left. No condition notes on that one, $6.99. Another Ry Cooder, $6.99. Climax Blues Band Rich Man is $6.99. We have the Johnny Otis Show Cutting Up, $6.99. And we have Ray Charles, $6.99 over that. And we have Hot Street Chicago, $6.99. Gary Stewart and Dean Dillon, $6.99 for Those Were the Days. England Dan and John Ford Coley, that is $6.99. Three Dog Night, Suitable for Framing, VG Plus, $6.99. And Bread, Lost Without Your Love, $6.99. What is the high bid on Dio? The high bid on Dio is $17 of Gregory Roberts, going once, going twice. The Dunhill Songs Compilation Condition. The Dunhill Compilation Condition right back here. That was the Big Hits Now. No condition notes on the vinyl. Clean copy. Yes, EX or better, VG Plus jacket, okay? John Nazarko on Chicago. John Nazarko on Chicago. And then Brian Call put EY, and he said he's trying to say Rycooter. And then Kathy Hodges on Three Dog Night, and Dio's at 18, okay? Now, we have over here, we have Kiss is now at 10. And Dio is at $320. No, that's $20 of Gregory Roberts. Kiss is at 10 with Chadwick Smith, okay? Henry's Choice says he'll take the Big Hits Now. That was a discount crate. We got $6.99 stuff. We got Bread, England Dan and John Ford Coley, Gary Stewart, Dean Dillon, Ray Charles, Johnny Otis, Climax Blues Band, Rycooter, Boz Skaggs, Van Morrison, Schlagers compilation, Sammy Davis Jr., Wet Willie, Carole King, Boz Skaggs, Sinatra, Crosby, Chuck Berry, Leo Sayer, Leon Russell, the Nighthawks, Ted Nugent, Van Morrison, Billy Ocean, 10 Years After, Rycooter, Weather Report, Bee Gees. Those are all $6.99 each. If you want something, you probably have about 60 seconds before I count these and bundle them. We're about to do a bundle, okay? So claim now, cry later. We have Bill Sammis on Chuck Berry for $6.99. Sold to Bill Sammis, $6.99. The $9.99. The $9.99 is Nazareth, Supertramp, Bruce Springsteen, Junior Mance, and one $14.99 are left, Mr. Jimi Hendrix. Dio is at $20. Patty's out. And over here, the Kiss compilations at 11 with Brian Connors. Going once, going twice. 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 The Schlagers comp. We might can leave that to Craig because there is a lot of tracks on here. But we'll leave it right here for right now. We'll omit that from the lot for just a second. However, we have Supertramp, Famous Last Words. This is half off at $9.99. I'm going to lay this right over here for just a second. Gary Donovan Knight on Van Morrison. Now, there's a couple in here. There was actually three, right? There's a Period of Transition. There's an Articulate Speech of the Heart. And then over here, there was one more, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't there another one? Yeah, there's Wavelengths. They're all $6.99 each. Next question is, or claim, is Michael Freiberger on Junior Mance for just $9.99. Okay, and then over here, What Supertramp? Famous Last Words, $9.99. Kiss is $11 for Brian Connors. We're about to sell it. Dio is sold to Gregory Roberts for $20. That's gone. We are going to now put up Metal Church. Metal Church is going to go up for a $10 start. And we have Gary Donovan Knight wants both. Okay, there was actually three, but I'm assuming you don't want Wavelength. You want Inarticulate and you want a Period of Transition, right? And if you're a first-time buyer, just say, yes, first-time buyer. I'm assuming nobody wants Supertramp. There hadn't been a claim for it. I'm going to put it right in here. And then there's the track listing on Schlagers. If you decide you want that topographic, just let me know. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, what a great neck pop that was. Now, I got a bizarre phenomena, but first, let me claim this for Brian Connors. This is sold to Brian Connors, Hendrix, for $14.99, okay? And now Kiss, we have another bid on Kiss that says Kiss split a 10, but the problem, Chadwick Smith, Brian Connors already bid 11. Metal Church has a bid for 10, and Melanie Jennings gets Bread for $6.99, and MT Matt Empty Mac gets Super Tramp, and Super Tramp was $9.99. Schlager's went unclaimed, so it's still available. My crate's full, and especially if we're about to do a bundle, let me go ahead and swap these things out, okay? All right, and we're about to get hot and heavy. That's probably the last cheapest KISS record we're going to have tonight. There's our first full crate. We're about to get into John New Arrivals, which looks like cool stuff. We just unloaded the trailer this morning. I met Tyler here this morning. He did all the unloading. I did absolutely nothing except eat a public sub and watch them. But he unloaded about 14,000 records here inside of this building. Y'all would not believe how many tubs are stacked over here next to me. I probably could snap a picture and then bring it over here and show it to you. That's a lot easier than showing, trying to move the camera around. But it's pretty amazing. And all this stuff came from South Carolina. And I think they've been digging and pulling. And I got to make a post. I hadn't really posted about buying new collections probably like in 2 months, which is crazy, bearing that, you know, we buy collections all the time and I don't really tell anybody. And I'm like, yeah, here's kind of what we're dealing with on a weekly basis now. I don't think some people realize the volume of vinyl that comes through this building. So these black tubs with yellow lids, some of them here we have stacked 4 or 5 tall. You can kind of see they're 2 or 3 deep there. And then here's me standing on my tippy toes. That's a pretty big booth there. That's like a 25-foot by 30 equivalent of a storage unit. And this is completely full now with vinyl. And that's not all of it. We had spillover here and another one. That's what I guess 15,000 or 14,000 LPs look like. That's just part of them. Okay, so that's just part of that collection. All those tubs are completely full of vinyl. And that was just unloaded this morning, on top of everything y'all already know that's in this building. So, more great stuff coming. Schlager, sold to Mark White for $6.99. We had a first-time buyer earlier. The first-time buyer earlier, make sure you send us a Facebook page. We need your email address and mailing address. Okay, the KISS album went from $11 to $12. Brian Connors, you're out. I've got to sell this extremely quickly, okay? We have a lot more to sell. This has been hung up for a while. It's now at $12. I'm about to sell it to Chadwick Smith. Brian Connors, it's up to you. It's about to be sold. Metal Church is tied. Clay Moore, Jeff Brindley bid 10 before you did, okay? Jeff Brindley, you bid 10, and then he bid 10, okay? There's that. You missed the 3rd KISS picture disc. Yes, that one already sold. No, there's another one here, but it looks like a bootleg. Yeah, I think you missed. We sold 3 official picture discs already. All right, let's go ahead and put up one of the other bootlegs. We'll be able to keep the bid separate. Here is the next one here. We have a 2020 unofficial limited edition red vinyl. This is KISS, Western Spring Stadium in New Zealand, December 3rd, 1980. 2 LP red vinyl. That's going to go up for a $65 start. Chadwick, you've been outbid on KISS. It's at $13 now. Brian, final call. Metal Church 12, Metal Church 12. Let's bundle everything that's left in here. We sold Schlagers to Mark White. Mark White, I don't really recognize your profile picture, but I kind of recognize your name. Are you a first-time buyer? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So those 22 there, I'm going to go ahead and reduce those basically another half off, or half off of the discounted price. So let's put those in at $350. That's $84. And we'll do these at $5, and we'll do those at $5. That's another half off. So let's say $95. That's a nice round number. $95 for these 26 records. So 26 records, $95. That's going to get these down to just $3.65 a piece. Wow. So $95 buys the rest of that crate. That's a bundle deal, bundle deal. $365. $365 each. $95 for all 26 records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Why did I count 26? We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 and then 2. So 24, not 26. 24. I repeat, 24 then. 95 divided by 24. There we go. So $3.95 a piece. $3.95 a piece. Took 2 more out of there. or I didn't take 2, but I miscounted. Tim Holloway says he'll take them. Awesome. All right, there's that. And I'm going to put this sticky note in front of them. That officially starts this bundle, which is going to be right in front of the Schlagers. Let me put another sticky note behind it. And now there are no flip records left from any of the last 7 videos. It's all been sold. Anything that appeared in a flip video in the last 7 days, it's all officially sold. Nothing's left. That's a lot of crates. That's additional 7 crates of stuff sold. Kiss has already hit 100. Metal Church over here is at 15 with Clay Moore. That's a final call. And over here is the following. This Kiss record. I lost Chadwick Smith. Let's go ahead and sell this to Brian Connors for $13. This is sold to Brian Connors for $13, okay? Let's go ahead and sell that. And now let's move over this. And let's put up some other stuff, okay? So we got Kiss and we got Metal Church there. All right, and now let's go ahead and go through some new stuff. Buy it now or best offer. About to go into brand new stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Does Kiss have the poster and insert? This here has limited edition. This has, there's 1 LP, 2 LP. There is the insert and there's the poster. It is complete with insert and poster, yes. Auckland, New Zealand, 1980. High bids, Bill Samus at 100. We're about to sell Metal Church. Can you recap any cassettes that's not sold? 1, Scorpions, Love at First Sting, $10. That's it. That's it. All right, let's go ahead and put this up. And let's go through this crate here. Let's see if we can find, if we have a check condition crate, we'll go through it first, sticker price. And we do have a check condition crate. So let's go through this one, sticker price. New arrivals, new vintage LPs, a lot of classic rock in here, check condition, sticker price, okay? Let's go through them. Let's do it. All right. Might start putting up the Kiss 8 tracks, and because of that, we can run a whole nother Kiss auction, okay? Here we go. Here we go. Jerry Torres on Scorpions. Let's go ahead and sell that to Jerry Torres. Now there's no leftover auctions. Kiss is at $110. Metal Church is at $15. And Metal Church is at $15 with Clay Moore. That's sold. Oh boy, look at this one. Metallica, the 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited. Metallica is going to go up for a $10 start. Good luck bidding on that. Original Metallica cassette. That's now up for a $10 start. I have not sold any Kiss Dress to Kill yet. So if that was something that was advertised, then we definitely still have it. What was I just about to put up? 8 tracks. Let me grab this box I've been talking about. And I don't think we have Creatures of the Night or anything like that, or Animalize, or whichever ones are rare. Lick It Up. But I bet there's some pretty good ones in here. Or they're all good, right? I see originals. I bet that's good, right? Let's see here. They're all wrapped in plastic. I kind of don't like that because they've been, it's good and bad. It looks like they've been wrapped in plastic since about 1987. So I'm going to probably take that plastic off and they're probably going to look pretty nice. Let's go ahead and put this up though. This has got to be a good one. Part 1 and part 2. I guess the originals comes in 2. All right, so if you bid on these, let's try putting 8, okay? So if you're going to bid on these, we'll put 8 track for 8. That way we can run a couple of different things. But yeah, these plastic baggies, which I'm going to trash, they've done their job. Look how much it's protected them for probably about the last, like I said, 20, 30 years. So here we go. Let's go ahead and put these up. I'm going to start them all at $10. They're all going to go up. There's, wow, look at the different colors. Look how they use different plastics. I wonder if that's a repair job, or if that's just like those old Super Nintendos that were made of different plastics. Pretty interesting, though. So if you want to bid on these, put 8 track or 8, and that means you're bidding on these. Here's Metallica. It has 1 bid for $10. That is Garage Days Revisited, and the Kiss bootleg is still getting bids. Bill Samus has it for $120. Everybody else is out. Final call. Over here, these are new arrival check condition. And the new arrivals check condition are going to be sticker price, okay? Sticker price on these. Let's get started with An American Prayer, Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors, VG Plus condition, $24.99. The 8 tracks have bids for 10, 15, and then 20. Over here, Metallica just has one bid for 10. Now it has a bid for 11, and KISS is at 120 with Bill Samus. John Mayall, USA Union. This one's nicer, EX condition, $24.99 for John Mayall. Greg Kihn Band, Rock and Roll, VG Plus $14.99. Bill Samus, you've been outbid on the first KISS bootleg here. Matthew Sherrick has it for 130. Now Metallica's at 12, and the KISS 8 tracks at 22, now 25. We have Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, VG Plus $9.99. Chad Smith on Jim Morrison. That's so to Chad Smith. These are new vintage arrivals priced as marked. Rolling Stones, Tattoo You, EX condition, $32.99. Original mastering by Bob Lovewood, Why Don't You Start Me Up. Now the 8 tracks at $35. Now KISS is at $140. Now Metallica's at $15. Matt Nichols on Pat Benatar, Why Don't You Hit Me With Your Best Shot. Over here we have the best of Split Ends. History Never Repeats. Split Ends is VG Plus $16.99. Metallica's at $140. Matthew Sherrick's out. The 8 tracks, which is KISS Originals Part 1 and Part 2, that is at $40 with Brian Connors. Now it's at $50, and then Dustin Hodges gets Split Ends. Also in here, we have Bob Marley, Natty Dread, an 81 Winchester pressing, VG Plus $19.99. For Bob Marley, Natty Dread. I also have Jefferson Starship, Freedom at .0, VG Plus $9.99. That has the hit song Jane. And then we got the Rolling Stones 12-inch special disco version of Miss You, VG $19.99. Matthew Sherrick's Batted Kin on KISS at $150. Bill Samus, you're out. Metallica, I see out from Patty. Jeff Brinley has it for $15, going once, going twice. The 8 tracks are at $55 with Brian Connors. Now $65 with Joe Dale. And now Bill Samus has KISS for $160. Santana, VG condition, $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac, Heroes Are Hard to Find, VG $12.99. Bob Dylan, VG $14.99 for Nashville Skyline, VG $14.99. And we have Better Days, the Heptones, 78 UK, VG Plus $24.99. 8 tracks are at $70. Patty's out of Metallica. That's still, or that is definitely a final call now for $15. And now Bill Samus is back in on KISS at $160. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. Santana, VG Plus $19.99. That's on the original Columbia 2i label. First label for that release, a little bit more difficult one to have there. That's VG Plus $19.99. The last of the Red Hot Burritos, VG Plus $24.99 for that. Last of the Red Hot Burritos. And I have Kansas Vinyl Confessions, VG Plus $24.99. And ELO Discovery, VG Plus $14.99. Metallica is sold for $15, and that one was sold to Jeff Brinley. The 8 tracks are at $75, and KISS is at $175. Gary Donovan Knight, and that is Bob Dylan, sold to Gary Knight. Thank you, Gary. And now it's time for another cassette right quick, and this is Black Sabbath, The Humanizer. Nice and clean. Black Sabbath, the comeback album for Dio. Ronnie James Dio on vocals for that one. $19.92, $10 start on that one. Matthew Sherrick, you're out on KISS. Bill Samus has it for $175. The 8 tracks are at $75 with Joe O'Dell. Brian Connors is out. One more look at those. KISS Originals on 8 track, which was originally a 3 LP. They've put it on 2 8 tracks. They're very clean. They've got pads. Nice, clean labels. Not much more I can say about them. It's a nice set. They've been stored in a sandwich baggie probably for 20 years or more. 30 years. I don't know. How old do those sandwich baggies look? The dust and coloration looks at least 30 years old, right? It's literally an outline of the 8 track that was in there. It's got to be, I say 20 years ago, I think of the 90s, right? And I forget it's 2025. So now every time I want to say 90s, I got to say 30 years ago. That's hard to believe, right? If I say 20, I'm thinking of the 90s. I don't know if that happens to y'all. I think 90s, that 20 years ago. And I'm like, dang, it's 2025. That would be 2005. That looks older than 2005. So you got to say 30 years ago. Black Sabbath 1010, KISS 180, and we have Surlistic Pillow. Check this out. In shrink with an original price tag, and orange RCA, Paul. Surlistic Pillow. Any thoughts? Great album. That's the note from Paul. $24.99. Over here, let's go ahead and sell these 8-tracks to Joe Odell for $75. Thank you on that. Joe Odell, those are sold to you for $75, both of those together. KISS is now at $190. And we have Rare Earth, Get Ready, VG Condition, $12.99. Rare Earth, Get Ready, VG $12.99. I think this is another good one here, so I'm going to go ahead and pop this one out. I'll let y'all watch me unbag it here. Here we go. What do we have here? Boy, did y'all see the dust? That looked like something on National Treasure. What do we have here? It is Elder in the original Casablanca sleeve. Let's take a look at that. Kind of a browner looking cartridge. Pretty clean label. Got a little bit of wear on it. Not bad though. Music from the Elder. $10 start on that. All right. Good luck bidding to all involved on that. I don't know if that's the actual original sleeve for it. My guess is yes, it is. But was that album on Casablanca? That wasn't on, or was it? Yeah, I guess it was, wasn't it? But it has a. That's what throws me off. It has a custom label. Yeah, definitely on Casablanca, but it has that different label. It doesn't have a normal Casablanca. Okay, KISS is at 200, KISS at 210, and we're out. Let's keep going here. We have the Best of Spirit VG Plus 14.99. Any reels? Yeah, we could do a fourth media auction. I actually do have some reel-to-reels laying around. They're pretty close here to me somewhere. So we have KISS, we have vinyl, cassette, and 8-track up for auction right now. Elder already has a bid for $25. Next here is Yes going for the 1. That's VG $9.99. And we have Van Morrison Moondance VG Plus. This is $22.99. $22.99. Elder is at $25, okay? Ace 8-track, possibly. Also over here is the following. We got KISS at $190 and then Matthew Sherrick at $200. Bill Samus, you're out. Elder has a bid for $30. What about the Black Sabbath cassette? That one got buried on me quickly. Gregory at $15, it looks like. Gregory has the Black Sabbath at $15. And we have Joni Mitchell Blue. Oh, man. VG, it's a 76 pressing, $29.99 on Joni Mitchell Blue. And then Dwayne and Greg Allman, VG $14.99. I love that one. And then Walt Disney's Black Hole soundtrack, VG $9.99. And Where the Buffalo Roam soundtrack, Neil Young, Dylan, Hendrix, Temptation, CCR, Vietnam War era music, VG Plus $19.99. All right, so Bill Samus, it's up to you, and he has bid $210. Matthew Sherrick is out. This is sold to Bill Samus for $210. This is sold to Bill Samus for $210. Let's go ahead and get a brand new auction up right now. Here we go. KISS. First one is done. Bill Samus strikes once. He will be striking more often too. So will Matthew Sherrick. Now, I've seen J.D. Conklin. We have a few people that will probably buy 80%. Just a handful of people tonight will probably buy 80% of these tonight. It's pretty amazing. So thank you all once again for tuning in. KISS, even weirder than we. This is the 12th week in a row we've done KISS night. We're not done either. We still got we've got a lot of stuff left. Even weirder than we are. This is a 2013 clear vinyl, Rockford, Illinois, live December 31st, New Year's Eve, 1982. There's Vinnie Vincent on the cover. Usually when I say that, everybody starts freaking out and hyperventilating. That's up for bid. Good luck bidding. Elder, 8-track has bids for $30 and now $35. Dehumanizer sold for $15. Matt Nichols did get the Black Hole soundtrack. Kelly was second on that one asking about it. It was Walt Disney's The Black Hole. All right, so that was our first crate of check condition. Man, there's some great stuff in here. Over here is the Elder, and that's with Mike Anderson at $35. Laura says there's 14 more crates of KISS records. That's probably about 14 more weeks. And if y'all don't know, I really hadn't advertised it or made a post, but about 2 weeks ago, the other night, I found a stash of KISS posters that I didn't even know that was in this building. And if you were watching live, it was an amazing experience. They are crated up right over here next to me. There's probably about 50 of them. Now, that's like the 70s era stuff, and I know somewhere else about 6 months ago, I found a lot of 80s and 90s KISS posters. Those are back here behind me, behind about 4 walls of vinyl. So at some point, if we happen to run out of KISS vinyl, I'm going to do a whole night of just like KISS posters, or start mixing them in maybe when the vinyl gets a little low. We also found stuff like Slayer posters, Metallica posters, etc., etc. If I have time, I'll mix them in throughout the week here and there. But I'm always finding stuff in this building. I forget. I'm like, holy crap, I forgot I had this. And I think y'all watch me do that quite often live. I'll be showing something. I'm like, holy crap, didn't even know I had this. So let's go ahead and put up another auction. And let's start knocking out. Let's run a docking right quick. Here's back for the attack. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay, very quickly, let's go up to the top and see what happened. We had Elder 8-track at $50 with Joe Odell. The KISS album over here, the KISS album over here is a $55 start. $55 start on this, okay? And I don't think it has a bid yet, does it? Wow, it doesn't. Docking is a $10 start. And the next thing we're going to do is run through these one more time. We had John Mayall, EX $24.99. If you need a price, just let me know. I may skip over some. Greg Kins, VG Plus $14.99. The Rolling Stones, Bob Marley, Natty Dread, VG Plus $19.99. Jefferson Starship, VG Plus $9.99. The Rolling Stones, Santana, Fleetwood Mac, The Heptones, Santana, Red Hot Burritos, Kansas, ELO, Jefferson Airplane got left behind. What is wrong with y'all? VG Plus $24.99. Brian Thurman on Star, Jefferson Starship, Jane, Elder 75. No bid on Docking, looking for a $10 start. Looking for a $10 start. Docking, looking for a $10 start. Docking, $10 start. And then over here we have Elder still getting bids. Joe Odell leads it at 75. If you want to bid on Elder, put Elder. If you want to bid on KISS, put KISS. Brian Thurman on Airplane. There we go. Brian, you just saved the world. That was about to be a cataclysmic catastrophe if that didn't get claimed. I was going to go outside and there'd be like fire falling from the earth. I'd be like, yeah, that's y'all's fault for not buying Jefferson Airplane. Rare Earth, the best of Spirit. We have Yes going for the 1. Van Morrison, Moondance. That's surprisingly still available. What label's it on? It's on the second label, VG Plus, $22.99. Now the KISS bootlegs at 80. And then over here, Elder still at 75 of Joe Odell. Docking is a buy now for $10 if anybody wants it. Over here, we got Joni Mitchell Blue, VG $29.99. Can't believe no one got Where the Buffalo Roam. That's VG Plus $19.99. And then one of my favorites. These are actually pre-Allman Brothers recordings. VG $14.99. That was stuff recorded before they formed the Allman Brothers. They were about to join a band called 31st of February. Didn't quite really work out technically. And they got the drummer Butch Trucks, and they went on and formed a band called the Allman Brothers, and the rest is history. Those are recordings right before that first album. Amazing stuff. KISS is at 125. It looks like Elder's all done though. I don't know who the backup bidder, maybe Mike Anderson. I don't know if you've actually said out. KISS Hotter Than Hell request. I will put that up as soon as this one's done. I know there's 2 or 3 people waiting on Argentina. That should come up pretty soon. No bids on Docking. I'm going to bundle some Judas Priest here, okay? And then I'm going to flip over this case and get to the second row. We're going to put these together. We got Priest Live and Rock-A-Rolla. Both of these for a $15 start. 2 Judas Priest, $15 start. Chad Smith on Buffalo. And now we're ready for our first crate of Buy Now Best Offer. Paul's been here today cleaning and working on some records. Wait till y'all see these Slayer bootlegs, right? I think Slayer, or not Slayer bootlegs, just the Slayer collection we have. Iron Maiden bootlegs, Iron Maiden records, and then that's what he's been working on today. And then that's not for tonight. That's just for throughout this week. And then we got Laura here marking records. And, of course, John marked 5 crates of new stuff from these collections. So we got a lot of stuff to go through. Elder 8-track has hit $110. Elder, $110. Now, I'll tell y'all, early in my selling career, I was probably about 14 or 15. I'm 29 right now. I got a taste of rare KISS 8-tracks early in my collectible dealer career. I listed a lot of 8-tracks I bought at a garage sale on eBay back in probably, I had to have been Well, yeah, I was probably in high school, so we'll say 14, 15 years ago, and somebody messaged me. Now, keep in mind, I just bought like a whole box at a garage sale for like 10 bucks, and I took them out of the case and lined them up, took a picture, put them on eBay. That's what I did. Been doing it my whole life. I got a message. Hey, will you end this auction early? 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 I started getting offers, 100. In the auction, I'll give you 200. I was like, holy heck, what have I got here? And so I was like, do I let the auction run? Do I go ahead and take the money? And of course, I took the money, and then guess what was in the lot? And I found out later what I had. I had a KISS Creatures of the Night, which now, looking back, is a very rare 8-track. And I was like, holy crap, I probably could have got twice as much. I think I ended it and sold the whole lot for like $275. I think I ended up getting $275. But now looking back, I was like, oh, man, I should let the auction run its course. So from that point on, I've never ended an eBay auction early. Of course, I don't really, we sell everything here now. So, but that's what I learned. I was like, oh. But from that point on, I knew two things. Some 8-tracks can be very rare. And then over here, some KISS 8-tracks can be extremely rare, or I should just say maybe valuable. I guess they're rare too, but I had a Creatures of the Night in there. So I have owned that at some point in my life, but at the time I didn't know what I had. I didn't know much about it. Then I learned about quad 8-tracks. I learned about quad 8-tracks. I learned about some of the Lear jetpacks and some of those. So quick story. So always be on the lookout for those. That was years ago, though. Here we go. So let's update this. This last bid on this was, the last bid on this was Joe O'Dell at $135. That is for KISS Live in Rockford, Illinois, 1982 New Year's Eve. 1982 New Year's Eve. And that is with Joe O'Dell, and that's at $135. And KISS, Music from the Elder. Here's another look at it. KISS, Music from the Elder. This right here is a high bid, and let's go find it. If you want to bid, put Elder. Mike Anderson has it for $110. Joe O'Dell, just so you know, you're out on that. Has anybody bid on Judas Priest? Tom Kelly's out. Jeff Brindley has them for $26. Going once, going twice across the board. Chad, too late to grab Bob Marley. No, you can grab it. It's right here behind me. What have I done with that crate? I'll give it to you right now. I'll go ahead and pull it. Let's keep this show on the road, though. Let's go right into a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. I don't know what's in here. I hadn't even looked. Bob Marley, so to Chad Smith. You can officially make offers on these if you want to, okay? Let's go ahead and show the first one. The Best of the Guess Who, American Woman. Oh, these are more check condition. Let's do these at sticker price. My bad. These are sticker price. These are check condition. The check condition's already kind of discounted because of the grade. It's priced accordingly. I always leave these at sticker price. My bad. He never marks 2 crates of check condition. So that is the original label, and it's a gatefold jacket. VG $9.99. Joe O'Dell's back in on Elder, and so is Mike Anderson. The Priest are a final call. Elder's still getting bids, and then KISS is still getting bids. Wow. So these two are still getting activity, and let's keep going. These are sticker price. My bad. I didn't realize they were check condition records. VG Plus, $12.99. About the next time these will be discounted, we'll be in a morning flip crate sometime this week, or I might go through them. Buy It Now Best Offer later this week, but right now they're sticker price, so you can kind of roll the dice. Grab it now, maybe get it a little bit cheaper the next time. We have 10cc's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $14.99. Pretty cool. That's a compilation. $14.99 VG Plus, and Ozark Mountain Daredevils, It's Alive. That's a double LP live album, VG Plus, $19.99. The 2 Priest cassettes are sold, and those are sold to Jeff Brindley for $26. And now I have 2 more Priest cassettes. I've got Screaming for Vengeance and Stained Class. Those are going to go up for a $15 start, okay? Unfortunately, yeah, no new vinyl tonight. We kind of got robbed by UPS again. Not literally, but they just didn't deliver stuff like they normally do on Monday. Usually Monday is big night. We would be pulling new vinyl pre-orders right now. All of our new vinyl for new releases coming on Monday. All that should start showing up tomorrow, because I know the new Led Zeppelin EP is due out this week, and I think they've already been shipped to us. Wow, Nazareth, No Mean City. Nazareth is actually a white label promo, too. VG Plus, $19.99 for Nazareth. That's a white label promo. Elder is at $140 with Mike Anderson. Joe O'Dell, you're out. That's with Mike Anderson. The KISS bootleg is at $140 with Brad Waits. The previous bidder on this was also Joe Odell. So, Joe, you're out on both auctions right now. Priest is a $15 start. Razman is on Nazareth. Razman's on Nazareth. And we have the Beach Boys in concert. That's a 2 LP, VG Plus $19.99. The Tumbleweed Connection, Elton John, original label too, VG $14.99 on that. And we have Astronauts Orbit Campus, the Astronauts, VG Plus $14.99. Okay, over here we have Loretta Lynn, Coal Miner's Daughter. Nice. That's on the original Decca label too, VG Plus $9.99. And then Mr. Odell, if you're done bidding, make sure you let me know by saying out. That way I know you're out and we can go ahead and sell these. If you're still thinking about it, that's fine, but the timer is on for both auctions. We have the Pretenders 2, EX $16.99. If you're new, you can keep bidding all night long. It doesn't matter. We've bid on some stuff for nearly an hour. Started some stuff at 10 and 15 bucks, 40 and 50 bucks, and it's went up to 2, 3, 4, 500. We'll bid it on all night if you want to. We'll figure out a way to keep more stuff going, but if you're done, let me know. Okay. Also over here, we have Todd Rundgren, A Wizard, A True Star. And this is VG Plus $14.99. And the Tubes, Young and Rich, VG Plus $17.99. James Taylor, Walking Man, EX $22.99. Matt Nichols on Loretta Lynn. That's so to Matt Nichols. We have Billy Idol. That's the debut thing here. VG $14.99. Full album, VG $14.99. I don't see a bid higher than mine than $135. You're actually out on both auctions. Elder's at $140 with Mike Anderson. He's bidding over on YouTube. If you're just looking at your Facebook chat, you're going to be missing about 2/3 of the action. We got people watching right now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, and is it on Instagram tonight? No, we got Instagram and TikTok turned off tonight. Just X, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So if you're looking at your chat, Facebook chat, you're going to be missing 2/3 of the action tonight. There's actually more people on YouTube right now than Facebook. So that's where he's bidding from. So he's out, you're out on that one. And then same thing for this one. Your last bid on this one for the KISS one, you were up here at 135 on this. And down here is where I think Brad Waits, who bid at this point? I don't even know. I forgot. It's been so long, okay? So, yeah, if anybody's new and you're watching, I'm assuming you're about on both auctions. If you're watching just your Facebook chat, you're going to miss 2/3 of tonight's action. All the bids pop up right here. See Patrick Lear? See that little purple icon? He's on Twitch. Scully Mack, he's on Twitch. We're streaming to 4 platforms right now. There is right now 271 people watching on all platforms. So thanks everybody for tuning in. And let's go ahead and make Judas Priest. That's a no bid. $15 for both of those. He's out on Elder. So this is sold. Mike Anderson, $140. And then that means the KISS bootleg. Who was the last bidder on this? It just should be a bid that says KISS. Brad Waits gets that for $140. Okay, those are sold. Let's go back over here and put up some more stuff. Let's get back to the KISS auctions. Next KISS auction we have KISS Kill and Destroy. This is limited edition white marble vinyl. $55 start, 1975 studio outtakes and demos, $55 start. I know what some people's waiting on. Don't worry, I have those coming. They're on their way. Don't worry. We have what do you recommend? Sorry, new here, and then I have bundle. So I was at 15 and 10, 25. What about 20 for the 3 of them? I'll do 15 and then 5. I'll reduce docking by 5. I think $750 each for Priest is pretty fair. There's that. Scully Mack on the Tubes. Let's go ahead and pull that. That KISS is now up for bid, and let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next other auction is going to go up right now. I'm trying to pull the very bizarre looking ones out of here. I've got a pretty good hunch for what's the rare ones. I've done originals and I've done Elder. This one looks unusual just because of the label to me, but I may be wrong. There's the debut. It says NB8-7001. Nice pad, white cartridge, and KISS 8-track. Make sure you put 8-track, okay? 8-track, that's going to go up for a $10 start. Over here, these 3 cassettes are sold for $20, and these 3 cassettes are sold for $20. and those are sold to Jerry Torrey. So what do you recommend? Sorry, new here. Gary Donovan Knight. Now, what do you mean by that? We have a request for Argentina. I got that on deck. Don't worry. Scully Mack on tubes. He said so. Todd Cold on Billy Idol. Kiss has a bid for 55. All right. And then we have Clay Moore said L12. I bet he meant 8-track 12, right? I bet 8-track. Yes, this is Canada. You're right. Yeah, right here, Canada. I knew that label was different. I don't recall seeing that one too often, that kind of yellowish, orange kind of deal. So, yeah, there's that. Canadian. Thank you. Thank you, David Rutherford. David Rutherford's watching. Most of this stuff belonged to him. Ed's still here. I didn't even realize that. Hachet Ed is still here. He's carrying her. He's got a hatchet strapped to his back like Davy Crockett or something. Golly, y'all better be careful. Be some people missing some limbs, so you better watch out. Who's around the corner here? Paul? And Paul, Ed just walked by Paul, now he's bleeding. It happens. This guy carries razor blades in his pocket like change. We have platform. You can watch anywhere you want to. It just has, there's pros and cons of watching everywhere. So people like Twitch. Some people don't like Twitch. They like YouTube. Some people don't like YouTube. They like Facebook. But you can watch anywhere. If you can watch anywhere, this right here, this looks the same for everybody, okay? So if you're new, right here where my hand's going up and down, this looks the same for everybody. You could be in Japan, you can be right down the road, you could be on X, Facebook. This is embedded, okay? This looks the same for everybody. Your Facebook chat and your YouTube chat could vary. It could look different from person to person. This right here is the same for everybody, okay? This right here is the same for everybody, and it's mirrored on my phone. So if you see me over here scrolling on my phone, I'm not playing Candy Crush. I am watching the chat, okay? That's how I'm getting everybody's comments. It's mirrored over here. Now, every once in a while, there's a glitch on this, and it won't pop up on the screen, or it pops up on my phone. But there's one thing that everybody sees universally, and that's what's embedded right here. That is the same for everybody. Now, if you're watching small screen, it's pretty tough to see. You might want to try watching on an iPad, okay? If you got corrected vision, you probably want to get this on the biggest screen you can get on. Just saying. All right, let's get back to the action now. So the first thing we have is the following. J.D. Conklin bid 55 on KISS, going once, going twice. The 8-track has bids for 12, and now the 8-track has a bid for 15. NECA Iron Maiden figures. I don't know if I have any or not. I will answer that question, Tim Rory, by I don't know. I don't know. And let's go ahead and put up another auction, because that's my honest answer. I honestly don't know. And yes, thanks everybody for tuning in. Anybody out there ever really want to sell a collection, send us a message and get hooked up with Paul. He'll come buy your stuff faster than lickety split. One day you'll have a music room full of stuff and you might be like, I got to sell, I'm moving, I'm going through a divorce, I got to buy a new dog, whatever your situation may be. You might want to call Paul and be like, Paul, I've got 10,000 KISS albums I need to sell. And Paul will come with Tyler and they'll load up a whole trailer and they'll give you a bunch of cash and then we'll bring it back here and sell it. That's what we do for daily operations. Right, Paul? That's right. All right, Savatage is our next auction. This is Gutter Ballet, $10 start on Savatage Gutter Ballet. Back to the new arrivals, check condition, sticker price. We have Lily Tomlin. This is a recording. Lily Tomlin is VG Plus $9.99, and Blues Brothers Made in America, VG Plus $17.99. Okay, Cosmos Factory, a classic album by CCR, VG Plus $24.99. The James Taylor Walking Man, that is EX $22.99. The KISS bootlegs at $65. If you want to bid on this, put 8-track. It's a Canadian KISS. Canadian KISS is at $20 with Clay Moore. Kathy Hodges on Blues Brothers. We're going through new check condition stuff. This is sticker price. We also have tonight, it will be probably, right now, it's going to be a KISS bootleg, a KISS 8-track, and then some sort of cassette. Here's some of the cassettes coming up. Kicks, White Line, Great White, Bon Jovi, Faster Pussycat, Ace Frehley, Quiet Right, Cheap Trick, Helix, TNT, Twisted Sister, Motley Crue, Vinnie Vincent, Rat, Whitesnake, Skid Row. All 80s hair metal, metal, glam metal. It's all coming up one after another. Savatage has one bid for $10 final call. Michael Nath has James Taylor. We got Dueling Banjos from Deliverance. John Voight bit you? That's a Seinfeld reference. VG Plus $14.99. John Voight Bit You, the best of the band. That's EX $27.99. And we have the Eurythmics Revenge. The Eurythmics is EX $17.99. Deep Purple VG Plus $19.99. And then Sabotage, Final Call. The KISS bootlegs at $70. Wade Lucas, it's up to you. And then the 8-track is with Clay Moore at $20. He tied Tom Kelly, my bad. Tom Kelly bid first. Clay Moore, you've been out this whole time. I apologize. We'll give that a few more seconds then. Tom Kelly bid first on 20. I didn't even see that. Now Sabotage Gutter Ballet has a bid for 13. Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies, VG Plus $14.99. Jethro Tull Aqualung, I've got to say it, sitting on the park bench. Aqualung, VG Plus, that's the first label too, $14.99. And Robin Trower, Passion, Robin Trower, EX $22.99. Sabotage 13, Sabotage 15, 8-track, Clay Moore's at 22. Tom Kelly, you're out. Up to Wade Lucas on the KISS boot. JD has it for 70. Final call now. Mark Overton on Deep Purple. Deep Purple, so to Mark Overton. Michael Nath on the Robin Trower I don't see as often. That one doesn't come through as much. Over here... Sorry, I'm choking to death. Madonna's VG Plus $24.99 and the Rolling Stones Black and Blue VG Plus $19.99. Sitting on the park bench. Aqualung. Paul's head now. Thank you. See you soon. VG Plus $14.99. That's so to Razman. Toddco was second. And we have out, and that means this is sold. And this is sold to JD Conklin for $70. Thank you, JD. Also, thank you to Wade and everybody else bidding. Now, okay, Argentina. Let's see what's going on here. I've got Creatures. I've got Killers. I've got Double Platinum. I've got Originals 2. I've got some kind of set of picture disc. I have Rock and Roll Over. Is this it from Argentina? This must be it. This must be it. Now, I know something cool when I see it. If I just seen this, I would say this has got to be hard to find. Rock and Roll Over. This is a 1980 Argentinian with exclusive Argentinian cover art, obviously a lot different than the normal rock and roll cover we've seen here in the United States and around the world in 1976, right? And it's actually not bad. When I saw this in the hot picture, usually these kind of records are kind of beat up, right? Well, we've cleaned it and we've graded it EX++ to near mint minus, a $75 start. The cover is probably VG, just a little bit of cover wear down here. Right here, some ring wear, a VG cover, $75 start. That's now for bid. That's got to be pretty dang scarce. That's got to be pretty dang scarce. And the vinyl is nice. You could go ahead and just call it near mint minus. That's now up for bid. What about the 8-track here? This got up to 22, sold to Clay Moore. And then Sabotage got up to 20 with Jeff Brindley. Patty, you're out, just FYI. Let's throw up another 8-track then. If you want to bid on this, you can put 8-track, okay? Let me pull out the next most interesting one here. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Let's pull out, I guess this goes together. Yeah, these go together. Right? No, these are different catalog numbers. Well, never mind. Scratch that. Let's just go this one. It looks clean. It is. All right. So what do we have here? We have Destroyer. A little bit of a wave there in the label. It is a Columbia Record Club edition. Wow, there's looks like, can y'all see that? It looks like some of the pad is disintegrating. Yeah, it's yeah, there's not much of a pad left in there. $10 start on Destroyer. Columbia Record Club edition. Let me lay it that way, actually. That bag's protected it quite a bit, but you can actually almost see down in the bag where some of the pad slightly disintegrated in there. A lot of people I know, the guy that's been working for me here the longest, John, he collects 8-tracks. He pretty much replaces the pads on every one of them. He's just a 8-track fanatic, though. So, okay. So if you want to bid on that, put 8-track, $10 start. Sabotage is still up for bid. and Rock and Roll Over is at $115. All right, Pacific Gas and Electric, VG Plus $14.99. The Ray Charles Story, EX $17.99. Got in Japanese Kiss, yes. The Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, VG $14.99. Lou Reed Coney Island Baby, VG Plus $19.99. Fairport Convention, Full House. Fairport Convention, VG Plus $14.99. The Supremes sing Holland Dozier Holland. You Keep Me Hanging On. Love Is Here and Now You're Gone. That's a good one from the Supremes. Holland Dozier Holland was a Motown trio of songwriters. Most of those amazing Motown songs you know were written by Holland, Dozier, and Holland. EX $12.99. Jeff Beck Wired, EX $17.99. Also, we have Elton John's Greatest Hits. This is VG $14.99. Jethro Tull Minstrel in the Gallery, VG Plus $14.99. And Crossroads, VG Plus $24.99. That was another check condition bin, just FYI, okay? Let's go right over here first with the following. Rock and Roll Over, this Argentinian pressing was Brian Connors at $121. Sabotage is sold to Jeff Brindley for $25. And then the Kiss 8-track does not have a bid yet. Looking for a $10 start on Destroyer. Columbia Record Club edition. Next cassette is Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. It is a cutout. That's okay. Jewel cases are easily replaced, even though they cut into the label a little bit. Faster Pussycat, clean cassette here. Boy, I'm going to mix these up all night. Trust me, I know the difference, but just ignore me if I call this an 8-track and that a cassette. I know the difference, but just the way my mind's working tonight, there's no telling. Here in a minute, I might call it a flexi disc. $10 start on that. Brian Stern wants the Madonna out of here. Madonna was right in here. Madonna was right in here. That's so to Brian Stern. Rock and Roll Over $1.25, and now Rock and Roll Over $126. Bob Riger wants Crossroads, Rock Cooter. Let's read through these. I'm just going to read the titles. That way we can go right into something new. Far as the crates tonight, if you're a crate person, here's what you can look forward to. In the crates, I've got 3 more new arrivals from John. Laura's in the back working on stuff right now. So we're at least going to have some Laura Records price tonight. I have John stuff. These are probably the last crate, unless he did mark another check condition crate. The next ones are going to be best offer. We're going to read through these one more time. I'm going to emphasize some stuff that you should think about buying. Let's go ahead and make Destroyer, though, a $10 buy it now. Not going to drag that one out any longer. $10 buy it now. Faster Pussycat, no bids. I'm looking for a $10 start. And let's go ahead and put up our next cassette here. I think I do have a correct Love Gun. Are these the right catalog number? Or, excuse me, the right Alive 2. I have 2 different double platinums, but they're different catalog numbers. Yeah, this is a correct matching set here. Boy, it looks like these got protected quite well. Good job, not Brian Connors, David Rutherford. David Rutherford for protecting these all these years. He did a good job. These baggies was a good idea for what you had at the time. So yeah, nice labels on these. Alive 2, double pack here. A little bit of writing on the bottom of volume 1 there. $10 start. $10 start. Looks like, I don't know, some of these, yeah, those kind of look like they're going to need pads too, but I hadn't even really looked at the other ones we sold tonight, really. But $10 start on those, okay? Destroyer sold to Chad Anderson, and there's that. Okay, and let's keep this show rolling, all right? One more quick read through here. First thing I have is the Best of the Guess Who. That was VG $9.99. Also had Pete Townsend, the Best of 10cc, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, the Beach Boys, Elton John, the Astronauts. Let me pause at the Pretenders. Actually, let me pause at Todd Rundgren and update Rock and Roll Over. 131 on Rock and Roll Over with Brian Connors. He outbid Joe Odell. Joe Odell, you're out. Alive 2 set. No bid, looking for a $10 start. Nobody bid on Faster Pussycat. That's a $10 buy now. Next thing I have is Lily Tomlin. This is a recording. VG Plus $9.99. CCR still available. VG Plus $24.99. Dueling Banjo, soundtrack from Deliverance, the Best of the Band, the Eurythmics, Crosby, Stills and Nash, the Rolling Stones, Pacific Gas and Electric, Ray Charles is EX $17.99. Faster Pussycat is sold to Jerry Torres for $10. That is gone. Let's put up another cassette right quick. Vinnie Vincent Invasion. Vinnie Vincent Invasion's a $10 start. That's up for bid. We have the Rolling Steads, Goldhead Soup, Lou Reed, Fairport Convention, Elton John, Jeff Beck, and Jethro Tull. Joe Odell, just up to you on the Rock and Roll Over. Brian Connors has it for $131. Scarce, rare, whichever way you want to put this. Rock and Roll Over, KISS. Final call. Who has the high bid? Brian Connors. Who has the high bid on KISS Alive? Both of them together, of course. Nobody, looking for a $10 start. And Vinnie Vincent's also a $10 start. No bid on that. Lower crates incoming. We might go ahead and just go through that sucker. We might just go ahead and go through that sucker since we've already went back-to-back John. And then we'll go through some more John, and that'll give her time to even be marking more, right? That's what it sounds like to me. Boy, I've never seen this rat cassette before. That might be quite scarce. We'll have to run that one next. Joe Odell's back in at $135. I'm going to take this off the table. I'm going to go over here and condense these with these. We got a lower crate with an awesome lower crate sticker. Let's go ahead and go through those. How much was Elton John? I call this one Oh Faithful. Probably one of my most listened to albums of all time. VG condition, $14.99. I remember when my parents bought a car one time, a used car. It was a Pontiac Bonneville. This would have been like, I don't know, mid-2005 or something. But somebody, the previous owner, had left an Elton John Greatest Hits cassette in there. And I used to listen to that. I loved being in the Jets. And just then on vinyl, when I started collecting but dealing in vinyl, I've just like always played that album. Just it's like a great memory thing. But yeah, that was amazing. We didn't have a case or anything for it. They actually like left it in the car. So I think they cleaned out the car, but they forgot to get their Elton John cassette out. And that might be why all these years later I'm such a fan of his early works there. That's on that one and all those classic albums. I was listening to the Super Deluxe edition this morning of the Madman Across the Water. I didn't have access to the vinyl. It's somewhere at my house mixed up in all of my crates after crates of vinyl, so I was streaming it on iTunes, but I went through the entire Super Deluxe recordings of Madman Across the Water this morning. Somebody claimed the Pretenders. I'm over here pulling it right now. Thank you. All right, so the Pretenders is sold, and the Pretenders is sold to Gary Knight, okay? Rock and Roll Over, $151. Joe Odell, you're out. And that means if anybody wants Alive, you can buy those for $10. If anybody wants Vinnie Vincent, you can buy that for $10. Let's see what's going on over here with the lower crate, okay? And I'm looking at the sticker. Nice sticker, beautiful sticker, amazing sticker. Let me figure out where I want to put the sticker. And we're going to make that decision. I'm going to write it down. We're going to hide this lower sticker. And then we're going to... Oh, man, this is going to be tough. I think I've made my decision, though. Yeah, I'm going to put it on. I'm going to put it on that one right there. Okay, so let me write that down. I'm going to pull the sticker off. She's done a fantastic job, as usual, with this sticker. And let me write down the sticker I'm going to. Brian Stern, you got Elton John. Absolutely. All right, let's go back over here. Let me write this down. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Chad is ready for a sip of his Diet Coke over here, or possibly, it's about time for a monster, eh? About time for a monster. Rock and Roll Over, 156. So let me take these off the board. Nobody got Alive. Whoops, I didn't fold this up good enough. I didn't fold it the right way, actually. Somebody might can peek and figure out what that is. Let me fold it this way. There we go. Did that backwards than I normally do. Okay. So, Vinnie Vincent, $10 buy it now. KISS Alive 2, $10 buy it now. No bids on those, 10 and 10. Rock and Roll Over is at 156. Patrick Jonathan, it looks like you're out. It's down to you and Brian Connors. Let's go through this crate here. All these are prices marked as usual. These are no more, no less. No more, no less. Lower crate, new arrivals here. Hendry says, I bid 10 for KISS 8-track. I must have missed that. He put K10 for KISS 8-track, and that's Soda Hendry Smink. I am glad that I seen that because I totally missed it. I'm glad you reminded me. Those are Soda Hendry. That just leaves Vinnie Vincent, which I'm extremely surprised on. Okay, if anybody's done bidding, make sure you say out. Let me go take, this is our second tower of sold stuff here. I better go carefully place this in here in the operations center. Shout out to everybody here that works at Coletco. Jack just left earlier when I started the sale. He got here this morning about when I did. He's been alphabetizing everybody's orders for 8-9 hours, and he's almost done. I'm looking at him right now. He comes in, he puts in his headphones, and Jack alphabetizes y'all's albums for countless hours. Just nothing but putting records in order. That's what he does for us. And he's almost a full-time employee because about every day he comes in and organizes and sorts and sorts and organizes and sorts and sorts. And it takes that kind of people in here. Otherwise, we would be highly disorganized. Highly disorganized. So, luckily, we got a lot of good sorters. My nephew, Caden, when he does show up for work, he's also really great at organizing in ABC order, evidently. I rarely get to watch what they do, but I see the results at the end of the week. So, it's just like, wow. So, it's amazing. And then we got our record processors. Don't forget about Paul, John, and Laura, record processors, record buyers. And then we got our shipping department. We got G. We got Steve. Y'all know about Hachet Head. We got Tony back there working. We got Linda watching the sales. Whole staff here to make all this work. It's pretty amazing. Jake, Seth was here early this morning, actually before even I was. Rat Collage. I've never seen this one before. Rat Collage, $10 start here. $10 start on Rat Collage. KISS Rock and Roll Over is still getting bids. It's at $160. It's Vinnie Vincent a club. Vinnie Vincent is a retail copy. Vinnie Vincent's a retail copy. $10 start. Actually, it's sold to John Mincemoyer. My bad. John Mincemoyer claimed it, then Pat Lucero asked that. Okay. There we go. So Mike Anderson's in on KISS. Now it's at $175. So we're all still getting bids on that. Chad's trying to catch his breath. Somebody just walked in the front door. That means somebody has arrived or somebody's left. Who could it be now? Somebody has arrived or somebody has left. One of the two. Okay, let's go through the lower crate. Let's see who's paying attention. We have the Black Keys Rubber Factory. The Black Keys is $19.99. Right into the lower crate here. Golly, something just exploded outside too. The Black Keys is $10. I'm sure Laura heard that too, and Ed and whoever else is here. Suicidal Tendencies is $29.99. And we have Mercy's Land. We never lost a single game. Mercy Land is a punk album. It's on colored vinyl. $19.99 for Mercy Land. All right, let me jump over here and see what's going on right quick. Give me 1 second, please. Let me click on this, and let me click on this. All right, now let me go over here. And then, so first is Diego Sanchez on the Black Keys. There's that. And then we have Mike Massey on Mercy Land and Jerry Torres on Suicidal Tendencies. Yes, Julie, I was about to say, I know I forgot somebody, Julie, and I don't think I said Jake earlier. And I don't know if I said G. This is why I don't name people off, okay? My mom actually came up today while I was awake and working here at the store today. I contracted her out to clean my house because I don't have time. And she came over to meet me. I took her out for Sunday dinner yesterday. And she was like, I need to clean your house. And I was like, okay, you can clean my house. I'll go to work early tomorrow. And you can come clean my house. So shout out to Mom. She's cooking, cleaning, doing mom stuff. But yeah, for those that's relatively new here, a staff of about 15 people. Off and on, okay, to make all this work. It's pretty amazing. So if y'all are new, most of y'all that watch every night, y'all know this already. But for those that don't know, it's amazing the operation that runs here every day. I just show up and sell records. I have a lot of fun. I just show up and sell this stuff as the owner. That's about the only thing I have to do. I just show up and have to sell it. And then everybody else it breaks down from there. Alice Cooper, Detroit Stories. Alice Cooper's $22.99. And we have The Cowboys. That's music by John Williams. Yeah, that John Williams, sealed on gold vinyl, $19.99. So KISS, this is a final call to Mike Anderson for $175. Claymore got Rat Collage for $10. Brian Thurman on Alice Cooper. And then Rat just got another bid with Stanley Richmond for $12. Stanley, you're a little bit too late. He had that for $10 for nearly 5 minutes, actually. So I've already had to sell that to him. Let's put up another one. If you want to bid on Freely's comic, you can put this up for a $10 start, okay? $10 start, and I'm about to put up another KISS 8-track. But first, here is music from the Netflix original anime series, Blood of Zeus. Blood of Zeus, pressed on demon red with black splatter. That is sealed for $14.99. And we have Mammoth. We have Mammoth. That's a Southern rock record, $24.99. Guess what? They're still bidding on KISS Argentina. So let's try to put up another one to bid on over here. Let's go ahead and put up, boy, I forgot which one John Robb asked about. John Robb has asked for, I think, Hotter Than Hell. Let's put this up, okay? So if you want to bid on this, put HTH, okay, for Hotter Than Hell. That's the only way we'll be able to distinguish these, okay? HTH, Hotter Than Hell, is a 2024 U.S. Worldwide Edition, 50th Anniversary Edition, limited to 500 numbered picture disc. This is number 72 of 500. It does have the poster, and Laura says it appears unopened. It just comes in a resealable baggie. No way to really call it sealed. But a lot of times these perforations, we think it's never been opened. Based on this guy's collection, there's a good chance that it never was opened. 50th anniversary picture disc, KISS Hotter Than Hell, $95 start. Please put HTH if you want to bid on that one. Over here, you can still put KISS R&R. I'll know what you're bidding on. And then Ace Frehley's a $10 start, okay? We got Mammoth, Blood of Zeus, The Cowboys, Dark Side of the Moon. It's a 2023 pressing, $27.99 for Dark Side of the Moon. And Joy Division, Love Will Tear Us Apart. This is sealed on splatter vinyl. Don't forget, Laura loves Joy Division. 3-heart rating, $24.99 on that. Hotter Than Hell's at $125 of Joe Odell. And now Argentina over here is at $180. Mike Anderson, you're out, by the way. Mike Anderson, you're out. We have Social Distortion. This looks like a music on vinyl pressing. It is. It's a music on vinyl, limited numbered, 39, and colored vinyl, of course, $39.99. Let's pause right here at Black Label Society. How much? Sealed on purple vinyl for just $34.99. Great price on that. Brad Bullen on Joy Division. Ace Frehley's a $10 buy now if anybody wants that. Hotter Than Hell, that's HTH. That's at $145. Kelly Vladicek on Social Distortion. That's so to Vladicek, and we're waiting for Mike Anderson over here on this. Patrick Johansson, or Jonathan, I believe, has that for $180. Okay, Chris Frazier put A. That's for something. That could be for, I don't know, he might have got auto-corrected on something. So let's throw up another cassette. Let's put up TNT, Tell No Tales. TNT is going to go up for a $10 start. That is now up for bid. TNT. Dynamite. Completely different thing. That's AC/DC. That's TNT. All right, so let's go right over here. Mike Anderson's back in on Rock and Roll Over at $185. Patrick Jonathan, you have been outbid. Hotter Than Hell's at $155. Next is Kings of Metal, Manowar. That's on blue vinyl, $34.99. Hotter Than Hell still getting bids. It's now at $166. Paul Stanley's Soul Station, sealed, just $24.99. He put A. Oh, for Ace, the buy it now on Frehley's comic. That is sold for $10. Thank you on that one. Brian Thurman on Man. And that was for Man O' War. Hotter Than Hell, $175 now with Roxy. No bid on TNT, final call. And Rock and Roll Over. Now it goes back to Patrick. We're down to 2 people on the scarce Argentinian record over here. We're down basically to 2 people. Hotter Than Hell is still hot over here, so it's still getting lots of bids. Sheldon. We have, we got Sheldon Bergenheimer, he gets Paul Stanley. Patrick Johansson, his last name is pronounced Johansson. He's at $180. What was the last bid over here? It was a new bid with, wait a second. These are kind of blending together now. Mike's at 185. He's been outbid. Patrick Johansson's been outbid. Mike Anderson's back in at 185. Paul Stanley went to Sheldon Bergenhire. Chad Anderson, you were second. We got Chad Anderson. We got Mike Anderson. We got Johansson's. We got Lucero's. We got Roxy's. We got a lot of people watching. We got Audio Slave. Nice. This is a 2022 sealed at $29.99. That's Chris Cornell. That's Tom Morello. That's a great album. Audio Slave. So many great tracks on that one. Roy Gallagher, Against the Grain. This is $17.99. Looks like it's 180 gram remaster from the original quarter-inch master tapes. $14.99 on that. And Black Star Riders, Wrong Side of Paradise, sealed $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell TNT for a $10 buy now. If anybody wants TNT, you can pick it up for a $10 buy now. TNT's a $10 buy now. Next thing is White Line. This is Fight to Survive. $10 start on White Line. Brian Thurman on Black Star. Chad Schneider on Audio Slave. Chad Schneider on Audio Slave. We have over here, we have Johansson, You're Out. Lucero, you need to let Johansson know he's out unless he's still watching himself, because Johansson is out. Chad Schneider gets Audio Slave, and I've already pulled that, right? Brian Thurman got Black Star. Chad Schneider on Audio Slave. Ryan Eaton was second. Nobody has set out on Hotter Than Hell. Nobody. Nobody that was bidding on Hotter Than Hell has set out. Joe Odell hadn't set out. Wade Lucas hadn't set out. But I'm about to sell it to Roxy. He's at $175. When y'all don't say out, I'm assuming that you are out. Maybe you're thinking. Maybe you're contemplating. But here's an old adage. Think long and you'll think wrong. TNT is sold to Patty for $10. Final call to get a bid on White Line. And now Johansson, if you're out there, you're about to lose the Rock and Roll Over. I'm about to sell it to Mike Anderson for $185. Next thing I have is Nirvana Bleach. That's the 2LP edition, 2009 reissue, 2LP, $39.99. Wade's out on Hotter Than Hell. Thank you. Now just down to Joe Odell, but I've got to sell it pretty soon either way. Next thing here is the following. Ace Frehley's comic, Second Sighting. That's on bluest red vinyl, $39.99. Patrick Johansson is back in on Argentina at $190. Sir, you have a very delayed collection. You might want to go ahead and swap out of Facebook and restart your app right quick, because that took a solid 5 minutes for that bid to appear, or you're on some kind of dial-up hamster speed. Next thing is Diamond Dogs. Diamond Dogs is about the hardest nut to crack. That is a glam album from Sweden, sealed $19.99. Mike Anderson is in on Rock and Roll for $195. Patrick Johansson, you was immediately outbid. You was immediately outbid. Mike's back in at $195. White Line is sold to Patty for $10. Joe Odell set out a long time ago. That actually never did come across my feed. Your last bid was $155, and that was the last thing on my chat. That might have never made it to Restream. This is sold to Roxy 630 at $175. All right, that is sold, okay? Now, Patrick Johansson. Him and Mike could be battling that out over there for 2 or 3 hours. Who knows? They could be battling it out till this time tomorrow. Next thing is going to go up right now. If you want to bid on this, you can put Killers. That's all I need you to put, Killers. This is Kiss Killers. The hottest half-speed master in the world. The Japan Remaster 2020. Pink translucent vinyl, strictly limited. 2021 half-speed master limited to 4,000 on a hot pink vinyl worldwide with insert near mint, $75 start. Chad, did I get Hotter Than Hell? I'm John Robb. Roxy 630, you are John Robb, and you did get Hotter Than Hell for $175. Next thing, Rock and Roll Over. Mike Anderson's had it for $195. Somewhere Patrick Johansson is sending his bid. He's got a very delayed connection. Hopefully it's coming in sooner than later, though. We've already got our next auction up for bid. We're going to go ahead and put up our next cassette, which is Rat Detonator. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Rat Detonator, $10 start. We're going through a new lure crate. These should be flying out of here like stink on a monkey. Right now, there's several things still left, including the Black Keys Delta Cream. That is sealed for $24.99. Over here, Suicidal Tendencies, still Psycho Punk after all these Years Psycho Edition. This is sealed on Gold Vinyl for $34.99. Jeff Brindley has Rat at 10. Claymore also bid 10. Killers has just one bid with Brian Connors for $75. Deckelman first on Suicidal Tendencies. Diego Sanchez first on Black Keys. Rats tied at 10. Jeff Brindley came in first. Patrick Johansson, are you out there? Is there anybody out there? Final call to Mike Anderson, $195. I can't do this much longer. I'm about to sell it. He's had it for 3 minutes. Final call. We have Alice Cooper. This is Dirty Diamonds. This is on red vinyl, a 2019 reissue, $22.99. Killers has a new bid for $80 with Chris Frazier. You have been outbid. Patrick Johansson's bid just showed up for $200. His dial-up connection has linked in, and he's in at $200. Mike Anderson, it's back to you. Killers is at $100. Rats at 12 of Claymore. Next thing I have is Motorhead, live in Norwich, October 18th, 1998. Sealed, $29.99. Brian Thurman on Alice Cooper. That's so to Brian Thurman. There's a Motorhead album. Gerald Whitworth was next on Alice Cooper, actually third. Ron Duffield was second. Patrick Johansson bid $200. He put Kiss R&R over Argentina 200, and then he put R&R 200. Same thing. Now it goes back to Mike Anderson, and he says he's out. Patrick Johansson, you have it for 200. You're about to get it. Killers is at 81. Now Rats at 15 with Jeff Brindley. Looks like it's up to Clay Moore. An Apple original film, Cherry, music by Henry Jackman. This is a soundtrack. It's sealed. It's on red vinyl. It's only $14.99. We also have Cosmophy. What? Cosmosphy. Blottus Nord. I know that band. Blottus Nord. 777. Some wild looking colored vinyl there. $19.99. Killers is at 81. Rats at 17. And boy, after a long, hard fought battle, people's been asking about this album all day in the chat, in the comments, in the post. This is sold to Patrick Johansson for $200. Patrick Johansson, if you're a first-time buyer, I need to get you registered ASAP. I don't think I've said your name too often. Those Johanssons and Jonasons really mix me up. I think I would have remembered Johansson. So I need you to message our page. That's this page, Collectco. If anybody else is a first-time buyer and you make a first-time purchase tonight, I need you to message our page. I'm going to need your email. I'm going to need your mailing address. We will invoice you in 1 week. We will invoice you in 1 week. You have just unlocked $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping has just been unlocked for the next 6 nights. I will be here tonight. I'll be here till 1 or 2 a.m. I'll be here tomorrow 5 to 1 a.m., maybe 6 to 2 a.m. Those same hours for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Saturday will be Paul. I'll be back out of town for the Tennessee football game. This is a nice Gene Simmons 8-track. If you want to bet on this, put 8-track. A little bit of writing right here from Lori on the label on the top. Label's pretty flat and clean. Does have a nice pad. Gene Simmons, if you want to bid, put 8 for 8-track. That's a $10 start, okay? Any Volbeat King's X. Tim, those albums could show up at any second. Literally, the next record could be Volbeat or King's X. Hopefully, you have your fingers ready to type or you're going to miss out on it. I don't know, neither does anybody else watching. I'm in a building of records that I own, and I am 100% honest when I say I have no idea what's in here. No clue. I didn't even know we had this one. I didn't know we had that one. I didn't know we had this, and I definitely didn't know we had that or this. I like to keep it very random. I think that's why everybody watches every night, because they have no idea what the next record is. It's The Wall. It's a 2018, $32.99. Pink Floyd, The Wall. Jerry Garcia and Merle Saunders, After Midnight, live at the Lion's Share. San Esmelo, I butchered that, didn't I? $22.99. Jeremy Rourke on Pink Floyd. That is so to Jeremy Rourke. And Shakedown, no surprise, gets a Jerry Garcia record. There we go. Let's go ahead and move this over right here. So if anybody's ever new, I promise I have no idea what's in this building or what the next record is. I haven't priced a record and put it out for sale in a whole crate in a long time. So we keep it all random and mysterious. Random mysterious. Do you have any KISS records? I know we have, I guarantee you we have the 2 he asked about, but where are they? Oh my gosh, who knows? I probably somewhere have a record I've been looking for my whole life in this building, and I don't even know that I own it right now. So that's the problem. That's the problem. I just don't know. It's like, who knows? All right, let's keep going here. Let's start right here with we sold the wall to Jeremy Rourke. Shakedown was first on Jerry Garcia. Matt Nichols second on the wall. Dustin Honing next on the Jerry Garcia. And what is the Mammoth details? What was Mammoth? 8-track 10, okay? I do have KISS 45s too. I got KISS 8-tracks, KISS cassettes, KISS albums. We only have about 6 more hours tonight to try to sell as much as possible. We have prime time right now. I'm trying to sell as much as I can, as fast as I can. So I've got to stop talking. I've got to stop talking. I've got to start calling out bids. Let me go ahead and show another record, though. Steve Miller Band, The Joker, sealed, $19.99. And then Mammoth. Mammoth is called Mammoth, a rare 1981 Southern Rock Private Press reissued. That is from Noble Records out of North Carolina. That is Noble Records. Matt's, what's his name? Matt, something like that. $24.99. That is one of the reissues he did there for Noble Records. Okay, over here, KISS Killers. KISS Killers. Let's update this. Final call. KISS Killers. KISS Killers. KISS Killers. KISS Killers. KISS Killers. Brian Connor has KISS Killers for $81. $81 going once, going twice. 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 $81 going once, going twice, going 3 times. Chris Frazier's at $82. This is the 2021 Pink Vinyl Half-Speed Master. Chris Frazier's at $82. Gregory asked first about Mammoth. He says he's going to take it. Natasha was second. Okay? Rat. Clay Moore went out. Sold to Jeff Brindley for $20. Gene Simmons 8-track. The last bid on Gene Simmons was Chris Frazier at $11. Going once, going twice, going once, going twice. Chad, did you pull male Don Mark instead of Garcia? There has not been a male Don Mark instead in this crate. We have Bears Den, Paul Frith, Fragments, Folk, $19.99. We got a new bid on Killers. J.D. Conklin says he's placing a bid of $100. Everybody else is out. J.D. has it for $100. Gene Simmons is a final call. Next here is $22.99. My Morning Jacket, Circuitorial. That is $22.99. $22.99. Next auction, Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. If you want to bid on this, you can put MC for Motley Crue, $10 start. That's now up for bid. Chasing Heart, Tommy Flowers on Bears Den. Shakedown on My Morning Jacket. Gene Simmons has a bid for $12 of Clay Moore. Killers has a bid for $101. J.D. Conklin, you're out. Motley Crue has a bid for $10. Mumford & Sons, live from Bull Moose. Mumford & Sons, a Record Store Day exclusive from 2013. How much, you may say? $14.99. Over here, we have another 10-inch, The Replacements. That is a 2015 Record Store Day, $14.99. Kelly Vladicek on Mumford & Sons. And we have the Lumineers Winter EP. The Lumineers is $17.99. The Lower Crate sticker has not been claimed. The Lower Crate sticker has not been claimed. Y'all need to pay very close attention. We're going to be going through these again tonight. Kelly Vladicek got Mumford. Kelly Vladicek got the Lumineers. Chasing Heart was next on Mumford. Michael Snared first on Replacements, then Craig Thomas. Motley Crue has a bid for $15. Gene Simmons has a bid for $14. And J.D. Conklin, you are out on Killers. Brian Connors has it $101. J.D.'s out. Final call, Brian Connors, $101. We have a lot of KISS to sell. I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. I got 37 more KISS albums to sell. I've got big snap cases over here, top and bottom, front and back, sideways, full of cassettes, and, of course, plenty of KISS 8-tracks one after another. Hopefully, y'all don't have anything to do for the next 7 or 8 hours. If you got to go to bed, you need to call and say, hey, boss, I quit. Chad's doing this crazy Kiss Night sale. I'm losing my mind. I just got to get out of this job. I quit. I'll figure out a way to pay Chad and all these other bills later. I quit. I got to watch this sale. I can't go to work in the morning. If you don't want to go that extreme, you could at least call your boss and say, hey, I'm a little under the weather. I've caught some kind of crud. I just can't come in tomorrow. Motley Crue's at 20. Gene Simmons is at 15. Here's what's left. The Cowboys soundtrack. Music by John Williams, gold vinyl. That's a John Wayne movie. Sealed, record store day exclusive, $19.99. We have Blood of Zeus. Music by Paul Edward Francis. Demon Red with Black Splatter, limited to 2,000. Sealed, $14.99. Brian Connors, You Get Killers for $101. The 8 tracks at 16. Motley Crue's at 25. There's been people asking for Kiss My ASS. This is a 1994 USOG red vinyl compilation of Kiss covers. Includes artists Dinosaur Jr., Anthrax, Garth Brooks. Red vinyl, $35 start. $35 start. Next, Dark Side of the Moon, 2023, $27.99. $27.99. Black Label Society, sealed purple vinyl, $34.99. $34.99. Roy Gallagher, Instant Against the Grain, $17.99. Kiss My ASS is $35. Gene Simmons is at 16. We got Melanie Jennings on Cowboys. Melanie Jennings on Cowboys. Brian Thurman on Roy Gallagher. Next in here is Nirvana Bleach, a 2LP, $39.99. This is, whoops, there went Gene Simmons. He just jumped off the ledge. That's official red vinyl. That's an official red vinyl. That's an official red vinyl. Let's leave him down so that doesn't happen again. Next, Kiss has a bid for $35. Dark Side is not sealed. It is near mint, though. $27.99. Stanley's out on that. Kelly Wlodarczyk on Nirvana. That's the double LP. That's the double LP. We have Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic Setting Second. What did I just say? Ace Frehley's Comic Second Sighting. I guess I could leave off the Ace Frehley part. It's actually just Frehley's. This is on Friday Music hand-poured random colored vinyl, $37.99. But isn't all that vinyl splatter hand-poured? I mean, I've seen them make it. It looks like they're making candy or something with all those beads. I thought it was all like random hand-poured, but they call that random hand-poured. Diamond Dogs is a glam album, sealed, $19.99. Dark Side of the Moon is a 2023. What is the Motley Crue? This is a cassette tape. It's Motley Crue Too Fast for Love. The high bid on that, Johnny Hancock. John Hancock just went out. Gregory has it for $25. We're about to sell it. Kiss My ASS is the original on red vinyl from 1994, an official, legit, real pressing. Brian Connors has it for $38. This should bring what, 200 or 300? We have Gene Simmons here. The last bid on Gene Simmons that came in. What should this bring, 200 or 300? Clay Moore has it for $16. Motley Crue's at $25. What should that bring, 200 or 300? Over here, we have Motorhead, live in Norwich. That's sealed for $29.99. The original film soundtrack to Cherry, that is sealed on red vinyl, $14.99. We have Bluttus Nord, $19.99. And we got Steve Miller Band, The Joker, sealed, $19.99. The Lower Crate sticker has not been claimed. We'll try it again later tonight. Let's go ahead and go into a new crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Wow, an unclaimed Lower Crate sticker. Holy moly, it's still available. Let's see if some people want to do some more shopping. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next crate over here. What are we going to do? We're going to go through a new crate of new stuff over here, Buy It Now or Best Offer. We're going to go through a crate. I'm going to show you a record. I'm going to tell you the price. You can go ahead and buy it, or you can go ahead and make an offer. Doesn't matter to me. I'm just here to sell records. You're here to buy them. Some people's here to watch. Some people's here to do both. Doesn't matter to me. Let's keep going over here. Next thing is Motley Crue, Soda Gregory Roberts for $25. Over here we have Gene Simmons, and this is officially sold then to Clay Moore. He's had it for 3 minutes at $16. Sold. What about Kiss My ASS over here? Final call for $40. Wow. Can I get it on the bidding? Pickle has it for $41. Next auction is going to go up right now. If you want to bid on this, put Elder. You got to put Elder, okay? Elder, Elder, Elder. This is a 2023 40th Anniversary Edition limited edition picture disc with the lenticular insert. Very cool. $55 start. $55 $5 stars. So there's the picture disc, 2023 40th anniversary. Has the really cool lenticular, which would have been on the front of the cover. You move that, and it kind of looks like you're drunk. There's the insert. And this is now up for bid, okay? And X-Wing gets Dark Side of the Moon. X-Wing 81 on the 2023 Dark Side of the Moon. Breathe. Breathe in the air. The Lower Crate sticker has not been claimed. Brian Thurman wants Ace Frehley's second sighting. Ace Frehley's second sighting gets sold to Brian Thurman. Ace Frehley's second sighting sold to Brian Thurman. The Lower Crate sticker has been claimed. Brian Thurman is your lucky winner. It was Ace. I even did his little Ace symbol, like how he signs his autograph. That is sold to Brian Thurman. Thank you, Brian Thurman. You get that, and you get the Lower Crate sticker. Folks, it's Kiss night. Of course I'm going to hide a Lower Crate sticker on a Kiss record. Nice. Look how nice of a sticker. Goodness gracious. Garfield wanted to make sure his trick-or-treat pail is big enough to hold records. Holy moly, what a sticker. Folks, this isn't just something willy-nilly, a parlor trick. This is a work of art, okay? And there's only one way to get it, right here. Please do not try to walk in your local grocery store and ask for these. They will ask you to leave the premises, okay? That's disrespectful to everybody. Don't try to go through the Wendy's drive-thru or pull up to your Sonic and hit that red button at the Sonic and they go, "Welcome to Sonic. How can I take your order?" And you're like, "Yeah, I'd like a Lower Crate sticker." You know what they're going to say? "Sir, please start your engine, put it in reverse, and leave the premises." That is extremely disrespectful to ask us for a Lower Crate sticker. There's only one place to get that, and you know it. It's Coletco. Thank you, Brian Thurman. Okay, so over here, we have Elder. No bid yet. No bid. There's no bid. The Kiss over here, which is Kiss My ASS, that is at $52 of J.D. Conklin. Okay? David Polkey wants Black Label Society 1919 Eternal. That is sold to him. He might have been buying a record just to get the Lower Crate sticker. No putbacks. This is sold to David Polkey. Thank you. Nice price on that too. Okay. Oh, what a great neck adjustment. Now, I've got a theory. You know, one time I got sick after a football game, right? Well, that happened actually after I went to the mall and got one of those acupressure massages. You know, those little things, they're kind of like a kiosk in the middle of the mall. You walk in, 30 minutes, $45 or whatever. Every time I've gotten one of those, I've almost been sick afterwards. My back, I feel like I've been beat with a baseball bat and I'm bruised. And earlier today, didn't feel too well. So I don't know if it's the football games or the massages. So I don't know, but man, I said, "Mom, look at my shoulders. They're literally like purple." I mean, I don't know. It's like, it's so rewarding. I mean, I feel so loose, but I also feel like I've been beat up with like a baseball bat. I actually feel sick. And I'm like, is this from the massages? Is this like am I releasing some kind of like, is something happening to me? Okay, anyways, here's our next 8-track. Boy, this thing's clean and pretty. Look how clean and pretty this is. So that's my theory of the sicknesses, okay? I don't think the last one came from the football game. I think it's these acupressure massages. I think it does something to my inflammatory system. We have Kiss, Paul Stanley. That's going to go up for a $10 star. Boy, that's a clean one. If you want to bid on that, just put 8-track or 8T for Paul Stanley. $10 start on that. Elder does have a bid. There's one bid. Brian Connors did bid one bid on the Elder for $55. All right. There it is. There it is. Flu-like symptoms, ton of water. Yeah, that's exactly what my mom was telling me. She's like, you can get sick from those if you don't go in prepared. Of course, I was probably my body is just nothing full of Diet Coke and Monster. So yeah, I bet by tomorrow I will be sick tomorrow. Y'all be hearing me coughing and sneezing, etc., and it's from the massages. But I collect Legos. So like right out of the Lego store in the Opry Mills Mall, there's the Lego store and there's the acupressure massages. So it's just like my Sunday is made. I go in the Lego store like I'm a little kid, buy a bunch of Legos and spend way too much money that I never open. I just keep them boxed up. I've got a whole house full of them. It's ridiculous. Don't ask me why. And then the massage. That's my lucky Sunday, okay? That's how Chad spends his Sundays after me and my mom just went at the old Paula Deen Country's restaurant. Man, that's some good stuff. Old Paula Deen restaurant. Holy moly. All right, buy it now, best offer crate here. Johnny Cash, the Rambler. You don't see this one too often. White label promo, $24.99. Wow, the Rambler. Promo catalog strip. Promo timing strip here, and then it kind of looks like a radio station catalog up here, but that is $24.99. And we have Poe for Moderns. Edgar Allan Poe, wow. Poe Poetry, $19.99. Poe Poetry, $19.99. And we have Gregory Peck as MacArthur soundtrack, $19.99. These are all buy it now, best offer, new arrivals. All right, Elder got a new bid for $56. So J.D. Conklin. So Mr. Brian Connors, you're out on that. Claymore's in on Paul Stanley at $10. And we have Kiss My ASS. And the last bid that came in on this, the red vinyl, J.D. Conklin had it for $54. Brian Connors, just so you know, you're out on this, and you're out on Elder, just FYI. J.D. Conklin, David Pokey on the Poe, and then James Young was second, and now the Paul Stanley 8-track has a bid for 10. Boy, that's a clean one. It's got a nice pad, too. That's in great shape. No rotting. Does have a little bit of a pinhole right there. And now ASS has a bid for 55, 8-tracks at 12. Poe's already sold. It is gone. And then Crosby, Stills, and Nash, there was actually 3 people in line ahead of you, Patty. Crosby, Stills, and Nash replay, that is $19.99. And we have The Art of Noise. This is Peter Gunn, Dwayne Eddy, $12.99. The Death Star, probably, yeah. I usually try to buy, I mean, it's kind of like an investment thing. As a kid, 8-tracks were well out of my parents' financial reach, just like it is for most American families. 8-track or cassettes or Legos, not 8-tracks. Legos are obviously crazy expensive, so as I've gotten older, and I can afford them now, it's kind of like I'm buying them because I know they're a great investment, but also it's like everything I've bought so far has pretty much appreciated. I try to go back and buy some of the older sets, so it's kind of like a thing I'm collecting, but at any given time, if I got a good enough price on the whole lot, I would probably sell them or start listing them individually. So yeah, it's just kind of one of those things. Lego's so expensive, and I think everybody now, I'll be in that store, and there'll be kids coming there, Mom, Dad, I want this one. And, of course, the parents say the same thing. Maybe for Christmas, sweetie. Maybe for Christmas. It's just like, they're like $500 a set. So now I go in there, and I'm like, I'll take this one. I'll take that one. I'll take this one. And then I just take them home and just put them away. And I've got like a whole room full of them now. So it's a great investment, in my opinion. It's a great investment. So I try to buy all the collector ones, the newest Star Wars, all the Harry Potters. So my mom's like, what are you going to do with all these? She's like, you literally have filled up a whole bedroom in just a couple years. And I'm like, don't worry about it. Okay, we have Ringo's Rotogravure, $14.99. I do have the Beatles Yellow Submarine. Yes, I do have that. I have Seinfeld. I've went back and bought a lot of sets that I missed, and I try to buy the new ones every time they come out. I got the Jaws. I got that one pretty much the day it came out. I've pre-ordered Game Boy. I'm pretty addicted to it. I have not put one together, though, pretty much since I was a kid. I just keep them all sealed. Cat Stevens, Greatest Hits, $14.99. I like Harry Potter. I like Star Wars. I like all the architecture ones, but who knows? Probably never will open a single one. Okay, Kiss My ASS. What was the high bid on this? This is at 56 with Melanie Clausen. That's the new high bid. 56 of Melanie Clausen. Paul Stanley's at 18. And then Elder, the last bid that came in on Elder over here, we're calling this one just Elder. Brian Connors went out. So we are going to sell that to J.D. Conklin for $56. $56. $56. Do you have the Lego turntable? Yeah. And the Lego radio, and I've got, yeah. I bought this Sunday the Endurance ship. I bought the Harry Potter Night Watch bus, and bought about 10 keychains. Yeah, I'm just like a kid when I go in there. It's just like I'll take everything. Okay, there's that. Kiss A is at 60, and this is a buy it now best offer. Now, Johnny Cash, Paul, the only person that's asked about Johnny Cash is an offer from Paul Catrich, and an offer from Paul Catrich, and then Chris Frazier asked it at sale. I will sell Paul Catrich, you Johnny Cash, for $20. It's a white label promo marked $24.99. I'll take $20 for it if you want it. If anybody else is interested, it's still available. Next offer is Brian Stearns on Cat Stevens. Brian Stearns, that's sold to you for $10. The 8-track is at $20. The 8-track's at $21. Chad Anderson has that at $21. They're still bidding on Kiss My ASS. That is at $60. Brian Call, I might have missed your Dwayne Eddy. And that was right over here. Brian Call did get Dwayne Eddy. Sorry. Y'all got me sidetracked on Legos and massages. Do not get me sidetracked on Legos and massages. Brian Call on Dwayne Eddy. Thank you. That's so to you. Chris Frazier says he'll take Johnny Cash for $20. Let me make sure that Paul Catrich doesn't want it, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another one. Next one's going to go up right now. We need to do another boot or something. How about we bid on this one and we can signify it by doing R-A-R-O, rock and roll over, okay? R-A-R-O. So if you want to bid on this one, put rock and roll over. And this is a 2022 45th anniversary limited edition picture disc. It has a lenticular cover. This is an official Kiss release. It is a $75 start. $75 start. Does the Kiss 8-track have the poster asking for a friend? Does this have a poster? Talking about this? I do not see a poster. And then over here we have Kiss. And the last bid on that came in was a final call to Brian Thurman for $60, okay? Paul Stanley's at $22, and then this is sold to Paul Catrich for $20, okay? $20 on that. Batmobile from last movie. They have one of the neatest Lego sets out right now is the original Barrett Customs Batmobile. Sweet set. Sweet set. Barrett Customs. They have the original Batmobile set. I mean, the box, just the box it's in, it's beautiful. It's just like that flat black. It's got the Batmobile on the front, the original 1966. It is a sweet set. It's one of my favorite ones I've gotten recently. They have all that Lord of the Rings stuff, which I hadn't got into yet, but I'm seeing those like real. I kind of watch what people buy when I'm in there, kind of doing some consumer evaluation, and man, those Lord of the Rings, they'll grab them, they'll come put another one out from the back. They'll grab somebody buy another one. I'm like, man, those Lord of the Rings, which tells me that those could be better later on. People open them. They're getting open and put together, and there's not as many maybe sealed ones being left behind. So, of course, you got to wait 5, 10. You'll have to wait 5 or 10 years probably. None of that goes up immediately typically. Rock and roll over 75, and then Paul got Johnny Cash for 20. And then Paul Stanley, the last bid on that was $26. And we're about to sell the Kiss My ASS. Okay, back to the records in the bin. Moby Grape, Truly Fine Citizens. That's a double LP, $29.99. Moby Grape, Truly Fine Citizen. Eurythmics, this is Sweet Dreams Are Made of This, $19.99. Both Rivendell. I was looking at Rivendell last night. I was like, man, if I start buying all these, it's going to be like Harry Potter, and you got to get all of them. But so I've kind of stayed away for those. Steve Miller Band, Children of the Future, $19.99. Steve Miller Band, Children of the Future, $19.99. Lord of the Rings is one of those franchises. It'll always be popular. It's like Harry Potter. It's like Star Wars. I think there'll be people buying it for generations. The books have been around for 100 years now. People still reading them. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, Let My Love Open the Door, $14.99 on that. Sinatra, Swingin' Session. This is an earlier record here from Capitol Records. Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Am I crazy, or did I just hear the front door open? That's the second time I've heard that. Is there somebody here, or did Laura step out? What's going on? Are you still here, Laura? Who left? Did somebody leave? Anybody here? Hello? I've been here so long, I'm like maybe starting to hear things. No, that might have been Laura. She might have stepped out. Or maybe that was her coming in. I don't know. Eurythmics, 12-12, so 15. So Chris Frazier, if you want this, I'll sell it to you for 15. You got first dibs, but you were out offered. Paul Stanley is sold to Chad Anderson for $26. Samuel Coleridge got Frank Sinatra. All right, let's go ahead and keep the KISS stuff rolling. Excuse me, KISS over here. The last bid on this that came in was the winning bid, and that was Brian Thurman at $60. Rock and Roll Over is the final call. Matthew Sherrick, the lone bidder, at $75. 2022, beautiful picture disc here. It's an official pressing. Very, very cool. Limited edition. Lenticular. It has the lenticular insert, okay? And it's on the yeah, it's still underneath the shrink. That's the lenticular, okay? That's a final call. Final call. Tim Holloway says there anybody out there. Hopefully there's not up front. And then Chris Frazier passes on the Eurythmics, so that is sold to David Polkey. Rock and Roll Over. So if you want to bid on this, please put R-A-R-O, 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 and then over here, we're going to put up another KISS auction. If you want to bid on this one, put KISS. And it would help even if you put KISS Originals. Yes, we do have it. I have a Japanese KISS Originals. Surprised more people hadn't asked about it. This is a Japanese KISS Originals. Now, it does have the Obi. It has both booklets. It has the KISS Army. It's missing the photo cards. Missing the photo cards. Original inner sleeves, $95. So this is a repackaging of the first three original KISS albums. The first three albums, which would have been Self-Titled, Dressed to Kill, and Hotter Than Hell. Not in that order. I set them out of order. It was Self-Titled, Hotter Than Hell, Dressed to Kill. There they are. There's images of them. Now, this set has the Obi, which you've seen a moment ago. It has the sticker, which is the KISS Army sticker. It looks like the stickiness is kind of coming off, okay? So the stickiness is kind of coming off. And then over here we have the book that came with the US and the Japanese. There's the Japanese book. It does have some tape over here on the side. It may be missing the cover too, or is that how it looked? I'm not for sure. It looks like it's missing something, best of my memory, but I could be wrong. And then of course there's the sleeves that it came in. Self-Titled, Hotter Than Hell, and Dressed to Kill. All right, then it's a gatefold jacket. It's a gatefold jacket. VG Plus approximately. Just a little bit of wear over here. Okay, but it was a black jacket that housed a lot of stuff, so it has a tenderness to do a lot of wear. Is the air cut cover shown on the opening? Is that the air cut cover short on opening? I'm not for sure if I quite understand. You might want to reword that one for me, Brian, and maybe let me know which one. Okay, so KISS. Please put KISS Originals or maybe even ORG for original. There's already a bid with Brent. He put K for KISS. That's what I originally asked for. Make sure if you're bidding on this, you put R-N-A-R, R-A-R-O. I can't say that 2 times straight. Let's go ahead and put up another KISS 8-track, okay? And the next KISS 8-track, please put 8-track for this. And it's Ace Frehley. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. Ace Frehley, $10 start. Needs a pad. Ace is going to go up for a $10 start. Okay, let's leave him down so he don't fall like Gene did. Okay, give me 1 second. About time for a monster. Wow, it's only 8:17. This is what happens when I start at 5 o'clock. Feels like it's like 9:17. We got all kinds of time, folks. It's early, and we got a lot of KISS stuff to sell, so don't go anywhere. And all kinds of great new arrivals, by the way. Okay, right over here. We have Van Morrison, A Period of Transition, $32.99, no condition notes. Everything in here is best offer. Tanya Tucker, Here's Some Love, $14.99. The best of the Love and Spoonful, Do You Believe in Magic? No condition notes, $14.99. All cuts on the back. Looks like it was at a radio station at some point, $14.99. And we have Duke, as in Duke Ellington, $9.99 on Duke Ellington. And Louis Armstrong, I Will Wait for You. Louis Armstrong is $9.99. Rock and Roll Over is at $90 and now $95. So Matthew Sherrick, you're out. Oh So Adventure, you're out. The orange border on the right side where the album comes out is cut off and the spine is not on the front misaligned. Rock and Roll Over. The orange border on the right side of where the album comes out is cut off and the spine is on the front misaligned. I don't see anything that looks misaligned to me. You're talking about on this. I mean, I see an orange border all the way around the actual jacket and the lenticular, if that helps you any. I don't see anything that looks like it's cut off. I see an orange border all the way around the jacket and around the lenticular. And nothing appears to be cut off whatsoever from that one, if that helps you. Brent has Kiss Originals at 105. Michael Freiberger got Duke for $7. Thank you on that. This is new arrivals, and they're all best offer. We have the best of Basie, Count Basie and his orchestra in shrink wrap, $9.99. Roulette Records, $9.99 for Basie. Also, we have Elton John, Ice on Fire, $19.99. Willie Nelson Stardust, shrink and hype sticker. Willie Nelson is $16.99. Really nice copy there. Also, Mel Brooks, High Anxiety. So this is a soundtrack of High Anxiety. It's really cool. It's got other Mel Brooks movie posters on the back. Blazing Saddles, Young Frankenstein, $19.99. Freiberger also gets Basie, picking up Duke and Basie, $7 each. Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, that is $29.99. And Little Feat, Let It Roll. Little Feat is $24.99. Loretta Lynn, I Remember Patsy's $9.99. Kelly Vloddercheck on Mel Brooks. Nobody bet on Ace Frehley. Yes, they did. Chris Frazier bid $10. Final call. I need to give that its official call. David Pokey, you were immediately outbid by Brent Robley on Originals. He has it for $105. And Rock and Roll Over. I did not hear back from Matthew Sherrick. I did not hear back from Oh So Adventure. I'm about to sell it to Gerald Whitworth for $95. Nobody else has bid. Now we have a new bid on Originals at $110. 3 people on Mel Brooks. Kelly Vloddercheck was first. What is the catalog number on Rock and Roll Over? Catalog number is, well, I can tell you it's a 2022 U.S. reissue 45th anniversary edition. Catalog number. It's a big one. It's not as easy as like the U.S. It's B0033661-01. That might be almost, is that a catalog number? I don't think this has got a clear-cut catalog number like, you know, like the U.S. Originals. That's, the barcode is 602-435-914-541. But I guess that's the closest thing to a catalog number I can get you. B0033661-01. Casablanca Records. It's the 2022 45th anniversary edition. Okay, Kiss Originals, 110, 116, 125, and 130. Over here, we got Johnny Hancock getting Willie Nelson for $14 sold. Over here is Ace Frehley, Ace Frehley, Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley is sold to Chris Frazier for $10. Let's run another one. Let's throw up another cassette. Don't forget about all these cassettes I have over here. We're right in the middle of this great collection. So much stuff going on. Lego Stories, etc., etc. How about we go ahead and put up Skid Row, Slave to the Grind? That is going to go up for a $10 star. I have not sold Kiss Vivint. We've probably got about another 24 Kiss auctions that have not sold yet tonight. So, AKA a lot of stuff. Next thing over here is the Rolling Stone Still Life. That is $34.99. And Get Together, the Youngbloods, $19.99. This is the Youngbloods Get Together. This had their big hit song, Get Together. Come on, people now. That's on that album, $19.99. Rock and Roll Over is at $100. Matthew Sherrick's back in. Slave to the Grind's a $10 start. And Originals is at $130 with George Sambaras. Brent, back to you on that one. Next thing over here is the best of Delaney and Bonnie. Only You Know and I Know. That's one of my favorite ones from Delaney and Bonnie. Coming Home is a good one. Coming Home has Clapton, and I think so does Only You Know and I Know. By the way, Clapton is playing tonight in Nashville. He's probably about to take the stage. Clapton's right down the road in Nashville, Tennessee. I've already seen him. I don't really like the track listing he does. He doesn't play enough Cream, in my opinion, and early stuff. So I thought my uncle wanted to go, but I never did hear from him. So no Clapton. I had pretty much made plans to go for the longest, but pretty cool to know, though, Eric Clapton is right down I-40 in Nashville, Tennessee, a legend. So he's playing at the Bridgestone tonight. I'm surprised I hadn't seen more customers say, Chad, I'm watching you from the Bridgestone, waiting for Eric Clapton to come out. Over here, we got Todd Coe on the Youngbloods for 17. Todd, that's so do you. We have a bid on Skid Row for 10. And now, Rock and Roll Over is moving slowly but surely. We have a new bid with Matthew Sherrick at $100. We're going to have to sell it pretty soon. George Sambaras may get the Originals for $130. It's a final call to George Sambaras for $130, FYI. Next is Share the Land, the Guess Who, $19.99. And the Four Seasons sing Ain't That a Shame. The Four Seasons, boy, that's one you don't see too often on VJ, $29.99. VJ, $29.99. Gerald's out on Rock and Roll Over. Just got to really wait for Oso. Oso asked for the catalog number. I'm going to make sure he says out, but it is at $100, and we got to sell it pretty soon. Julie London around midnight. Now, this is a pretty interesting cover, and I'll tell you why. One, just this, well, first of all, let me tell you about this cover. This is foil. Very cool. It's shiny. Her pants shine. The clock dial shines. It's an original. But there's a new album coming out Friday from a new artist called Laffy. I'm sure Laura could probably tell you about it more than I can. But she's kind of redone this cover. And when I seen it, I was like, that's that Julie London cover. But that new album by Laffy looks just like that. That's a really cool cover, too. Foiled from what, like 1960? Pretty cool to see. Samuel Colbert says he'll take it. Tom, we already have a bid on Skid Row for $10, so you've tied Jersey Devil. And then over here, we have the soundtrack to Bronco Billy, Merle Haggard, Ronnie Millsap. That is $19.99. And then we have the soundtrack to Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. That's a 66 mono gatefold, $29.99. George Sambaras, you get originals, and you get originals for $130. I'm going to lay this on the table. G told me she'd be watching the sales, so I'm going to talk to G in future tense. G, I'm going to lay this on the table because there's way too much to repackage. Make sure the Obi goes on top of the cover, please. But I'm just going to lay that over here on the table. That's way too much to try to pack all together. We can go ahead and just take it off the table. And Rock and Roll Over, move slowly but surely, and we're going to go ahead and sell it. Rock and Roll Over, and this is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $100. Unfortunately, I lost Oso Adventure on that one. He did inquire, but I got to go ahead and sell it. We got a lot more stuff to put up, and I already have another KISS 8-track on deck, but also I have plenty of other albums over here. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with us all night long. Some people's been here since a little after 5. Some people's going to be here even a lot longer. But let's go ahead and put up this one. This is actually a vintage bootleg, if you consider 1991 vintage. 1991 vintage. This is KISS. This is from a concert in 1990, but the actual album was made in 1991. So this was bootlegged in 1991 on vinyl. It's a gatefold. Very cool. And that's an unofficial KISS bootleg from Orange County Speedway in Middleton, New York, June 17th, 1990. There is some damage right here to the cover, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Skid Row's at 13. Tom Kelly, you're out. Let's try to put up another KISS, and one we can distinguish the titles, okay? And we're going to distinguish the titles by putting double platinum. Okay, double or DP for double platinum. So we're going to try to run 2 KISS at the same time. This is a 2019 German reissue, a limited edition of 2000 on silver vinyl with Platinum Award and other inserts. So this is a reissue from 2019 of double platinum on silver vinyl, and that is going to go up for a $75 star. They're still bidding on the Skid Row, and we're going to add a 4th auction. If you want to bid on this one, put 8T for 8-track. This plastic baggie has well preserved this one for 30 years. Nice rock and roll over. It's got a pad. It's ready to play. Very clean too. Rock and roll over. $10 star. You can bid on that one by putting 8T. It is a Columbia Record Club edition. That's what that CRC means on the label. That means that particular one was not sold in stores. That was probably mailed to somebody through the Columbia Record Club. Laura, are you still in this building? I don't know if Laura's still here or not. I'm waiting for her to, in the chat. Laura, you still here? Hello? I don't even know who's in this building right now. Tonight I've been confused. I'm a little off tonight. I know what I'm going to do to fix that, though. You know what I'm going to do to fix that? I'm going to fix that right now with a Monster Energy drink. That's exactly how I'm going to fix that. So I'm going to go up front right now and get that out of the fridge because I've just introduced 4 auctions. This crate is hot and heavy. Chad needs some ramen noodles and Oreos, but before I crumble all that together and pour chocolate milk over it, I'm going to get a Monster Energy drink. Does anybody want a Myles Garrett autographed football jersey? $250 start. Autographed by Myles Garrett, $250 start. Who wants to run it? I think I'm the only person left here. Sad for 2 reasons. One, Laura had to leave. I think she left abruptly, too. Something might have happened. I don't know. I'll find out. Or maybe she just leaving early to stay later another night. Usually she lets me know, though. I've lost Laura. I've lost Laura. Sometimes she leaves early a couple nights, and she stayed really late Friday night. She was here till 2 a.m. with me after the sale. She was back there working on stuff for the next couple nights. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, I'm going to crack this thing open. Delicious. I got 1 ounce American Gold Eagle. $3,875. I need to sell one. That little coin I just laid on the table, $3,875. How many do you want? 1, 3, 5. I've got 2 right here next to me. Sorry, I had to grab a snack. I was turning into low energy Chad. That's kind of like low energy Jeb. Not good. All right, no takers on the coin. That's okay. If you change your mind and you want to invest some gold tonight, I can tell you more about it. What happened on Skid Row? I have a feeling this might be done. It was down to a couple people. Patty bid $15. That might be the high bidder. Yeah. Patty has Skid Row at $15. Tom Kelly, I think it's up to you. It is. Patty has this for $15. The Kiss 1991 bootleg is at $115. Double Platinum's at $92. Stacy Metternich has the 8-track for $19. Stacy, that's with you at $19. Final call to you for $19. Let's finish up this Buy It Now Best Offer crate with the Odd Couple soundtrack by music by Neil Hefti. $19.99 on that. The Righteous Brothers Greatest Hits. $9.99. You've Lost That Lovin' Feeling. Wow, it's worth it just for that song. Unchained Melody. Also that Elvis covered. James Taylor, I've Seen Fire and I've Seen Rain. Walking Down a Country Road. An amazing album. 24. Let's see if it's on green label. It's on a green label. OG Press for that one. $24.99. How about Louis Bellson, Thunderbird? That's a cool drum album. 66 on Impulse. $24.99. And Bad Company, Rough Diamonds, has that really cool perforated edged cover there. It is a cutout bin. $19.99. Over here, Skid Row is officially sold to Patty. And that's sold to Patty for $15. And then over here is this 8-track. That's sold to Stacy for $19. Thank you, Stacy, as always. Chad Snider. What did I just say? The Righteous Brothers sold to Chad Snider. You've Lost That Love. Don't make me start singing. Over here, Melanie Jennings on Mudslide Slim. You mean Sweet Baby James. Did I say Mudslide Slim? That is not Mudslide Slim. That is Sweet Baby James. Thank you, Melanie Jennings. There's that. And over here, we got Wesley Coe. Have you bought from us before? I'm assuming you have. Sounds very familiar. You get that for $16. Kiss is at $120. Kiss is at $120 with Patrick. Bill Samus, you're out. Matthew Sherrick has double platinum at 95. J.D. Conklin says he's done. We may have found our high bidders on those. Let's go ahead and put up another cassette. How about Great White Recovery Live? That's where they're covering some Zeppelin stuff, isn't it? Yeah, Immigrant Song, Rock and Roll. They're covering some first 2 tracks are Zeppelin covers. Great White Recovery Live. I wish that was in print on vinyl. I could sell a bunch of them right now. $10 start on Great White. And then we have the Free Will and Bob Dylan. Check this out. A 73 UK copy on this orange CBS Made in England label. The Free Will and Bob Dylan. Wow, Blowing in the Wind. The Girl from North Country. $49.99. Corinna, I Shall Be Free. $49.99, which the band made a sweet cover of that song. We have Kiss at $130. We have I'm Todd. Yes, I'm Todd. Todd Co. Okay, so Wesley Co. is Todd Co. Make a note of that, please. G. I love knowing who's watching the record because I can speak to G in the future. G's amazing. G was here today. She came in. She pulled everybody's flip crate records. She got everything keyed in. We had a stack of records this week that didn't have a price. The sticky note got misplaced. We didn't know who bought it. It was like 7 or 8 records. Sometimes my memory's pretty good, and I can say, yep, this is sold to him for this much, blah, blah. I was lost on all 8 of them. I think I maybe got one help, and then she went back over all 56, 60 hours, and just in a few minutes, she found every record, who bought it, and got the right price on it. Poof, just like that. Folks, these people working here are professionals, okay? These are professionals that are working here. Kiss is at $135. Kiss is at $145. And Double Platinum just got a new bid with Matthew Sherrick a few minutes ago for $95. J.D. Conklin went out. It's a final call. This was a buy it now best offer price. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. If anybody else wants anything else in here, let me know, okay? I'm just going to read you the titles. We're going to go into a new crate. We're going to go into a new crate. We're going to go into a new crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. We got MacArthur soundtrack. Crosby, Stills, and Nash replay, Ringo's Rotogravure, Tito Puente, Dance Mania on RCA Living Stereo, Moby Grape, Truly Fine Citizen, Steve Miller Band, Children of the Future, Pete Townsend, Empty Glass. That has his great solo song, Let My Love Open the Door, $14.99. Van Morrison, Period Transition, Tanya Tucker, The Best of Lovin' Spoonful. We have Louis Armstrong, Elton John, Chuck Berry, Little Feat, Loretta Lynn, Rolling Stones, The Best of Lady and Bonnie, The Guess Who, The Four Seasons, Clint Eastwood soundtrack. That kind of got overlooked. The Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton soundtrack, the Jack Lemmon, Walter Matthews soundtrack, the Lou Belson, and the 73 Bob Dylan UK. Wow. All right, so Great White. Tons of metal 8-tracks tonight. I'm talking about dozens and dozens still to come. Jeff Brinley was the only bidder for this at $10, and he gets it for $10. That is sold to him. Over here, Patrick Mathis went out on KISS. Bill Samus, $160. Nobody else bid on KISS Double Platinum. That is officially sold to Matthew Sherrick for $95. The next question was Laura Crate. Doesn't look like it. And then Louis Bellison. This one's called Thunderbird. It's a 66 Impulse Stereo, $24.99. Next auction, if you want to bid on this, you can put a live too. Oh, I forgot about this one. Sonic. Please put Sonic if you want to bid on this one. Sorry, if you ask for an auction, I promise I'm never ignoring you. I can only put one or two up at a time. Near the end of an auction, you might want to ask me again. That way we can bump it up, okay? Here is Sonic Boom. That's on green vinyl, $35 start. Yeah, Bronco Billy here. That's a Clint Eastwood film. Music by Merle Haggard and Ronnie Millsap. No one bought it. $19.99. That's a Clint Eastwood film. Bronco Billy with Merle Haggard and Ronnie Millsap doing the music. $19.99 on that. This one here is sold to Bill Samus for $160, and we're going to try to keep rolling boots. So we're going to call that one Sonic. Okay, pretty easy to bid on that one by saying Sonic. That album's not in print, and it's really never been reissued. It's a bizarre release in the KISS catalog. The Louis Bellison, I think we had marked for $24. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's add, there's Sonic. Let's slide in another KISS 8-track. I've got several still. I still got a Hotter Than Hell over here. Boy, this looks pretty clean. Nice job to David Rutherford. Ooh, is this sealed? Okay, no, it's in shrink. I was about to say, golly, might have a whoops. And the shrink is loose, obviously. Be careful handling this. Let me try to get it out here. The shrink is loose on it. Oh, man. Maybe let me try to knock it off right quick. Okay. Now, let's look at this. It's nice and clean. Yeah, it's been well protected. Okay? It's been well protected. James Davidson, are you watching the chat right now? He's been asking for an invoice. Ed is gone for the day. James Davidson, are you back on the chat? I see where you asked, still do not have an invoice, and then still do not have an invoice. Ed is no longer on this premises. I am the last active employee at Coletco for the day. There will be nobody replying to messages for the rest of the night unless I do after the sale. There'll be no invoices sent or invoices correction until tomorrow morning at the earliest. So I'm the last person here. There's nobody reading messages. There's nobody. I am the sole person right now operating. So everybody's gone for the day. They'll all be back in the morning. Okay. There'll be no invoices sent, no invoice corrections. He's probably not back on the chat, but if you are, James Davidson, there'll be no invoice sent to you till tomorrow morning. Ed is gone for the day, okay? So Hotter Than Hell is a nice, in the Casablanca sleeve, still in shrink, even though literally you can pop the shrink off, but it's on there. It's protected it quite well, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Sonic Boom is a Sonic Boom's a bootleg. We'll examine it in just a second. Please put 8T for 8-track if you want to bet on that one. Let's go ahead and put up another KISS album. We can call this KISS or Tokyo, okay? We can call this either KISS or Tokyo, your preference. Looks like a really cool bootleg, though. Look at this one. I like this one. I love Japanese stuff. I love Japanese albums. I love Japanese posters. I love Japanese stuff. This is a 2015 bootleg from KISS when they played in Japan, Tokyo, 1977. This has both the afternoon and the evening set. They played 2 shows there on April 2nd. It's a 3 LP red vinyl with the book. We're going to roll that one at $65. $65. So you can put Kiss or Tokyo on that one, okay? The Hotter Than Hell 8-track has 3 $10 bids. And then let's take a look at Sonic Boom. Mr. Billy Shears. That's weird. You know what I was listening to on my way home last night, Billy? With a little help from my friends. Kiss Sonic Boom, limited edition, colored vinyl, green. Billy's question on Sonic, does the Kiss logo on the spine have the Lightning SS or regular font? It has kind of a regular font. It just has, it does not have like a logo. It also doesn't have a Lightning S. It's not a logo. It's not a Lightning S. It's just a standard Kiss, which I guess the logo would be. I guess the logo would be Lightning S's, but yeah, it's just a regular Kiss word. Standard font for the S's. Then it says Sonic Boom, which is written in the same kind of typeface or font, and then it has a number down here. Was there another question? I think the other question is, was it a boot? Yeah, it's a bootleg. To answer Carol and Gerald. So yeah, it's an unofficial pressed in 2019. All right, so Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. And now, before we go into another new crate, another cassette. And let's go ahead and do back-to-back Great Whites. This one is another one that hadn't been reissued. Their self-titled album. Their self-titled album. It has a Sound Warehouse 60-day guarantee. 1984. How cool is that? Great White, $10 start. Okay? Get by with a little help. Billy, I thought you were going to bid earlier. I don't know if you was watching. We had a Elder 8-track. I don't know if you missed it, or maybe you probably already have 5 copies of it. But we had an Elder 8-track earlier, and I was about to say your name and summon you, but I was like, he's probably watching and already has it. I like Billy Shears' name. I'm a Beatles fan. When I first saw Billy Shears pop up, I was skeptical. I was like, okay, this is just like a fake account. Billy Shears, boom, 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 boom. What would you think if I sang out of tune? I sing out of tune every night. People still watch my show, even though I sing out of tune every night. Chad Shears, Ringo Starr. Boy, that's a great song, though. Say what you want. I was listening on the way home. Just, I don't know. It's one of my favorites. You know it's mine. Oh, I get by with little help from my friends. Dun, 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 dun. Do you need anybody? I want somebody. Okay, let's get to this crate. Buy no best offer. I saw some pretty dang cool stuff in here. This is an original Eric Burdon and the Animals album. The Twine Shall Meet, Eric Burdon and the Animals. Great song here. Down in Monterey. Sky Pilot's on here. Yes, Sky Pilot. Eric Burdon, the Animals, $24.99. MGM, $24.99. And we have Iron Butterfly, In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida, $19.99. That's on a later label, but a spanking pressing. Beautiful vinyl, $19.99 on that. And Jethro Tull Stormwatch. Great song on here, Something's on the Move. That's a great Jethro Tull song. I love flutes, by the way. $19.99 on that. And Jefferson Starship Earth, $14.99. These appear to be very clean and nice. Here's an Animals compilation, Music for Pleasure, which is a UK label with There Is a House in New Orleans. They call it The Rising Sun. Another Eric Burdon, $19.99. All right, let's do a total table update. Total table update. Sonic Boom. If you want to bid, put Sonic. The most recent bid on Sonic Boom. I thought I saw 100 at some point. Tim Holloway at $100. $100, okay? Tokyo opened up at 77, and then 65, and then 75, and then Tokyo got a bid for 80, then 75, then 90. Hotter Than Hell 8-track got up to 20 with Joseph McCormick. Chad Sauls bid 100 on Tokyo. Brian Stern bid 110, and then another 100, then 125. Okay, then I put down Great White 10, Great White 12, Tokyo 130, another 130, 145 on Tokyo, Great White 13, Great White 14, Tokyo 150, Tokyo 165. We got JT at $15 with Matt Nichols, and JT's for Jethro Tull sold to Matt Nichols for $15. Okay, with that being said, there was no other bids on Sonic after I said 100. So it's now a final call, Sonic Boom 100, and that 100 is with Tim Holloway. Green vinyl, bootleg unofficial, we're about to sell it. The Hotter Than Hell 8-tracks at 22 in shrink. I think that's the original release for that one. NBL87006. If a KISS expert's watching, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the OG 8-track release for that one. Pretty sure it is. And then Great White over here is at 14. Now Tokyo, that's the big dog. Brian Stern, $1.75 right now. Back to the crate. Bob Seger working on those night moves. $24.99. Orange label, a beautiful copy. Down on Main Street. Nice. Also, Poco picking up the pieces. Poco's $9.99. The Ventures in Space. This is a good one. This is a cool one. This is a nice one. The Ventures in Space, $19.99. I love the title. I love the cover. Music's really good too. $19.99. A couple more records, and I'm going to do some final warnings. The Who, Who's Better, Who's Best, $34.99. And New Riders of the Purple Sage, $19.99. Okay, so Great White is sold to MT Matt for $14. The Hotter Than Hell, Chris Frazier outbid somebody at 22. He outbid somebody at 22. He outbid Joseph McCormick. Joseph, I'm going to make sure you're done. Nobody else. There's a new bid on Tokyo, $185. We can definitely sell Sonic Boom, Tim Holloway, $100. One Benjamin Franklin there. Thank you on that one. Let's sleeve that. Let's sleeve that. And let's go ahead and put up another auction, okay? Let's do something else. KISS. That one was Sonic. Let's try this one. Here, somebody was asking about this one earlier. Vivant. V-I-V-A-N-T 4. Vivant 4. Vivant? Vivant. Vivant, I believe. Vivant. KISS. Wow, this one looks pretty interesting here. Gene Simmons looks like he's took a sleeping pill. This is a limited edition purple vinyl. This is KISS live in Erie, Pennsylvania, 1986 on purple vinyl. It comes with a book here. This looks pretty cool. Look at the colors on this Asylum. Pictures. Very well made bootleg. I mean, looks like a replica tour book from Asylum. There's Eric Carr, Bruce Kulick, and this is going to go up for a $65 start, okay? That's now up for bid, $65. That's now up for bid. Tokyo's at $200. Matt Nichols on Bob Seger, sold down on Main Street. Thank you on that. How about Live 2 Outtakes? I still have it. I'll put it up next. Leslie's in on Vivant. Hotter Than Hell is sold to Chris Frazier for $22. Let's put that right there. Let's be careful of that shrink wrap. We probably want to go ahead and put that in a sleeve. Steven Rodriguez is out on Tokyo. Brian Stern has that for $200. Brian Stern has that for $200. Next is Hooray for Tuesday, the Minders, or the Menders. How about the Minders? A 98 Indie Rock. That's $49.99. $49.99 on that one. Okay, over here, I have Bad Company, Desolation Angels, Rock and Roll Fantasy, $19.99 on Rock and Roll Fantasy. Vivant has bids for $65, $70, $70, $75, $65, $80. The Way Up, and Margaret. That's one I don't see as often. And Margaret, $19.99. And James Brown, there it is. Boy, I'm going to say this, and I thought I've seen everything. I've never seen this James Brown album before. $49.99. James Brown, there it is. And to have no condition notes, it's an official studio release, too, on Polydor. Wow. I've never seen that one before. Mr. Brown, $49.99. Tokyo was sold to Brian Stern for $200. Let's throw up another cassette, and that next cassette is going to go up right now. And let's throw up Kicks. And let's throw up Kicks Cool Kids. Let's throw up Kicks for a $10 start. We got Kiss, and there's Kicks. We're calling this one Vivint, by the way. Bad Company's $19.99. This is a buy it now best offer bin. New arrivals. Somebody said something about outtakes over here. Yeah, I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've still got 5 over here in the high-end crate. But let me try to find that for him, whoever asked. Wow, and here's this unmasked Argentinian press. Surprised more people hadn't asked for that. Let me see if I can find outtakes. Oh, there's some cool stuff in here. Alive. I actually don't see that right off the bat unless it's got a different hidden cover. Tower Inferno. Crazy Nights. I don't see that one right off the bat, so let me try to find that maybe in the hot picture. I don't think I've sold it, though, unless it's in this high-end crate. The high-end crate means stuff $75 start and higher. Let's go ahead and put this up so we can call it a live. All right, this is a live 3 on yellow and orange vinyl. It's an official pressing. It's a KISS Online exclusive, limited to 2,500 copies on pyro colored vinyl. Sealed, a $95 start. KISS Alive 3, a $95 start. I wish they would go on tour again. I can't believe I never did get the opportunity to go see KISS. After as much as I've sold, as much as I'm going to sell the rest of my life being a collectibles dealer, and to say I'm never going to get to be able to see KISS, that's just sad, isn't it? That's just sad. KISS Alive 2. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. I'll put it up next. We have Mark Lent on JB, and that was for James Brown. Good decision there. Never seen that one before. Kicks has one bid for $10. Vivint's at $125, and Alive 3 is a $95 start. We have Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses, $19.99. I'd be perfectly okay with them saying we're going to do another tour. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I don't think they're playing Vegas. That is true. I want to see it, though. I wanted to see, like, I want to see the explosions. I want to see this right here. I want to see the pyro and the sparkles and the... I think it's too late. It's too late. It's over. It's over. Shalako, that's with Sean Connery. Shalako, $19.99. Some cool soundtracks in here. Also, The Scalp Hunters, Elmer Bernstein doing that soundtrack, $19.99. And Gandhi, music from the original motion picture. Gandhi is $19.99. We have Dean Martin. I take a lot of pride in what I am. Dean Martin is $9.99. Phil Spector's Greatest Hits, an 83 UK, $19.99. That has Argentina and the Ronettes, Be My Baby. That's on there. And we have Queen, News of the World, $34.99. Vivint, $140. Kicks is sold to Patty for $10. Thank you on that one. Let's run another Kicks then. Let's do back-to-back Kicks. Cool Kids, that's going up for a $10 start. Any bid on a live? Any bid on a live? Final call. Looking for a $95 start on a live. No bid yet. No bid yet. Waylon, it's only rock and roll. This is $24.99. The Notorious Bird Brothers, The Birds is $24.99. That feels like a Canadian or UK. What's going on here? Manufactured. It's just in an interesting sleeve, $24.99. Stacy on the Phil Spector. Got some great songs on that one. Another Kicks, a $10 start. And Vivint, looks like we're done. Leslie at $140. I think she really wanted that one. By Myself, Julie London, $19.99. Wow, can't believe no one's bid KISS Alive 3. $95 start. There we go. Phil Elliott's in. Phil Elliott, Best of Firefall, $9.99. We have Soul Session, Junior Walker and the All-Stars. If you were thinking about grabbing this for the buy it now, no more. You got to outbid Phil Elliott. Junior Walker's $24.99. Topographic gets Julie London for $15. We got Leon Russell, Hank Wilson's back, $14.99. Mellow Gold, that's a compilation, 3 LPs, $24.99. We 5, Gordon Lightfoot, ABBA, Rascals, Carly Simon, Sonny and Cher, Todd Rundgren, Judy Collins, Hall & Oates, Aretha Franklin, Otis Redding, Dock of the Bay, Jackson Brown, Dr. My Eyes, Feel Like Making Love, Roberta Flack. And then Alive 396. Nobody bid on Kicks. Cool Kids is a $10 buy it now. Live is an official. Yes, it's a 2023 KISS online web store exclusive. A limited edition yellow and orange A-side, B-side effect on pyro colored vinyl. They only did 2,500. It has bids for $95, $96, and now $97. Vivint is sold, and Vivint is sold to Leslie Phillips for $140. Thank you on that. Now, we're going to go right back over here to this, and we're going to put up another KISS. And let's do this set of picture disc, okay? We're going to call this one, I don't know what we're going to call this one. Maybe just KISS, because we got a live up. We have KISS, Resident of Arena Rock, and it's a set of picture discs. You got Paul, you got Eric Carr, you have Gene Simmons, and you have Vinnie Vincent. And there's one of 4 here. It has each of the 4 picture discs. They were sold together originally. We're going to keep them together. It has 2 full shows, Massachusetts and Texas. That was Worcester, and that was El Paso. I spent a month there one night. This is all 4 of them being sold together, $150 start. $150 start, okay? $150 start. This is a set of picture disc, which is 2 complete shows, all different members on each disc, $150 start. I guess we can just call that KISS, okay? Phil Elliott, you've been outbid on live. Chad has it for $100. Patty, not only did you get Kicks self-titled, but you also missed Kicks Cool Kids. It's $10 a buy now if you want it. I've still got 2, 4, 6, 8 more KISS 8-tracks. And believe me, I think there's even more over here in a different case. So we're knocking all these out. Let's try another KISS 8-track. Put 8T for 8-track as in 8, as in the 8 ball. And this is Peter Criss. And that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Mellow Gold is $24.99. Triple LP on that one. Next is music from the soundtrack, The Night of the Iguana. Night of the Iguana, a 64 mono. Wow, the cover's upside down. They pasted the cover. They have an inverted cover here. I don't think that's no big deal for such a obscure item, but $19.99 on that. The picture disc have a new bid for $150. Phil Elliott's back in on live at $103. That means, Chad, you've been outbid. And Patty wants the other Kicks for $10. There's Peter Criss for $10 start. And we're also going to put up another cassette. And that other cassette is White Line Pride. And White Line Pride is a $10 start. White Line Pride's a $10 start. White Line Pride is a $10 start. White Line Pride is a $10 start. There we go. Next thing is The Comedians. This is a soundtrack, $19.99. Boy, I need a soundtrack lover on here somewhere. All right, we have Canned Heat, Lava Copacabana Corral. Canned Heat is $19.99. And we have Derek and the Dominoes, which of course is Eric Clapton. Layla, this is on a yellow Atco label, a Presswell press, beautiful condition. That is $44.99. That's the original. That's the original label. This is the original jacket. This is the original music. This is the original pressing. Those are the original vinyl LPs, and that's $44.99. Over here, I have Elton John, Blue Moves, $24.99. I do not have any buy it nows, no, because everything in this crate is all metal. And there's a couple that's like Cheap Trick and Aerosmith. I might do those, lot those together. I only see one in here I'll do for a buy it now, really. Yeah, there's only, I'm going to bundle the 2 Cheap Tricks. I'm going to bundle the 2 Aerosmiths. There's only one in here I'll do for a buy it now. Janis Joplin. Pearl, $6.99. $6.99. No Japanese, no. So DHL, who delivers most of our Japanese now, we're refusing delivery on a package. they're trying to get us to pay customs. They're trying to deliver a package, and they're trying to charge us $190 in duties. And I've told them to send it back to Japan. There's not supposed to be any tariffs on media. Now, that's not on DHL. That's on our seller, who we're having some major miscommunications. It's already hard enough to translate and get these messages across. There's no tariffs on vinyl. Zero. Somewhere in Japan, when that package left, they attached a form saying, receiver paid duty. Okay, we're not paying any duty. So I've told everybody here, when DHL shows up, tell them to send it back to Japan. So it's going to have to go all the way back to Japan and then all the way back here. And they probably won't even send it to us again. So I've probably lost that order, and I'll probably have to just do something else with them. Now, it's major miscommunications going on about tariffs and media, okay? Tariffs, no duty. No tariff on media, okay? So, they left me a voicemail, and I've told them if they show up tomorrow, just say, sorry, just send it back. That's what they said. They said, if you don't pay it, we'll have to send it back to Japan. I was like, send it back to Japan. So, but we've got it worked out with most of them. A lot of these Japanese sellers that we buy from are going to they're having to go back to their post office and basically get into arguments with the post office because there's just so much confusion. Okay? There's just not enough transparency on words not getting from here to there. And then, so it's just like, who's paying the duty? And I'm like, I'm not paying the duty. So Jeff Brindley gets Janis Joplin for $6.99. Okay, back to the crate. Sinatra Sings of Love and Things. So we didn't have Japanese last week. We're probably not going to have Japanese this week, and there's even a better chance we don't have Japanese next week until they figure all that out at the Japanese post office. So the problem is, you print out or you email them an English article, from anywhere, any news outlet here, but they take it, and the Japanese people are like, well, this doesn't mean anything. This is an article from an American news outlet. We can't go by this. We're just being what we're being told. So, okay, Sinatra is $14.99. Sinatra Sings of Love and Things. Dean Martin, Everybody Loves Somebody. Dean Martin is $9.99. And No One Cares, Frank Sinatra, $14.99. And I think you got to be careful, because I think a lot of people may try to use this duty stuff and tariff, even though some of this isn't being collected or it's not supposed to be. They might try to use some of these sellers to collect an extra 10 or 15 or 20% on you. So if you buy a lot internationally, I would be careful, because you're not supposed to be paying any duties or tariffs if it's coming in the United States on media. So I've always told people, I was like, man, some of these people might say, hey, I got to charge you an extra 10%, buddy. And that's going right in their pocket, okay? So I'm like, we're not paying any extra 10%. White Line is sold for $10, and that's sold to Patty Anderson Williams. I would always make sure to check the customs form. If you do pay it, and you want to pay it so you know you're going to get something, I'd make sure that they're paying for it. Otherwise, they'll just be pocketing an extra 10%. We have Bill Samus getting KISS for $150. He gets the picture disc set at $150. Thank you, Bill Samus. And then over here, we got Peter Chris. This did not, it got one bid with Chris Frazier. That's sold to Chris Frazier for $10. Thank you, Chris. And then a live 3. This is sold to Phil Elliott for $103. Okay? Scott just bid $155. Scott, you just missed out. You just missed out. Dean Martin, The Last Sinatra. Okay, these two here are said to sold to Samuel Kopich, and now we're ready for more KISS. Here we go. If you want to bid on this one, put DTK, Dress to Kill. Dress to Kill. Holy moly. Good gosh. I just looked at the stats on this one. What the heck? This is a 2020 KISS Online exclusive, 45th anniversary. Only 300 were pressed. Allegedly, I cannot find actual source to verify this. Sealed. All these are sealed, but the majority have sold for 300 to 500. One sold on Discogs for as much as 1,000. Good gosh. Dress to Kill, $395 start. 45th anniversary, colored vinyl, white. Evidently, only 300 were made. Dress to Kill, $395 start. Whoa, I didn't even realize that was still in there. That's a good one. Let's put up another one. You can put DTK on that one. If you want to put on this one, put GS for Gene Simmons. But this is KISS. It is KISS, of course, live at Cow Palace in San Francisco. Hey, that's the night Elvis died. I've had some people asking for that. I didn't realize what this was. This is Cow Palace, and that's on side A. Side B is various live KISS performances from the 80s. EX edition. KISS played a concert the night Elvis died. $30 start on that one. All right, so there's two big dogs there, or a big dog and a really cool one. I guess you could call them both big dogs. Next in the crate is this, The Ventures, Flights of Fantasy. The Ventures is $14.99. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome is $29.99. El Dorado, A Symphony for ELO, $19.99. And Miles Davis, Someday My Prince Will Come. Miles Davis is a 1990 pressing, $26.99 for Miles Davis. This is Bobcat Gold Weight, live in concert, Meet Bob, $19.99. And we have the Beach Boys Pet Sounds, 1980 Jacksonville. Wow, is this... This is in mono. Wow. That's in mono, too. That is $74.99. Dress to Kill is on white vinyl, sealed, 45th anniversary, $395. It's on white vinyl. This KISS bootleg, Simmons Meteor. Simmons Meteor is a vintage bootleg. There's Peter Criss singing Beth. This is a vintage bootleg. This was made in 1988. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Okay? All right, mini German labels. Figure it out. Good thing to pause it. I always thought it was maybe like on, I understand media, but I always thought it would be like on like new manufacturing stuff, so like new products. I wouldn't think it would ever be applied to anything used. The whole point of it's like to encourage stuff not to be imported to the United States. So, you know, I always thought, well, why would it be for anything used or pre-owned? But you know, all this Japanese stuff I get, it's pre-owned. So it's like, I never did think it should apply to anything pre-owned. It's like a collectible, you know. It's nothing like new being manufactured. But I would expect it to be like on brand new Japanese vinyl, but evidently media is still exempt either way. So I'm just talking about Japan. It should be that way for Germany, UK, anywhere else, Holland, anywhere else, a lot of, like all that music on vinyl stuff, it should be tariff-free, all the music on vinyl. So it only came in red. Really? Red? Did she put red? White? What did she put? Red, my bad. She did put red. Red. My bad. Red. I don't know why I was saying white. That is in red. Red. Laura's, I don't know why I was saying white. Y'all are all right. Y'all are all right. It's not in white. It's red. So there's that. It's red. My bad. It's on red. It's the 45th anniversary web store. Red on that one. All right, jeans at $35. That is a bid with J.D. Conklin, going once, going twice. That was an amazing crate. That is an amazing crate. An amazing crate there. There's still some great stuff left. I'm going to put up another cassette, and this is Great White Shot in the Dark. Great White Shot in the Dark. The case is a little dingy. It looked like something may have got there on the cover. Everything else is A-OK. Great White is a $10 start. Dress to Kill is a $395 start. $395 start. One more time. KISS Online exclusive, 45th anniversary. Laura says only 300 pressed allegedly. She can't actually find a definite source. Does anybody know for sure how many they made? It's supposed to be 300. Red vinyl. My bad. I kept on saying white. I don't know why. So, all right, there's that. And I'm just going to read these titles. Is there another John crate over here? There's a whole nother crate of new vintage arrivals tonight, which I think have been really good titles. Let's knock those out. Last crate of new arrivals coming up after this, and then we're going to do nothing but discounts the rest of the night. It's only 9/11. Wow, it's early. It's only 9/11, and we still got, what, 20 KISS auctions to run? And I could do discount crates for hours as we finish. I mean, if you're just here for vintage records and deals, I mean, I could just do half off and $6.99 crates for 3 more hours while we finish all these KISS auctions, okay? But let me just read these titles. I can't go through every single one of these, but there might be a couple I highlight like, hey, no one bought this. Hey, no one bought this, etc., etc. So, see what's going on over here. Boom, boom. Okay, it's 11:11 here. Dang, where are you at? That's not Eastern. Where are you? Are you out in the Atlantic somewhere? Okay, here we go. I'm ready. I'm popping my knuckles. Let's do a quick read through. Eric Burden, the twine shall meet. The twain shall meet. Oh, I think I've been calling that twine for years. The twain shall meet. That's an original studio album. Then we have In a Pagata Davida, second label. Nice copy of Earth by Jefferson Starship, an Animals compilation with the song everybody always wants, House of the Rising Sun. It's on there. And then we have Poco, we have The Ventures, we have The Who, we have New Riders, we have The Minders, we have Anne Margaret, Bad Company, Ringo Starr, and then we have a bunch of soundtracks in here. We have Shalako, The Scalp Hunters, Gandhi, there's a Dean Martin album, Queen, an original classic rock album there. We have Waylon, we have Birds, Firefall, Junior Walker. We have Hank Wilson, which is Leon Russell, Mellow Gold, the Night of the Iguana soundtrack, the Comedian soundtrack, Canned Heat, Derek and the Dominoes' Layla, Elton John, Sinatra, The Ventures. This is surprising, this is still in here. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, $29.99. El Dorado, Miles Davis, Meat Bob, and the Beach Boys' Pet Sounds. Okay? Right now, KISS can be bought for $395. Nobody locked in a bid. $395. Seems like a great buy. Some of them have sold for as much as $1,000. Great White is sold to Patty for $10. John Robb was all over that like stank on a monkey. That is sold to him for $395. Nice. First thing is Dean cost. That was this Dean Martin that was right here. Dean was $9.99. I take a lot of pride in what I am. That's on his pal Frank Sinatra's label, $9.99. Let me pause before I answer anything else to go ahead and put up the next KISS auction. The next KISS auction is going to go up right now. We'll call this one KISS. It's a vintage official record. And this is a 1986 picture disc of smashes, thrashes, and hits. 88 USOG limited edition picture disc. The cover does have a little bit of wear and tear. Does have a little bit of wear and tear on the cover, just FYI. There's the gatefold jacket. That is going to go up. It's the picture disc. So they made this on vinyl and a picture disc. This is the picture disc. KISS is an $85 start. David Jennings gets Dean Martin for $7. Waylon Jennings, It's Only Rock and Roll, I believe, was $24.99. I'm about to go grab that next crate. And then the next comment was Kelly Vlodarchek on the Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Thank you, Kelly. We sold Dean Martin, and we've already sold Dress to Kill for $3.95 to Roxy. Now, the last bit over here on Gene Simmons was J.D. Conklin at $55. Chad Sauls, you're outbid. I haven't heard back from you. Final call. Look at this crazy stack of 8 tracks and cassettes we've sold. I better take this in here before we have a disaster and you hear a bunch of clanking noises on the ground like this. That means they've all fell over, and then I have to put them back in order and see if any of them broke. So let's just go ahead and get these on the table before we, so we can avoid disaster there. This monster's really kicking in. I'm starting to think Clearler and Foiler and, you know. All right. We got Gene Simmons now at $60, and we got Smashes and Thrashes going up for $85 start. That is going right over here. Let's throw up another KISS 8-track. Let's do Dress to Kill for a $10 start. Make sure you put 8 for 8-track or 8T, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. A little bit of wear on this label. Of course, a really tough one to find in any high grade because of the black cover. Vinyl, 8-track, etc. That's going to go up for a $10 start. It does have a pad and ready to play, I think. Yeah, it's good to go. And that's a $10 start. I want to rock and roll all night. I was making sure I wasn't crazy. I was like, that song's, I know that's on there, but there it is. Okay, let's go grab that other crate. Dun 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 dun. Da-dum. Da-dum. Historical. It's getting late. All right. Let's see what he's got here for us. I just did a little bit of a quick flip. Here we go. Oh man. Increased concentration. A buddy of mine drank those every day, just had a stroke. Oh no. Well, my days are numbered. We're going to live on the edge here, just like Bon Jovi. Gene Simmons, 65, 8-track 10. Final call to lock in smashes. Cassette tape coming up right now. And this is, let's do the double dose I was talking about of Aerosmith. You get Greatest Hits and Toys in the Attic. $15 start. Classic stuff there. $15 start. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. You can go ahead and buy them now. You can go ahead and make an offer now. You might see them later in a discount crate, maybe as soon as tomorrow. You might catch them half off. You might catch them best offer again. You might catch somebody else buying it and you wishing you already had. You may know this guy from Fleetwood Mac. This is Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order, $14.99. How about Bayou Country, Creedence Clearwater Revival, nice, a 69 UK original UK copy. That's a UK copy. That one's a little bit pricier, $64.99, but super clean, pretty desirable press of that. And Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, always been a desirable record. Nice, cover still in shrink, tricolor steamboat label, $19.99 on that. And Elvis, Moody Blue, $34.99 for Mr. Elvis Presley. His last studio album they did on blue vinyl, $34.99. All right, so nobody bid on KISS, so let's go ahead and make this an $85 buy it now. James Hicks just asked. It's an $85 buy it now, first come, first serve. I'm going to set it right over here. Next thing is Gene Simmons 70. The 8-track has one bid for 10. Gene Simmons 70, Chad's out. Mark Pierce on Arlo Guthrie, that's sold. That's sold to Mark Pierce. And we have Ringo. This is his self-titled album, $29.99. Ringo Star by Ringo. Pretty much a Beatles album. John Lennon plays on here. George Harrison plays on here. Paul McCartney plays on here. That's the Beatles, and then everybody else is quite the lineup. Klaus Vorman on bass. $29.99. The KISS 8-track is sold for $10. That's sold to Chris Frazier. And Smashes is the original picture disc. It's the original limited edition picture disc they did. $85 sold to Manny Ray. These two Aerosmith 8-tracks, $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now for Aerosmith, and the Gene Simmons, which is a KISS bootleg. We were calling it Gene Simmons just so we could put more than one up. This is officially sold to J.D. Conklin for $70. All right, we still got plenty of stuff to put up. I'm going to knock out the last few higher-end price stuff, and the next one is this Creatures here. This is KISS, Creatures of the Night. This is a 40th anniversary 3LP colored vinyl. 3LP colored vinyl, 40th anniversary, 3LP on blue vinyl. Includes one LP of demos and outtakes, plus an extra full LP of live tracks. One disc, LP3 is EX. The other two are near mint. $75 start. There is a little bit of cover wear right up here on the top. $75 start for KISS, Creatures of the Night. $75 start. $75 start on Creatures. That's a 3LP that is now up for bid, okay? There's that. Now, let's go ahead and put up Silver Bandits. So how about on that one, you call it KISS, or you can put Creatures, and then here's Silver Bandits. Dang it, wait a minute. Let me wait on Silver Bandits. There's somebody that kept asking me about this. I'm sorry. You got to keep reminding me. I just remembered because I saw it flash by me in a blink of a light, okay? We have KISS Alive 2, the outtakes. KISS Alive 2, the outtakes is a unofficial 2017 Euro, so it's a bootleg. They did 500 on pink vinyl. This is outtakes from KISS Alive 2 from all new source tape. That is numbered, $55 start on that. $55 start on that. All right, there's that. I've been drinking Monster Rehab almost on a monthly basis. I stopped for a while, but I've been drinking them since 2012. Yeah, I've been drinking them since 2012. It's not a new thing. 2012. I can tell you the first day, it was after a U2 concert. Downtown Nashville, Vanderbilt Stadium. Super hot. We bought a lot of water at the concert, but it was just like ridiculously expensive. But on our way back to the vehicle, we walked by a gas station. Me and my dad went in there, and I went to the back, and I was just exhausted. And I really never did even drink energy drinks back then, but I grabbed a Monster Rehab. Didn't know what I was getting. I just saw Monster Rehab. It was the most delicious thing I've ever tasted in my life. And it rejuvenated me like I can't explain it. It was unbelievable. I've been drinking them since. That's 2012. So I have consumed thousands of them. Thousands of them. Wings at the speed of sound. This is $24.99. Silly love songs and Let 'Em In. Wings is $24.99. The concert for Bangladesh. This is George Harrison and Friends. A 71 Winchester, beautiful copy, complete with book, $64.99. Creatures is not sealed. No, Creatures is not sealed. It's a 40th anniversary, blue vinyl, gatefold, really cool photos. Wow, I need to look at this. Wow, they even put some. They actually put the pictures of the people actually playing on the album on here. That is at Who and What. This is, okay, so Alive 2's at 95. I guess we're calling this one KISS or Creature. Steve McGee has it for 75. He's the lone bidder. Okay, moving right along, we have the return of James Bond, 4-phase stereo, a bonus 2-pack record set, $34.99. The return of James Bond. English in-groups, Herman's Hermits and the Animals, $14.99. And the best of Leon, Leon Russell, $14.99. Leon Russell. How about Tanya Tucker, self-titled? Tanya is $14.99. And we have Joe Ely. Joe Ely's $14.99. So Alive, 85, 100, and 100. KISS Creature still has one bid for $75, okay? Next thing is this. We have the following. The next thing I have is another cassette, and this is Whitesnake, the Whitesnake 87. Here I go again on my own. In the Still of the Night. That's it. Love. What's that third big hit? Here I Go Again. Is This Love? Yeah, Is This Love? 3 big ones on that one. $10 start on that one, okay? Gatefold on Alive. Tracks on Alive. Let's take a closer look at this. KISS Alive 2, the outtakes. This is not a gatefold jacket. Detroit Rock City, Take Me, Ladies Room, Do You Love Me, Making Love, I Want You, God of Thunder, and the Peter Criss solo, Cogen, Ace Frehley solo, Beth, Shout It Out Loud, Shout It Out Loud, Shout It Out Loud, Rock and Roll All Night, okay? There's that. And there's Whitesnake. There's that. All right. Michael Hamburger did just make a real point. This isn't your normal monster, okay? I think that's why they call them rehabs. This isn't your normal, very dangerous monster. First of all, there's only 25 calories, not that mastered. But here's one thing. There's virtually no sugar in these. Have you ever looked at the sugar content of an actual black, yellow? Man, I think what does this is the B12. Whatever, I mean, right there, there's no telling what other horrible things there is in this, but that right there, I think, is what does it for me. It's like you've just got a shot of B12, 480%. I think that's what does it. I think that's what does it. But these virtually have nearly 0 calories, and there's no sugar in them. So I think that's why they call them rehabs. It's literally tea, lemonade, and whatever else they put in it to give the B12. So, oh, there's no way. If I drunk the regular Monsters, I would probably be dead, or I'd weigh 100 pounds more. I can't drink sugar like that. That would be horrible. I'd be in bad shape if I drunk actual Monsters. We have Albert King. This is Albert Collins, Etta James, and Joe Walsh. Albert Collins, Etta James, and Joe Walsh, $39.99. 1989, Albert Collins, Etta James, and Joe Walsh, $39.99. Alive's at $130. Y Steak's a $10 start, and Creatures is at $95. Gerald, you're out. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $34.99. 4-digit catalog number. Nice. It has the inner sleeve, and it has this lyric insert with it, with Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. It's getting to the point where I'm no fun anymore. Wow, that's a nice copy. I'm not saying that's OG. But this is $34.99. It's a 4-digit. It does have the gold award sticker. That's a nice copy of that. As y'all know, one of my favorites. Alan Parsons Project in the original red-blue baggie that it came in. $24.99, $24.99. And Neil Young Harvest. Oh, man, take a look at my life. Heart of Gold, nice copy. Sterling Lee Holko, good mastering on this one here, $34.99. Creatures is at $96. Steve McGee, you're out. Steve McGee's right back in. Alive is at $130. Tom is out. If anybody wants White Snake, it's a $10 buy it now. Over here, I've got Rock Classics. Looks like a compilation from Warner. You get the Association, Sonny and Cher, the Tokens, Little Richard's on here, $14.99, and D-Day plus 20, 1944, 1964, and this is $19.99. D-Day plus 20, 44 to 64. One more here. We got the Pretenders. That's their self-titled debut. I've got Brass in Pocket, $19.99. Let's put up another Kiss 8-track, this time Love Gun. Love Gun is going to go up for a $10 start. It is looks like a retail copy. Does have a pad. It's good to go. A little bit of wear on the label or a little bit of bubbling. That's from where it was in a car, and it probably got really hot. And that's what happened. You know, a lot of people had those cases in the front seat of their cars. This is typically what happened, and it's the heat. It's where it just got probably 150 degrees or something, so, or 200 degrees, whatever. $10 start on Love Gun. Some of them really shrink up and wither. That one's not too bad. $10 on that. And then MT Matte on P for Pretenders. I got Brass in Pocket. And then over here is Traffic on the Road, $29.99. It's Bangladesh original repress. This is an original 1971 Winchester. I don't think this thing's been reissued too many times. Of course, that has George Harrison on it, Bob Dylan, Clapton, Ravi Shankar. It's most or part of that concert, $64.99. All right, so Creatures, we can go ahead and sell this. By the way, I don't think we have a sleeve this will fit in, so they'll try their best to get this protected, but even our big, thick, wide sleeves will not fit that. So Steve McGee, though, that's sold to you for $100. Love Gun, if you want to bid, put 8-track 10. And then Alive is sold, and that's sold to Steven Rodriguez for $130, Alive Outtakes. All right, thank you on that. We can put that away now, and we're ready for all new KISS auctions, chipping away at these a little bit at a time until they're all done. It's only 9:31 right now. I feel like I've been live for like 7 hours, but it's only 9:31. We still got a lot of KISS stuff left. We still got 257 people watching on all platforms. That's fantastic, and we got a lot more to show. My crate just filled up. I'm going to swap those out in just a second, but not before we put up this KISS Unmasked. We still got that, and let's put this up. This is KISS, a 1980 Argentinian OG Unmasked. It's an Argentinian Unmasked, an OG from 1980. VG Plus, a $30 start. $30 start. 8-track, Love Gun, $10 start. How many more Kiss Mondays will we have? Laura told me she's got enough, not counting posters and other toys and collectibles we have. Whenever we run out of vinyl, we've got 12 or 14 more. So probably for the rest of the year. Probably for the rest of the year. 4 Tops on Broadway, $19.99. That's on the Motown label. We have 14 full crates of Kiss albums, bootlegs, and high-end records still left. Double is a 1986, and check this out. It's on smoke-colored vinyl, $12.99. When you hold it up to the light, it turns that translucent brown. So really what it is just audiophile grade vinyl, $12.99 on that. And Donna Summer hits on the radio, $14.99. Tonight we've sold off an incredible metal cassette, a lot of 80s hair metal and stuff. Let's go ahead and put up another one here, and this is actually Kiss related. It's Fraley's Comic Live +1, so that's going to go up for a $10 start. Nobody bid on Love Gun, so that's a $10 buy it now, and that's available. And then there's Fraley's Comic for a $10 start. We Are the World, that's We Are the World's $19.99. This is the full album with Chicago and Bruce Springsteen, and Prince is on here doing For the Tears in Your Eyes. Brian Connors, Utah, J.D. Conklin, he bid first on the Argentina Kiss at 30. Let's put this one up, and if you want to bid, put Silver Bandits. Silver Bandits. This is a test pressing. Long Beach Auditorium, 1974. Has never sold on Discogs or PopSock. Unknown quantity press. This is a test pressing of this bootleg, 1974. And this is going to be a $95 start. $95 start. Now, if you're not a Kiss fan, probably most of this on at night, it's kind of like Thursday night metal night for some people. Probably doesn't interest too many people. But I'll say this. If you break down this collection per item and average price sold, if I had some kind of really cool database where all this stuff was keyed in, this may be one of the most expensive collections we've ever sold. If you break down what they've sold per record, there's not many people we've went to their house and, like, on average, every record in their collection's 3 digits if you were to average it out. That just don't ever happen. It doesn't matter what they have, unless they just have purely nothing but metal and they don't have any represses or reissues, just all OGs. So, I mean, typically they have something in there that might bring down the average, but this is honestly pretty impressive. I've never seen so many expensive records in one place, even though it's just all one artist. I mean, these are going to average out well over 100 a piece. It's just crazy to see. It's honestly, it's going to fly under the radar. We're not going to probably talk about it as much as like Fred Goodwin or the Dallas collection or Dale's Pittsburgh collection. But honestly, one of the best collections we've ever purchased, just based on pure value across the board and rarity and desirability. Pretty incredible, honestly. James Lavender gets We Are the World. Jeff Brindley gets the Love Gun 8-track for 10. And I'm going to swap out crates. What's the Kiss test pressing? Silver Bandits. That's Long Beach Auditorium, 1974. Unknown, no Discogs, no PopSock, $95 start. Argentina has a bid for 40. Ace Frehley is sold to Jeff Brindley for 10. Okay, he also got Love Gun. It's been an incredible collection. Yeah, I mean, you got to say, for what it is, probably one of the most valuable collections we ever bought. When Paul told me about it and we was talking about numbers, I was like, holy heck, that's a lot of money. But I'm glad we got the call. And if anybody else wants to sell their Kiss bootlegs, give us a call. We want, well, not just bootlegs. I mean, this guy had everything else too. So pretty amazing. It took a lot of time to sell them though. I tell people when we buy this stuff, I was like, yeah, they're pretty valuable, but look at the time it's took. We've literally dedicated a whole Monday for the last 4 months now, 3 months, a whole Monday of our very precious time here. And we've got another probably 2 more months to go, if not longer. So maybe 2 or 3 more months. So it's takes a lot of time to sell all these properly to get that kind of money out of them. A lot of advertising. I spent $250 on an ad today. So I think that's why we've had 5 or 7 new buyers. So I've spent a lot of money advertising too. I've spent thousands advertising. We have Helix, Wild in the Streets and Walking the Razor's Edge. This is a $15 start for both Helix. Both Helix, $15 start, okay? There's that. KISS is at $45. Can't be a real test press if it's just a boot, just a name. No, it's a test pressing of a boot. They do test pressings of bootlegs. So when they first kind of cut these to vinyl, they do test pressings of them. So that is a thing. So they have some kind of source, digital source, a CD source, some kind of source for this concert. When they go to cut it to vinyl, they do a test pressing to test it for vinyl. That's what this is. I guess I can open it. I'm sure Laura opened it. I mean, I can kind of show. It's probably a white label. But yeah, they test press bootlegs. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a white label. Yeah, they test press bootlegs. So they have to make sure that it sounds and cuts, and, you know, they got to make sure it all can fit on one side, et cetera, et cetera. However they do that. Make sure it sounds right. So there is a bid on this. There is a bid on this, and it's going to sell unless somebody outbids J.D. Conklin. He has it for $95. It's $95, okay? All right, back to the crate. Saturday Night Live, a classic. Aykroyd, Belushi, Gilda Radner. This is $19.99. Also, Joan Jett, Up Your Alley. That's an original album. $34.99. $34.99. Silver Bandits has a bid for $100. J.D. Conklin, you're out. Helix has bids for $15. Kelly Vlodderchek on Sync. I bet she meant Saturday Night Live. And then Nick Bargeron was next. Dire Straits Communique. Dire Straits is $26.99. Chad Schneider third on Saturday Night Live. There's Dire Straits. I think there was a couple questions. How many pieces were in that collection? Oh boy. I could probably pull it up over here on my notes. I forgot originally how many we bought. Let's see. It was in Atlanta back in, when was that? Georgia. I think it was 6,000. Yeah. 6,000 and around 5,000 KISS. Of course, if y'all have seen other bootlegs, like we had Pink Floyd, I remember we had Zeppelin, Iron Maiden. We've already sold a lot of those, or we still have them. We still have a lot of those. But yeah, I think it was 6,000 and 5,000 or 5,500 KISS records. 5,500. Imagine having 5,500 of the same artist. Willie Nelson, Angel Eyes. Willie Nelson's in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $19.99. Buddy Holly, Legend. Buddy Holly's $24.99. And Alana Miles is $24.99. I think that was the right numbers. It was something crazy like that. If it was the one here from Georgia. Let me scroll a little bit further. I know it was maybe down in Georgia. I think it was 6,000. That sounds right to me. I'd have to go to our original post. Probably if you could find the original post, I shared the stats on Facebook when we bought it. That sounds right, though. I think there was over 5,000 KISS records. I was like, golly. And it has to be bootlegs because there's not, I don't know if there's that many variations in just all their studio albums, but there probably is. Nick Bargeron and Alana Miles. Helix is sold for $15. Both of these together sold for $15 to Jeff Brindley. Thank you on that. Carol can imagine because there's probably that many Rolling Stones bootlegs. Dale had 7,000 Beatles records probably. I think we got up to about 7,000 including bootlegs he had of Beatles, which I decided to keep most of them, but because I know I could never get them all again. I took so many Beatles bootlegs home. I have way too many. I might bring some back at some day. Stephen Stills, $19.99. Stephen Stills. We have W.C. Fields with the poster. That's $19.99. Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine. Elvis should be on this black RCA reissue. It's a yellow. Chad strikes wrong. It's not really yellow. It's like orange yellow. Usually this A-N-L, not A. Usually there's an A-H-Y-L or something that's black from the 77 era. That's a little bit earlier, $14.99. And then over here we have Farmer John Live, $19.99. And we have Lou Reed Rock and Roll Animal, $29.99. Lou Reed Rock and Roll Animal. So we got KISS Argentina at 65. Silver Bandits is at 125. Silver Bandits. We have Doors LA Woman, $34.99. Eagles is $34.99. And David Crosby, great album here. If I could only remember my name, $39.99. Carol, do you know how many Rolling Stones bootlegs are supposedly out there? Individual ones. I was told there's nearly 10,000 Led Zeppelin records to get one of about everything they know that's been made. Foreign pressings, bootlegs, not counting 45s. We're just talking about 12-inch LPs, studio albums, all the country variants, and then all the bootlegs. I've heard there's 10,000 different Led Zeppelin records. 10,000. That would be an entire, that would be a 8-foot wall, about 12 foot wide, or maybe 16. That would be a lot of albums. To imagine that on a wall, probably an 8-foot tall wall, probably 18 foot long, because I'm pretty good at counting records on a wall. So, KISS. I might group a couple together because that one's kind of beat up. Let's put Dynasty and Alive together, okay? Let's put Alive and Dynasty together. This isn't a part 1, part 2, is it? So there's Dynasty and there's Alive. Let's put those together. $10 start. $10 start on those, okay? So 2 KISS 8 tracks. You can put 8T for a $10 start. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there's so many. Golly. And I hadn't, for 10,000 Zeppelin records, I hadn't even seen in my lifetime, doing this 8 hours a day, constantly online, searching, clicking. I probably hadn't ever seen or physically held and transacted or collected maybe 1,000 different ones, maybe 500. I don't know if I've even had that many. But there's a book on just Zeppelin bootlegs, one of the big collectors, I forget his name, but it's like this. It's a big coffee table book. Golly, it's just page after page after page. And some of it's the same concerts, but it's where they've been made different by different people over the years, different bootleggers and stuff. Golly, it's incredible. You can just flip and flip and flip. Okay, let's go back to the top. So we have KISS at 125. That's the Silver Bandits. Argentina's at 70, okay? Argentina's at 70. Argentina at 70. Chad Sauls is out on Silver Bandits. KISS 8-track, 10, 10, 15. So over here, we have, let's make sure we're good on this. Argentina KISS. Matthew Sherrick has it for $70. Everybody else is out. He has it for 70. Silver Bandits is at 125. That's for this test pressing. 125. 125. Okay? And now KISS is at 71. Yeah, a lot of it's the same concerts. They've just been repackaged. I mean, like right now, the ones I can order from the distributor that does like the Parachute and that stuff, like I've told y'all, those Cure concerts and Ramones, it's like the same show, and it's, hey, there's the balloons. They've done different, they cut off some of the tracks, they put them sometimes even in a different order, and they use different covers. It's like the same recordings, and you just got to be careful, make sure you're not buying, you got to go to Discogs and make sure you don't have the same concert. But I don't know, like, I think a lot of people like the KISS stuff. I know we've sold in the same night 4 or 5 of the same one, but everybody wants the different covers and the different versions, so it's addicting. But yeah, I think like right now I can get the same Ramones concert, 5 different covers and 5 different labels. So, all right, so we're still bidding on KISS, but I think we're done on Silver Bandits. Let me give y'all an updated count. Let me give you an updated count. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I've got 14 auctions left over here that are actual KISS records, LPs, 14 left. I've got a couple 8 tracks left, a few actually to be specific, several more cassettes. We're about to do nothing but vintage discount. Chad, you forgot my outer sleeves. Are you saying you commented for outer sleeves tonight, or you commented for outer sleeves last week? Hey, you can't be blaming me, okay? You can't be blaming me. We have Lindsey Buckingham. We have Bayou Country. We have Elvis Moody Blue. Ringo. Also, somebody, speaking of Elvis, somebody wanted to know the tracks on this. The tracks on this was His Hand in Mine, I'm Going to Walk Them Golden Stairs, In My Father's House, Milky White Way, Known, Only to Him, I Believe, The Man in the Sky, Joshua Fit the Battle, He Knows Just What I Need, Swing Down, Sweet Chariot, Mansion Over the Hilltop, If We Ever Meet Again, Working on the Building last week. Now, if you want them added to your invoice, you need to send Ed a message. I'm sure I said it. I'm sure they didn't catch it. Maybe you commented, I didn't say it out loud. You thought I caught it, and they didn't write it down. So if you ever need something added like that to your invoice, just send Ed a message. Ed, I was supposed to have a pack of outer sleeves ordered on my order, okay? Because supplies are the most common thing left off invoices, because people comment randomly throughout the night. I may say it, but the way they watch these sales in fast motion, and they're only looking for stuff that's sold in the tables and in the crates. So supplies get left off because there's no physical thing for them to tag, and they're just trying to tag whatever sold. Silver Bandits is sold here, and Silver Bandits is sold to J.D. Conklin, the test pressing, for $125. $125. The Kiss 8 tracks is at $24 with Chris Frazier. Chris Frazier on those. And then Unmasked, I think we're done. Matthew Sherrick bid $75. Haven't heard back from Brian Connors. Brian, it's all up to you. Let's put up another one, okay? And our next one is going to go up right now. This one looks pretty cool. This is KISS, numbered to 500. This is a compilation of various live KISS shows in Japan. So this is different track sources from Japan, 77 tour. Orange vinyl, looks very similar like that cover we had, but this time Gene Simmons on the front. It's called Japan Crazy 77. $55 start on that. Brian Connors is back in on Argentina at 76. Matthew Sherrick, you have been outbid. Samuel Kopich wants D-Day right here, and he wants the Bayou Country CCR. Those are sold to Samuel Kopich. KISS is at $76 for Brian Connors. Matthew Sherrick, you've been outbid. If anybody else wants a price on anything in here, let me know. Wings at the Speed of Sound, The Return of James Bond, The English In Group, The Best of Leon Russell, Tanya Tucker, Joe Ely. We have Albert Collins out of James, Joe Walsh. KISS has bids for $55 and now $60. Over here is Alan Parsons Project, Neil Young Harvest, Rock Classics compilation, Traffic, The Concert for Bangladesh, Four Tops on Broadway, Do Blue, Double, looks like Double, but it's not. Donna Summer, Joan Jett, Up Your Alley, Dire Straits, Willie Nelson, Buddy Holly, Roy Orbison, Stephen Stills, W.C. Fields, Farmer John, John Prine, The Doors, Eagles, and David Crosby. Matthew Sherrick's out on KISS. He must be talking about Argentina. If anybody else wants it on Argentina, you have to go through Brian Connors. He has this for $76. These two 8 tracks are sold to Chris Frazier for $24. Chris, you get those for $24. Japan has a new bid for $75. Bangladesh is $64.99. Is there a lyrics in Harvest? That's a great question. This is a gatefold jacket. It is a textured cover. It does have the correct inner sleeve, and it does have the lyric insert / poster. Yep. That is Neil Young's handwriting, too. Old man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. 24, and there's so much more. Dun, 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 dun. It's the banjo that does it for me, I think. I think it's the banjo over there that does it for me. All right. What's next? Let's group together the last 3 KISS 8 tracks, okay? Last 3 KISS 8 tracks. I've got 2 different versions of double platinum, okay? One, I do have a volume 1, volume 2, but they're different catalog numbers, if that makes sense, if you know what I'm talking about. So this is catalog number S124521, and this one over here is the club edition. So that's the retail. No, this is RCA Club, They're both clubs, okay? This is RCA Club. This is Columbia Record Club. So they're both club editions, but I do have a complete set, Volume 1, Volume 2. So there's that, and I'm going to put Unmask. All right, here's Unmask, and it has label damage. And this right here is kind of wrinkly. It is a Columbia Record Club as well. All three of those, and that's the last three that was in this tray. So, golly, what, 4 hours ago, I showed this tray. It was full of KISS 8 tracks. That's the last of the three right there. Okay? Now, over here, we got Ginger taking Bangladesh. Japan has a new bid for 80. What's on Return of James Bond? And Aaron Andrus just claimed James Bond. This is James Bond music. It's got a lot. It's got Diamonds Forever, Russia with Love, but it's set to this kind of 4-phase stereo, you know, kind of, I've listened to this before, and it's marked promo. It's not like the original recordings, but it is Bond music, if that makes sense. It's, who is this actually billed to? Roland Shaw and his orchestra. And they recorded it in this Phase 4 stereo. This is a promo. If you want it, it's yours. 34, 2 LP promo. If not, Aaron Andrus, okay? And then Japan 98, 8 tracks, 15. And then Argentina then is sold to Brian Connors. And Brian Connors did get this for the winning bid of $76, okay? There's that. 8 tracks are getting bids. And now we have... I actually have some new stuff here. I have new Funko pins that you may have not seen, or I had some and we sold out and had a wait list. Here's some maybe you hadn't seen or you have not seen. I've got Funko pin for R2-D2. I've got Funko pin for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I have Deadpool. And we sold out of Harry Potter. I think we have a waiting. No, I should have Harry Potter somewhere. No, we sold out. We had a wait list for Harry Potter, but those got invoiced. And I have extras. Yeah, I have extras. Let's see if I have any more. Okay. I've got Spider-Man. I've got, let's see what I have. I meant to show these much earlier. Yeah, there's Harry Potter, which there was a wait list. Spider-Man. I bet I have a wait list for Spider-Man if I have that many. I was probably supposed to build those. I guarantee some Spider-Man was supposed to be built last week, and I missed them. Let's go back to the top here and see what I missed. John Smetzer. Spine is... It's got a little bit of chipping. I'll let you make your call. I'd have to grade the spine. If I was just grading the spine specifically, probably VG because of that chipping. It's just common for this textured cover, but I'll leave that up to you. Did have some chipping there and some down there, same kind of thing on that. All right. Now, Love Gun Argentina. I have that too. What was the next comment? Next comment was Samuel Kopich does want James Bond. So Aaron Andrus, you were second. KISS 8-track, $25. Chuck Haley also bid $25. Michael Hamburger first on R2-D2. Kathy, I'll put you on a waiting list. As of right now, that's the only one that was in stock, R2-D2. Michael Hamburger on Harry Potter. All right, so R2-D2 sold. We have a waiting list with Kathy and Michael Hamburger on Harry Potter. I handed G 2 other Harry Potters. Let me go up here and grab that. Those were keyed in on people's invoices earlier today that got sent out. That was Sig and somebody else. Let me see who those people were. It was Sig and one other person that was on a waiting list for those. Boy, they found another really nice, beautiful RL in a shipment from today, or excuse me, in the new stuff from today. Harry Potter. No, I already deleted it. Okay, what about Spider-Man? Spider. Maybe there wasn't a wait list for Spider-Man. It would have been right in here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so all the Spider-Mans are available. Harry, 8-track out. Funko pins are $11.99. So I got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Brandon must have got off the chat. He would have bought one. X-Wing. He would have bought one for sure. And then there's 3 Spider-Mans. I could have swore there was one person. That's why I ordered 3. Okay, so there's those 3. That's not going to work. I need to put them over here. And then Deadpool. Okay. $11.99. We sold Harry. We sold R2-D2. All right, so these KISS 8 tracks are with Jeff Brindley at 25. Chuck, you tied him. Chris Frazier's done. That's up to Chuck Haley. This KISS, somebody just wanted to know the details. It is with Steven Rodriguez at $105. It's a live show from Tokyo, 1977. If you want to bid casing, you got to bid more than $105. If you say pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to them. It's $105 with Steven Rodriguez. I'm going to lay it right over there. Okay, next is going to go up right now. I have the following. Check this out. Look how cool this is. KISS Revolver d'Amor Love Gun. A 1980 Argentinian press. VG condition. A $20 start. VG condition on the Argentinian KISS. Just $20 start on that. That's now for bid. We are bringing this KISS back over. Casing's in at 106. If he had a buzzer beater, it was beyond a buzzer beater. Steven Rodriguez, you've been outbid. The 8 tracks are still getting bids. Chuck Haley's at 27. Steven's right back in on Tokyo at 115. Casing, you've been outbid. Let's go through a discount crate. Probably half off, maybe $6.99, maybe anything in that nature. It's time for some discount crates, okay? It is time. Let me check on a couple invoices over here. Okay, here we go, here we go. Tokyo, 135, any more cassettes? Yes. 8 tracks are with Chuck at 27. Who got outbid? Jeff Brindley. It's up to you, sir, on those. He's back in at 30. Sorry for the delay. I hadn't looked at my phone in like 3 hours. Make sure I didn't miss anything important. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I think I'm okay not looking at it again for another couple hours. All right, he's out. Let's go ahead and sell that then. Chuck Haley, you're out. Let's go ahead and sell this then to Steven Rodriguez for $125. Thank you, Casing, for bidding. At least he tried. These 8 tracks here, these 3 are being sold together. It's up to Chuck Haley. Jeff Brindley has them for $30. This is a 1980 Argentinian love gun. 1980 Argentinian love gun. It's in VG condition. Really cool with the alternate text jacket because it is from Argentina. Everything's in Spanish, I guess. Everything's in Spanish, it looks like. And that's at 30 with Mike Anderson. Everybody else is out. Mike Anderson has it for 30. I've got to take a few of these Funko pins in here and some of this other stuff. First, though, he's out on, actually, I'll just put them down here for right now. All right, so these are sold then for $30 to Mike, these are sold then to Jeff Brindley for $30. Okay, now Love Guns at 40 with Brian Connors. Now, you know what I have? I have more cassettes, which were just asked about. Yes, we're going to do Bon Jovi debut. She's a Little Runaway, $10 start on that. She's a Little Runaway, $10 start. That's Bon Jovi self-titled. Now, that's Love Gun. The next record, if you would please put Kiss or Creatures, I have Makeupless Creatures. Makeupless Creatures here. This is an 85 USPR edition. Creatures is going to go up for a $30 start. It is time for me to find some sort of discount crate. I usually like going through the crates that I wasn't here for on Saturdays, because I wasn't here Saturday for the Tennessee game. I was at the Tennessee game, and I know John, Paul, and Laura probably marked records, and I didn't really get to see any of them. And I'd really like to go through those best offer. I don't know if Paul takes offers on them. If he does, good. If he doesn't, then we're about to right now. I'm going to do a little condensing. John marked 5 crates today. I have went through all 5 crates. Laura marked a crate today. We've went through that. There wasn't much left. Here's a Kiss LP somebody might want to buy. I have brand new sealed Carnival of Souls, which, by the way, there is no OG for this album. First time ever on vinyl was this, I guess, 2014 edition. I have those for $36.99. $36.99 if anybody wants one of those. There they are. Be my guest. So there's the 2, 4, 5 John crates. And I guess we could flip through the last few Laura crates that was left, or the last few Laura records, and maybe take offers on these. And I'm going to take these Funko pins off the table because they're kind of in my way. Once again, these are pins with Funko, little tiny Funkos on them. You have Spider-Man. I have 3 of those left. I have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I have Deadpool. Okay. I have Deadpool. So earlier we went through a, quote, Laura crate, and there was only about 5 records left. Usually there's 0 records left. So here are the 5 Laura crate records that's left. And these are still getting bids. Bon Jovi's a $10 start, no bid yet. And I will now take offers on these to just try to move them tonight. Blood of Zeus soundtrack was sealed at $14.99. Diamond Dogs, About the Hardest Thing to Crack, or excuse me, About the Hardest Nut to Crack. That is a glam album from Sweden, sealed $19.99. Motorhead, live in Norwich, 1998, sealed, record store day exclusive on blue vinyl. That was $29.99. Cherry, that was sealed on red vinyl for $14.99. And then Blot aus Nord, Cosmos Foe. I don't think I'm saying that right. That's $19.99. And then Steve Miller Band, The Joker, Some People Call Me Maurice, $19.99. Track listing on Zeus. Blood of Zeus. Probably like score titles, like one of those tales. Heron versus the Demon, The Titans, A Call to Arms, Heron's Journey, Past His Prologue, Sephirum's Story, Heramon's Run, Mount Pelion, Alexia and Sharon, Sephirum's Quest, Escape, Power of Zeus, Flight to Olympus, Training Demigod, Talos, War for Olympus, Zeus and Hera's Theme, Gods and Heroes, A Proud Thought, Blood, Zeus, and Credits. How could you say no to that? Love Gun, 55. Details on Creatures. Details on Zeus. Details on Creatures. An 85 USPRC Richmond reissue with alternate cover art with the original on her sleeve. EX condition. A $30 start. The high bid on Creatures right now is $45 with Steve McGee. It's got a little bit of ring wear, probably a VG, maybe VG Plus cover. Let's call it VG. It's quite a bit of wear on the back. That didn't look like right what I just did. I just now realized what's on the back cover. Whoops. Bon Jovi's a $10 buy it now. And then over here we have Revolver. This is an Argentinian press from 1980. VG condition. And this just got a new bid for $58. $58, and that's on the Kiss Love Gun. Kelly Watercheck on Zeus. Anybody else? If not, we're about to get into another discount crate. All right. Some people call me Morris. Wow. Beep bop. Shooby doo boo boo. Beep bop bop. Bop bom bom. Bum bop bum bum. Dee dee. Chad is condensing some crates. He's condensing some crates. He's trying to make some space so he can move around and find you another crate of records to go through. Steve Miller was sealed, $19.99. How could you say no, Joey Fino? Everybody should be saying yes a lot more tonight. Yes, 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 yes. I'll take it, Chad. Yes, yes. Chad is picking up all these little plastic baggies that he's thrown down on the floor that all these KISS 8 tracks were stored in. September, that's August. Where's the stuff Paul or where's the new stuff from the other night? That's new vinyl. That's full of case knives. This is full of cassettes. That's full of 8 tracks. This is full of signed Iron Maiden guitars. What? I did not say that. Let me see what's going on here. The cuts. These don't look new. These don't look familiar to me. No, maybe they do. Let's see what y'all prefer. Half off, $6.99. Buy it now, best offer. Half off, $6.99. Buy it now, best offer. Or new vinyl recaps. No new vinyl came in today. I'm just talking about showing older new vinyl. Half off, $6.99. $6.99 would be, those are usually really good because I'll slip anything in there. And then Joey Fino does want the Steve Miller. Oh no, I think I just buried it. Nope, here it is. It's still on the surface. You got lucky. So did Joey Fino. Okay, where are we at now? Love Guns at $63 with Phil Elliott. Brian Connors, you're out. Phil Elliott's at $63. Creatures is at $50, right? Creatures is at $50. Steve McGee, you're out. How much is the deal box set? $329.99. $329.99. $329.99. Oh, here's more empty crates. Half off. Boy, you know, the inventory for vinyl back here is honestly low. I've been trying to tell them price as much as they can. The inventory back here is low. Okay? Low. And when we start doing half off as many discount crates as I make, holy moly. I mean, there's only there's only 16 crates back here for me to pick from. And most of it is New Orleans stuff. Nothing wrong with that at all. It is some pretty deep cut stuff though, because we marked all that New Orleans stuff, started 2 or 3 weeks ago with it. And there was a couple nights in a row, John marked like 6 full crates every night full of it. So we ended up with a lot. Let me see what I can dig out over here though. All right, let's do this one half off. This has some stuff mixed in that looks interesting, and a lot of it is like New Orleans type titles. August 27th, so let's do them. We got to show them at some point half off, so now's the time. Half off. Let's do half off. Let's try this one, and then we might go over here to the $6.99 stuff as soon as Chad stretches. Chad's now cleaned everything up. Now Chad's stretching. Chad's going to try to adjust his back. Chad needs a bottle of water. Chad needs his parfait that's up front in the fridge. Chad could really use his strawberries and peanut butter about right now. Chad could use a nap. Okay, Chad's back up on his feet. All right, here we go. So, revolver. Love gun. Would you say love gun is gloss or matte? Gloss. It's definitely gloss. $76 on that. And then creatures. Last bid. McGee out. Sold. Glen Butch Roads, $50. Next. Chad needs to catch up to claims. Did I miss claims? Joshua Cross says, I'll take the Bluntus Nord from the lower crate. I didn't even see that. It's not even Stoner Rock. That's what threw me off. Sold to Joshua Cross. Or Crossy. Okay? So we sold Joey Fino, Steve Miller. Joshua got that. Michael Jacob wanted the Dio box, right? Michael, I need you in on the Dio box. And then Love Gun. I prefer a double the price for the price. I prefer a double the price crate for now since I'm on the road. Wow. Okay, the unsold auctions, only cassettes. Bon Jovi, $10. Whitesnake, $10. And both Aerosmiths for $15, which is Greatest Hits and Toys in the Attic. 15 for the two, 10 and 10, Whitesnake and Bon Jovi. All right, now they know they're bidding on Love Gun, so let's grab another Kiss. The next Kiss I have over here is Towering Inferno. We can call this one Kiss. This is Kiss. For some reason, Laura says this 2 LP set has 3 LPs. There seems to be 2 copies of disc 2. Wow, so this is supposed to be just a 2 LP set, but there's 3 discs. There's an extra copy of disc 2, evidently. It's live in Philadelphia. They call this one the Towering Inferno because it was at the Tower Theater, October 3rd, 1975. Numbered on the front to 400, red vinyl, $65 start on that. Let's see what else is left over here in cassettes. The next cassette I'm going to put up is Crocus. And actually, okay, let's do a couple buy it nows. Probably this one and this one. I'll do these for $6.99 each. I'll do these for $6.99. Crocus, the Blitz, and Quiet Riot, Condition Critical. $6.99 on those. And then I've got 2 more doubles to run, and they're going to be in a lot together. Here's an old movie stub. What was this for? You can barely read it. Back to the Future. No, that'd be pretty cool. Dawn. Dead. Dawn of the Dead, but I don't see an of. Am I on the wrong side? Hold it up to the light. No, that doesn't help. Dawn Dead. Huh. Interesting. You can barely read it, though. Pretty cool. That was laying underneath these Twisted Sisters. It's got to be from around the 80s, right? Okay. Both Twisted Sisters, a $15 start. Patty gets Quiet Riot for $6.99. I still got Crocus. All right, moving right along. Half off. Sorry for the delay. New Orleans, the Radiators, Law of the Fish. It's actually the Radiators. That always throws me off. The Radiators, Law of the Fish. From 1987, a gold stamp promo, $10. Half off crates are pretty plain and simple. Half off, no more, no less. The Talisman style. The Talismans is $10. No condition notes. The Talismans, $10. A bowl of Rockin' Berries featuring He's in Town. An 88 UK. It looks like it's a 60s group. $10 for a bowl of Rockin' Berries featuring He's in Town. The Caravans in Concert. The Caravans has a promo stamp on the back from Buddha Records. $5 for the Caravans in concert. Love Guns at $90. This Kiss bootleg has one bid with JD for $65. Final call. No bids on Twisted Sister yet. Looking for a $15 start. And I'm going to go ahead and make these a $15 buy it now. Both Cheap Tricks for a $15 buy it now. That is Cheap Trick Self-Titled and Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight. $15 each on those. Atlanta Rhythm Section Dog Days. Atlanta Rhythm Section is $5. Mastered by Bob Lowig. I see first thing that caught my attention. There's RL and the Dead Wax. $5 on that. Brian Connors is out on Love Gun. Phil Elliott has it for $90. JD Conklin, you've been outbid on Kiss. That's at $70 with Chad Sauls. Next is Digger's Sons. And there's something here written in bottom in Spanish, Dome la Muerte and the Diggers. 2010 Italian, that's $10. Greg Beddinger on Atlanta Rhythm Section for $5. And we have Los Vigilantes, Al Finn. Al Finn's 2014 Garage, $12.50. John Smetzer on the Radiators. This crate's pretty self-explanatory. Half off, no more, no less. Rock Therapy, Colin Winsky. 1980 Rockabilly, $7.50. Fern Knight, 2007 Folk Rock, $10 on that. And Socrates, looks like when I look at it, it looks like Socrates or Socrates, but it's not. It's Scoraces. Charmander's Members, maybe. It's an experimental album from 2003, $12.50. Now the Kiss Towering Infernos is $75. Chad Sauls, you've been outbid. Both Twisted Sisters can be bought for $15. And the Love Gun is sold to Phil Elliott for $90. $90. Let's put that right over here. And let's put up another one. Now, whatever the next one is, we got to call it by its title. And so here is... That's a cool looking one here. We'll have to call this one Tornado. Worcester Tornado, 1983. How cool is this one? Worcester Tornado, 1983. It is an unofficial with a fold-out jacket. It's limited edition, of course, blue vinyl poster. That's at the Centurium in Worcester, Massachusetts, 1983. $65 start. We have Mirage Man, Thrilling, 1997 Italian, $13.50. If they don't have a genre, I have no idea. I wouldn't know unless John or Paul or Laura left me a note anyway. Otherwise, we are completely lost. Over here, we have the Psychics, Ignition Time. The Psychics is a garage album from 2006. This is $10. We have Ivan R. on Diggers. And then Tornado, JD's in at $65. Patrick, $75. Vinnie Vincent on the cover. I really want to look at this jacket. It looks like it's some kind of really cool fold out here. Wow, look at that. Ooh, very cool. Got the signatures on here. If I can get this other flap to flip. There we go. Cool. Look at that. Kind of like that Bill Withers cover. That's pretty cool. All right, so there's that. And then Brett Denton put WSTA. Was that a claim, Mr. Brett Denton? WSTA? Or am I completely missing something there? Maybe not. And then Tornado. Now, what about Towering Inferno? We're calling that one just Kiss. Chad's at 80. He outbid JD Conklin. So, JD, you're out on Towering Inferno, too. There are no bid auctions except for the cassettes back there. That's it. And, folks, we have completely emptied the top and bottom layer of this cassette holder. We have sold this entire double-decker cassette. I started putting these up at 5:15. It is now 10:30. 5 hours and 15 minutes, we've sold that entire box there. Worcester is pronounced Worcester. Worcester? Do what now? Over here, Kiss is at 81, and I'm assuming that was Towering Inferno. Getaway Solid Brown. That's a 2005 German Garage. $10 on that. Did I miss any other claims? We pulled Diggers, right? Yes, okay. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Mouth of Steel, King Biscuit Boy, plus members of the Ronnie Hawkins Band and the Bobcats. 84 UK, $12.50. Live in London, Volume 1. Mickey Jupp Band, Diz and the Doormen, the Electric Bluebirds, the Chevalier Boys, and Red Beans and Rice. And 84 UK, $10 on that. This one is called Rufus Moon's The World Raven, an 81 UK, $12.50. Blood Rock. Blood Rock is $10. This is on Capitol Records, the same Blood Rock, self-titled album, $10 on that. So Kiss is at 81, Chad Sauls, you're out. Tornadoes is at 90. The Sidekicks is still available, Tracy, yes. Still available, Tracy. Next is Matt Curtis, Rock Me. Matt Curtis is in shrink wrap, $10 on Matt Curtis. The Rotary Connection, a 68 Rockaway press. The Rotary Connection's $10. No condition on that. That's a 68 pressing. And we have Howard Roberts Antelope Freeway, a 71 pressing. That looks interesting. ABC Impulse Antelope Freeway, $15. Tornado, 92 of Patrick Mathis. J.D. Conklin, you're out. Chad's out on Towering Inferno, so we can go ahead and sell that to J.D. for 81. He gets Towering Photo, but J.D.'s out on Tornado. Patrick has it for 90. Tracy does want the Sidekicks. All righty. That means we're ready for another one. Denise wants the Rockin' Berries back here, the 60s group. Bowl of Rockin' Berries. We're in a New Orleans half-off crate. Some of this may be completely unknown to you. Most of it's pretty much unknown to me, even reading through it a second time. So let's put this one up. Kiss, Hammond. This is Indiana. Yeah, Hammond, Indiana. Hammond, Indiana, the Parthenon Theater, 1974. Kiss, Hammond, Indiana, Parthenon Theater, 1974. A $55 start, white vinyl with rainbow splatter. White vinyl with rainbow splatter. This is Parthenon Theater, Hammond, Indiana. That's now going up for bid, okay? And then we can go ahead and sell the Tornado. That is officially sold to Patrick Mathis for $90. Really cool cover there. I think Emerson, Lake and Palmer has a cover like that. Bill Withers. And let me try my best to get this back in its jacket. It's usually why I don't pull any of these out. Let me try it this way. If not, I'm going to lay it on the table and have G take care of it later. Yep. I don't want to mess this up. I'm going to lay this one on the table, G, on top of the Kiss. I'll just make it the next item, actually. That's going to be troubling to get back in there. Patrick, I'd say if you're going to take that out of the jacket, you might want to make sure you're ready to leave it out of the jacket for a while. Or out of the sleeve. All right, back to the half off. Crazy Boys, $10. Is there a poster with this one? Let's look. With poster, yeah. Unknown year and country, but it does have a poster. Yep, it's got a little bit of sparkle in it. Rainbow with splatter. Or splatter, not sparkle. Okay. And then Romancing the Blue Stone, Sons of the Blues, the Cheetown Hustlers, $10. And we have Raunchy Rick's Persuader Band, $7.50. Okay, time to crack open this other cassette box. So this one looks pretty cool. I've got other kind of stuff over here too in this tub. Look at this thing. Probably a lot of y'all had a lot of these. I had one of these. I still have one of these. Look at this. Let's see what's in here. Yeah, Kansas, Europe, Black and Blue, Faster Pussycat, Black. Wow, that's some good stuff there. Let's see what we got in here. Kiss, Van Halen, Queen, The Cars, Wasp, Leonard Skinner, Queensryche. Ooh, Danzig. Some good stuff there. And then what do we have here in this one? We got Kiss and Journey and Andy Taylor and Accept and Kiss and Judas Priest and Guns N' Roses and Kiss. Wow, look at all this. All right, well, that's another 8 hours of auctioning, so let's get started. Unbelievable. Okay, so Kiss over here is at 60-65. JD's leading. And do you have any 2014 Kiss 4 solos? Well, if I don't have them in stock, okay? If I don't have them in stock, I think I can get you 3 of the 4 by the week if you want to like go on an order list. Paul Stanley is never in stock. I usually can always get Ace, always get Gene, sometimes Peter, but Paul Stanley is never in stock. But I can get you 3 of the 4 and have them on the invoice by the end of the week. I probably need to order them anyway. All right, let's add another KISS auction. Let's call this one Crazy Nights, please. Put CN or Crazy. We're calling this one KISS. Here's Crazy Nights. It's an 87 OG specialty in shrink and hop with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, $30 start. Okay, did I show this record? Raunchy Reeks, I did. That was $7.50. Back to the half off. Jimmy Johnson, Heap C. Jimmy Johnson's an 84 French record, $10 on that. Carl Perkins and NRBQ, Boppin' the Blues. That's a 1970 press, $10 on that. Also, we have Willie DeVille, Heat of the Moment. It's so easy pulling my string, 1980 Holland press. That's $10. Mink DeVille, Return to Magenta, $8.50. And the Astro Musical House of Scorpio, 1969. That is $10. If you're Scorpio, you listen to this and your life will be changed. That's anybody born from October 23rd to November 22nd. You're a Scorpio, and you listen to this and it will change your life. Crazy Night start is a $30 start. $30 start on that. D-Kong's in. This KISS bootleg, somebody want to know the details. Hammond, Indiana, at the Parthenon Theater, 1974. Near mint. It's a bootleg, of course. Chad Sauls has it for 80. J.D. Conklin's out. Let's throw up another cassette. All right, and if you want to bid on this, you can put Q for Queensryche. And this is the warning. Should be a popular one. Queensryche, $10 start. $10 start on that. There we go. I'm a Scorpio. Jeff, you buy this record, you listen to it, your life will change. Sophia Loren and Judith. Sophia Loren is a 1966 pressing, $10 on that. We have Convenes, Covenines. That's an 86 funk record, $15 on Convenes, $15. KISS is at 85, Crazy Nights is at 35. So D-Kong out on Crazy Nights. We have KISS at 85 of J.D. Conklin, and Queensryche is a $10 start. El Chicano Celebration, $10 on El Chicano Celebration. Good God, 1972, $7.50 on that. It's from Atlantic, and at one time it had promo stickers. Somebody tried to peel them off. They thought they were going to go to jail. Don't worry. Don't try to peel off your promo stickers. You'll be okay. Crazy Nights is at 35, so it goes back to D-Kong. Queensryche has a bid for 10, and over here KISS is at 90. Now Crazy Nights 37. Rocky Burnett and the Rock and Roll Trio. That is a 1983 pressing, $12.50. Is Jimmy Johnson the Muscle Shows Jimmy Johnson? No, different Jimmy Johnson there. Different Jimmy Johnson here. Yeah. Also, we have Carol Brothers, Baby Get Down. The Carol Brothers is a Canadian press, $13.50 on that. Also, the Festival File, Volume 7, Ray Brown and the Whispers, that's $7.50. And Doug Sam, yeah, I think it's Doug Sam, Hell of a Spell on the Tacoma label, $12.50. Tracy Songer wants the Talisman if it's still available. And I don't remember pulling that out for anybody, so it should be Blood Rock and King Boy, Mirage Man. Maybe it's not. Yeah, it's the very first one, right? Yep, that's sold to Tracy. Okay, so now the KISS Hammond is at 95. Crazy Nights is at 46 with D-Kong. And that's a final call. We'll make sure that Chad Sauls and whoever else was bidding doesn't want back in on that one. Finishing up the half off. Showbiz, the Downliner Sect. Showbiz is a 79 German garage album. $10 on that. Michael Nath on CN Dunn, and that was, oh, he's out on Crazy Nights, or do you have the high bid? Oh, no, D-Kong bid 46. Okay. D-Kong bid 46. I see that now. Queen's Rock is sold to Patty for $10. Thank you, Patty, on that one. And then Glass Eye, Marlowe. Glass Eye is an 85 alternate rock. That's $15 on Glass Eye. And The Very Best of Oldies, Volume 2. This is $5. The Very Best of Oldies, Volume 2. $5. And we have Los Flechazos in Océan. That's a 92 Spain power pop album. $20 on Los Flechazos. Pox, Voodoo Power. Pox is an 86 Holland Psychobilly album. $15 on that. And 4 by Art. Everybody's an artist with 4 by Art. 86 Italian mod record, $13.50. So Crazy Nights. Kaysen bid $40. D-Kong already has it for $46. Hammond is at 90 with Chad Sauls. J.D. Conklin bid $95. Chad Sauls went out. Hammond is sold to J.D. Conklin for $95. Okay? And then over here, we have Crazy Nights. So it's down to 2 people, Kaysen and D-Kong right now. And he has bid $47. D-Kong was at 46. So D-Kong, you've been outbid on that one. Now let's put up another one. So we're calling that one CN for Crazy Nights. We'll call this one KISS for KISS. And this is KISS Happy New Year. 1977, orange and clear with green splatter. Providence Civic Center, Providence, Rhode Island. 1977, limited edition orange with clear and green splatter and poster. That's going to go up for a $55 start. So this is on 2 LP colored vinyl. It's on green and clear with splatter. Very contrasting different mixes of colors there for this one. $55 start. We'll call that one just KISS or Happy New Year's, whichever way you want to distinguish what you're bidding on. Whatever you can help me out the most with, I would greatly appreciate it. Okay, let's go right over here, and we have Murray the K's gassers for submarine race watchers. VG condition, just $5. Has an old price tag on the back of $3 from back, what, in the mid-60s? That'd be your early 60s. Be like $25 today. We have Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. $10 on Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. The Rolling Stones now. Nice. Stones in the half-off crate. Blue London Serial Press, $12.50 on that one. Crazy Nights is sold to D-Kong for $50. KISS live in Rhode Island, 1977. Looking for a $55 start. There are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 KISS auctions left. We're going to call this one Animalize, okay? Animalize. This is in shrink with hop sticker with the original Port Call price tag. How cool is that? It is in shrink, vinyls VG Plus, original under sleeve, $20 start on Animalize. There's 2 live KISS auctions right now. Let's slip in another cassette right quick. And we did Queen's Rock. Let's do Queen live at Wembley 86. That is a very cool cassette here. I don't think I've seen that. That's one of those, that's an amazing concert. That's like peak Queen right there. Wembley 86. The acclaimed 86 from Queen's final tour. 87 minutes of music. That's pretty cool, honestly. So there, we had Queen's Rock. There's Queen. That's where Freddie Mercury's doing those. He's almost like teasing everybody with his vocal call and response. He goes way up and hits that high note, and then he goes way down to the bottom. Amazing. So the bootleg has a bid for $55, Animalize has a bid for $25, and Queen live at Wembley, a $10 start. Next is Here Stands Fats Domino, VG $12.50 on that. We have the Boo-Hoos, the Sun, the Snake, and the Who, VG $6.50. Twice as much, Own Up, a 2001 Italian, $10 on that. And the Elvis Brothers, Adventure Time. The Elvis Brothers is $6.50. Wow. Wow. I think it's time for a $6.99 crate. Laura's already sent me Tuesday's pictures. Here's some stuff coming up for auction tomorrow night. I hadn't forgot about you, Patrick Lear. I'll pull that in 1 second. Sade, Bauhaus, Probot, Talking Heads, Big Black, Funkadelic, The Seeds, Lemon Heads, TKO, Charlie Brown, 13-4 Elevators, Hulk, Art Blakey, Miles Davis, Grand Magus, Monk, Tokyo Blade, Lionel Hampton, Dead, Sade, Violent Films, Bob Marley, Ween, Traveling Wilburys, Beastie Boys, Risky Business, B-52s, Dream Theater, Plasmatics, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Bowie, Ice Cube, Tears for Fears, Prong. Wow, good lineup tomorrow. A lot of random stuff there. A lot of random different stuff there. Kiss has a bid for 55, Animalize 25. That's been the only bids. Queen has one bid for 11. That's been the only bid. Final call. And that's all that's left. That was a very anticlimactic half-off crate. About every one of these, probably for somebody to buy it, they're going to have to take time to go, like, look it up and sample it. So it's hard to sell those, like, quickly on the fly. So those usually end up bundled to people like Chris Knapp, who buys that stuff. There's some people who like buying stuff they have never heard of, okay? Now, some people, that would blow their mind. Like, I know some of y'all would never buy a record that you've never heard of. Y'all would never do that. There's some people who about the only thing they do buy is stuff that they've never heard of. And so I have to wait for those. And usually it's with a couple people, and they'll buy every single one of them. So, yeah, let me go over here. I got some tubs of $6.99. I've got to basically just fill them up and bring them over here. They're not up front anymore because we took all this stuff out to make room for dollar records. So, yep, here comes $6.99. I think you're all going to probably recognize these a little bit more. Let me start pulling them out. And, yeah, let's do these at $6.99. And then we'll probably offer them as a bundle. So if they don't get grabbed for $6.99, probably going to get grabbed as a bundle because this is where the bundling will officially start. I'm just going to kind of flip through the front. I'm sure every once in a while something's going to slip through here and I'm like, holy crap, that's not supposed to be in there. But hopefully they'll keep everybody closely paying attention. These would be great bundlers. It's been a few weeks now. I'm waiting for some of my bundlers to come back. Mark Kaser, John Barry. Waiting for some of those guys to make some comebacks because it's been a few weeks. I feel like they've got all their records. They've probably been delivered. Hopefully they've listened to them all. And they're like, you know what, Chad? We need 3,000 more. We need 3,000 more to listen to. And I'm like, I got your back, buddy. I got you. I'll get you 3,000 more in a flash. All right, so these are going to be $6.99. Still got 4 or 5 Kiss auctions to run. Cassettes. And then after that, it's awfully early, but Chad may have to, hey, I've been here since like 5:30 this morning, and I went home and slept from 3 a.m. maybe to about 5. So I've had 3 hours sleep, and my brain is starting to become cloudy, if that makes sense. Everything's not, I'm not thinking as clearly as I used to. Pushing myself to the edge already this week. It always happens on Sunday nights, Monday mornings, because I know the store's closed. And believe it or not, if we ever closed our store, I'd be in trouble. I would hardly ever leave here because we have to close and clean up and be open. And if I'm here during the day, when people's coming in and out, I would never get anything done. That's why I sleep during the day. But man, when I know we're closed on Mondays and Tuesdays, I'm like, I don't want to leave here. So, all right, Jimmy Johnson is sold to Patrick Lear. That's sold. That's sold. All right, and that was the half-off record. And some of the Kiss Army's still here, but we are about to sell first Todd Saw Queen for $11. Speaking of energy drinks, Todd Saw just had his first ever energy drink, right, Todd? I watched his live video. First time ever drinking an energy drink. And then Kiss Animalize. This got one bid to Brian Thurman for $25. And then Kiss over here is sold. And Kiss over here is sold to J.D. Conklin for $55. Oh, I will fall asleep so fast after this sale. I'll fall asleep so fast. My mom was here. She'd be like, cut that crap off and go to bed. Cut that crap off and go to bed. Tell all them you got to go to sleep. All right, so here's Kiss World. Let's call this one Kiss World KW. The best of Kiss is a Walmart exclusive red vinyl. Really cool color here. $20 start on that. Look at that color. Whoa, that's pretty cool. That's a Kiss compilation. And then let's call this one Kiss Vegas or Vegas. The DVD is inside of the gatefold. So it's a live show with DVD, EX, $35 start. So Vegas and Kiss World. Tracy wants, I'll take on up from the half off crate. Let's find that. Let's find that for Tracy Songer right here in the front. This is sold to Tracy for $10. So Kiss World, Kiss Vegas. Let's throw up another cassette and let's do 2 queens for the price of 1.5. And that is Innuendo and News of the World. $15 start for both of them. Okay? Both of these being sold together for a $15 start. And Elvis Brothers also sold from the last crate, $6.50 to John Smetzer. You got it. Okay? Everything in here is $6.99. Thanks for staying late with me during Kiss Night. You may get rewarded in this crate. Santana, Inner Secrets, sorry, speech is getting slurred. Santana, Inner Secrets, $6.99. Jimmy Johnson was, in fact, $10. Patrick, it was $10. Also $6.99 is Johnny Van Zant. Johnny Van Zant, $6.99. Sonny and Cher's Greatest Hits, I Got You Babe, $6.99. Sonny and Cher. Ike and Tina Turner, Ooh Poo Pa Do, $6.99. I'm going to be saying that a lot. Why? Because everything in here is $6 and 99 pennies. Gerald Whitworth on Santana for $6.99. Then John Smetzer, then Peter Haas. NRBQ at Yankee Stadium, a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Bill Reese on Johnny Van Zant, sold to Bill Reese for $6.99. Thank you. Kiss World, Bob Cobb, $25, only bidder. Vegas, Kenny Begley, $35. J.D. Conklin, $35. J.D. Conklin, $40 on Vegas. Kenny Begley's out. Final call to lock in a bid on both. Can we please get some balloon action? Thank goodness. Both queens, if anybody wants them, $15 start. If you bid, I'll go ahead and wrap it up quickly. Al Stewart, The Early Years, a double LP, $6.99 for Al Stewart. What else is $6.99? Renaissance Prologue. Renaissance is $6.99. What else is $6.99? The Emotions, 1980 US. Looks like something Paul put out originally. VG Plus, $6.99. What else is $6.99? Jonathan Winters, Wings It. That's a comedy album. $6.99 for Jonathan Winters. And Straight Lines, Run for Cover, an 81 Canadian. It's got one of those like, not Oasis. Oh my gosh. Orleans. It's got one of those Orleans cover vibes. You got 4 guys underneath the sheets there. 4 guys underneath the sheets. $6.99. We got Jimmy James and the Vagabonds, The New Religion. That is $6.99. And we have Chip Taylor's Last Chance. Oh, Chip Taylor here is a white label promo. He's kin to James Taylor, and I'm not joking. $6.99. Both of these queens can be bought for $15. There's a new bid on Kiss World for 26 with James Hicks, and Vegas is sold to J.D. Conklin for 40. That's sold to for 40. All right, next is this right here, folks. Alive 35. Kiss, Alive 35. This is an unofficial. It's 3 LPs on silver vinyl. According to Discogs, the info on the front of the cover is incorrect. This was not recorded in Norway. It was recorded at Colorline Arena in Hamburg, Germany. There we go. It's recorded at Hamburg, Germany, June 4th, 2008. That's why you always check your source listings. $65 start. There it is. So who was originally the high bidder on Bob Cobb? Bob Cobb, the maestro, you've been outbid on Kiss World. What else is $6.99? Julius Wechter and the Baja Marimba Band four-sider. Just $6.99. Psh. You should just, I mean, these are so cheap. You're getting paid to buy these, basically. Sunrise. This is a private press folk rock gospel that was originally marked $24.99. How much is it now? Just $6.99. It's called Sun, spelled S-O-N. Sunrise from the year I don't know. Les Dudek, Ghost Town Parade. That is $6.99. It's Blue Band. This is $6.99. And Lester Williams, Texas Troubadour. Nice. On the Ace label, sealed, $6.99. Derek Clark has made a statement. Now, you always want to listen to his statements. Renaissance Prologue is a steal at $6.99. Awesome prog album with heavenly operatic vocals from Annie Haslam. One of my favorite 70s prog album. What a review. Somebody screenshot that and post that on Discogs. $6.99. Michael Freiberger on Lester. Patrick Lear says, well, my gosh, I got to take it now. Renaissance sold to Patrick Lear. Kiss Alive. Final call for a 65. Alive 35. That is an official. James Hicks, Bob Cobb's out. You beat the maestro, and you get Kiss World for $26. What is next, you may say? You may find yourself bidding on Kiss albums. This is an unofficial 1987 UK picture disc. Interviews from 84 to 85. Chris Tetley. Side B is NSFW. Oh boy. Let me take a peek at it. Here we go. Chad gets to look at this. Oh my goodness. Is this a real photo? Is this real? Or is this superimposed? Oh my gosh. Is that a real person? Does she sue them after this? Holy moly. Okay, well, there's a lawsuit on the back cover, but other than that, it's going to go up for a $20. The back cover is highly controversial, X-rated, lawsuit material, $20 start, okay? There it is. You get to look at it as soon as you buy it. Well, after you get it in the mail. Next is Mick Clark Band, Looking for Trouble. How much? $6.99. That's a sweet looking SG there. $6.99. I have one almost just like that. I'm sure it's not that old, but I have one just like this. Mine's got a different pick guard. This is a much earlier one. That's like early 60s there. $6.99. Also, we have Frank White. $6.99, 88 UK, $6.99, Frank White. Don Nix, Living by the Days. Don Nix is $6.99. And we have Marla Britton, a 1990 US, $6.99. Corners are creased. What? Oh, I see up here. There's some creasing going on in the corner. Boy, that is kind of hard to see, though. $6.99 on that. And Joe Maphis, King of the Strings, the amazing Joe Maphis, from Fred Goodwin's collection. He bought it in Memphis, Tennessee in 1975. Yellow Star Day, $6.99. Kiss is at 20. Kiss is at 20. Michael Rudolph, you're out. This has one bid with J.D. Conklin for $65. That's a final call. What is the title of this? This may help you find it. CT1012. CT1012. CT stands for Chris Tetley. He did tons of interviews. I just can't believe if this is an actual picture that they took on the back. I find this hard to believe, but I guess it's real. Just unbelievable. KISS is at $20.25. Next in the $6.99 is Ricky Nelson. $6.99 to Somebody Christmas of 1958. That helps you really date this record. This was given to somebody Christmas of 1958. Ricky Nelson, $6.99. So that is available. Sorry, there we go. Gerald has KISS at $30. And then Gerald Whitworth, J.D. Conklin, you get this KISS boot for $65. Thank you. And the Rascals, The Island of Real, $6. The Rascals, The Island of Real, R-E-A-L, Columbia, $6.99. Don Nix, here's another Derek Clark review. Don Nix, if you're a fan of the Muscle Show sound, Leon Russell, J.J. Cale, etc., Don Nix is a must grab. If you're a fan of the Muscle Show sound, if you like music in the realms of Leon Russell and J.J. Cale, you've got to find this. You got to find this. Over here, Chet Atkins in Hollywood. Chet Atkins is $6.99. Very cool cover here. $6.99. Super clean vinyl too. Chet Atkins. Look at this guy. He is losing his mind. He's like, goodness gracious. He's going to rear end somebody, crash his car. Patrick Lear says, give me that Don Nix. KISS is at $32. We have Carl Perkins, Oh Blue Suede's Back. Carl Perkins is $6.99. You think that's a mannequin? I hope so. It doesn't look like it to me, but I'm hoping it is. Joe South, Don't It Make You Want to Go Home? Joe South, $6.99. And we have the Neon Philharmonic. And this is a white label promo. I don't think that's a mannequin, though. I think that's a real human being on the back of that cover. $6.99. The Neon Philharmonic, $6.99. Samuel Coppage on the Chet Atkins for $6.99. Let me get one more look at this. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't think that's a mannequin. I think that's a real human being on that cover. Everybody right now is probably trying to Google this to figure out what it looks like. There are so many Google searches pulling up X-rated images right now thanks to Coletco's live stream. All right, here is this next auction. This is the Many Faces of KISS, a journey through the inner world of KISS. A compilation featuring members of KISS and other various artists, orange and yellow marble vinyl. The top seam does have a little bit of a split up here. That's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? Next is KISS is at $35. Samuel Coppage got Chet Atkins, Chuck Haley second. Also $6.99 is Spirit Clear. This is $6.99. Yellow Ode Label, $6.99. $6.99. And Bob Geldof. This is Questions and Answers. $6.99. Bob Geldof, Questions and Answers. Tony Orlando and Don's Greatest Hits. $6.99. Tony Orlando and Don's Greatest Hits, including Tie a Yellow Ribbon Round the Old Oak Tree. Wow. $6.99. Season of Glass, Yoko Ono. Yoko, also $6.99. And Bluefield Hammond and Dr. John, Triumvirate. Bloomfield, Hammond, Dr. John. $6.87 UK reissue, $6.99. Tom Jones, Praise and Blame. 2010 pressing, Tom Jones. So far, Still the Crate. You wouldn't think it was a Tom Jones record, but if you check comps on that, you'll see that that's true. And somebody asked me, is the XX photo have a blue background? Yeah, kind of, like a baby blue. Yep. Many Faces of Kiss, no bid on this. Looking for a $20 start. We have Tanya Tucker, Here's Some Love, $6.99. Of course, Jim B all over the Tom Jones. He just made next month's car payment, folks. Just like that. Just like that, he just made next month's car payment. Boom. Just took one record. Baker Groovett's Army, Hearts on Fire, $6.99. Over here, Marian Anderson, he's got the whole world in his hands at 18 Other Spirituals. RCA Red Seal Classical label, $6.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, $6.99. Wow, that's just $6.99. Really cool cover there with that antique safe on it. And Loretta Lynn, I Remember Patsy Cline. Technically, I Remember Patsy, $6.99. Michael Freiberger, all over Nitty Gritty for $6.99. Thank you on that one. Okay, over here is James Hicks has the Kiss Naughty Picture Disc at $37. And that's a final call. Kelly Vladerchik on Marian Anderson. The Kiss model's name is Megan McCracken. So it's definitely not a mannequin, unless it's Mannequin Megan. 007's in on Kiss at $40. And over here, bop, 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 beep, bop, bop. And what was the other question? Songs on Tanya Tucker. Here's Some Love. Let me guess, you're looking for Delta Dawn. Here's Some Love. Round and Round the Bottle. Coming Home Alone by Dave Loggins, by the way. Gonna Love You Anyway. Holding On. Just Love the Leaving Out of Me. The Gospel Singer by Tony Joe White. Take Me to Heaven. Shortcut. I Use the Soap by David Gates. $6.99. Todd says he'll take it. Michael Freiberger on Loretta Lynn. James Hicks is back in on Kiss at $45. 007, you're out. The Many Faces of Kiss, one bid sold. Chris Frazier, $20. Another quick cassette auction. We're going to put up for auction right now. Kiss Revenge. $10 start. 007 Platinum in on Kiss at $50. Oh, great knee pop right then. That felt amazing. All right, I'm just going to read these titles. No reason for me to say $6.99 again 27 times. So y'all know the price. I don't think there was much really check condition stuff at all in here. $6.99, okay? Sonny and Cher's Greatest Hits. Argentina Turner, NRBQ at Yankee Stadium. Al Stewart, The Early Years. The Emotions, Flowers. Jonathan Winters, Wing It. Straight Lines, Run for Cover. Jimmy James and the Vagabonds. Chip Taylor's Last Chance. Promo. Hulu Sweatshirt, Baja Marima Band, Foresighter. Sunrise, Les Dudek. It's Blues Band. It's Blue Band. Mick Clark Band, Looking for Trouble. Frank White. Marla Britton. Joe Maphis. Ricky Nelson. Rascals, Carl Perkins, Neon Philharmonic, Joe South, Spirit, Bob Geldof, Tony Orlando, Yoko Ono, Baker Groovett's Army. Baker is Ginger Baker from Cream, Bloomfield Hammond, Dr. John. Todd Saul wants Sonny and Cher's Greatest Hits. I Got You, Babe. Kiss has a bid for 10. That's the cassette. The Kiss Naughty Picture Disc is at 60 with 007 Platinum. 007 Platinum. Rick Perrine wants Ricky Nelson. Rick gets Ricky for $6.99. Tricky Ricky. Ricky, you're so fine. Anybody else? I'm about to offer these as a bundle. Hopefully we can go ahead and just clear out this crate and I'll go get some more. Oh. Jet. Jet. All right, let's sell Revenge for $10 to Chad Anderson. Thank you, Chad. And let's count these. Let's see if we can get a bundle deal done with somebody. We love bundling, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 records in there. Y'all ready for this? I'm going to sell everything that's left in there for $95. $95 divided by 26 is $365 each. That entire rest of that crate, 26 records, $95, $3.65 each. $3.65 each. Kiss Naughty is at $60 with 007. James Hicks, you're out. Now, typically what I do, if we sell this bundle, I'll go ahead and go into another one. Just saying. Jim B says that's too low. Waiting for somebody to jump on an opportunity of a lifetime. Waiting for somebody to jump on an opportunity of a lifetime. James Hicks, it's up to you on the picture disc. Is this really how we're going to end the show? Do I got to start making threats? Is everybody fell asleep? Everybody walking their dog all of a sudden? Neil Reigler, we have a bite. I will. Bloomfield Hammond, Dr. John, Baker Groovitz Army, Yoko Ono, Tony Orlando, Bob Gildoff, Spirit, Joe South, Neon Philharmonic, Blue Suede Shoes, The Rascals, Joe Maphis, Marla Britton, Frank White, Mick Clark Band, It's Blue Band, Les Dudek, Sunrise, Foresighter by Baja Marima Band, Chip Taylor, Jimmy James and the Vagabonds, Straight Line, Jonathan Winters, The Emotions, Al Stewart, NRBQ, and Ike and Tina Turner. James Hicks, the Kiss went from you bid 65, 007 bid 70, and then you bid 65 again. It's still at 70 with 007 Platinum. Neil Reigler usually comes through on the bundles. He just came through on the bundles. Everybody owes him a major round of applause. That means we're going to bring out some more. That means we're going to at least do one more. And we are still bidding on a Kiss item. I'm going to try to see what else items I can auction tonight. Also tonight, maybe one of the earlier shows I've stopped in far as time elapsed. Man, it's only 11 o'clock. It feels, I guess this is where I'm so kind of exhausted. It feels like it's 2 a.m. And I'm going to pack. Can I get all these in here? All right, gee, I have packed, probably even too tightly, I have packed this bundle as the last thing in here. All right, so I'm going to start a new crate. Time for 10 more. There's no way. Whew. I am... Kiss nights are pretty physically exhausting. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of vinyl too. We have filled up another crate. Mr. Jack has done ABC order for 8 hours today. He's emptied a ton of crates And here I am filling them right back up. All right. And 007 Platinum, this is sold to you for $70. Folks, I have an announcement. Every KISS auction, we started exactly 6 hours ago. About 6 hours ago. We have officially sold every KISS auction. I projected tonight it would take at least to 11 because we started about an hour earlier than we have been. So we have sold every KISS auction. There's no leftovers. There's no bids. Everything is sold. Thank you to all that's been watching. We're going to wrap up tonight with a few more vintage discount crates. About the only other thing I have for auction is maybe a couple more cassettes, but that's it. The other stuff is supplemental auctions, which is stuff for Metal Night or much earlier for a different time of the night, much earlier. But I am going to do some more vintage. It seems like it's way too early to stop, so I'm going to try to show a few more crates. And thanks, everybody. So if you're here strictly for KISS, you can rest easy now. But I wish everybody would stay around, see what else may pop up. I'm going to try to do at least one more $6.99 crate. And I've learned a lesson. Stick with my normal routine. Don't get here until about showtime. I'm not made to stay here all day and then try to do the show without basically resting or trying to do that before I go live. Hasn't turned out too well tonight. But man, it's been pretty dang solid. And I want to thank everybody. And I'm about to go over here. You know what I'm about to do? I'm about to fill up another $6.99 crate from this batch, same batch. And I'm going to pick these out right here. And they look pretty good. I see $6.99 titles is what I see. Yep. And let's get started. The first one's going to be an easy pick for somebody. Let me try to fill up this crate. Maybe we can fill up a bundle at the end. Tonight's probably been kind of slow because there was absolutely no new vinyl. So usually, you know, we got Paul, John, and Laura marking records, right? And then there's what, 2 to 10 crates of new vinyl. Tonight there was virtually 0. So just kind of sucks. Kind of makes my job a lot harder. Because we only have so much time to price new stuff, and we went through it fast. And then it's like, well, what's next? And it's pretty much nothing but stuff from, you know, 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago. But it's on sale stuff, so you get discounts. Naps, Chad, I know. And I was trying to take one about 3. Man, I couldn't hold my head up about 3 or 4 o'clock. And Paul was like, man, if you go home, by the time you get home, you'll have like, it'll be 1 hour before showtime. I was like, I know that if I fall asleep, I might not come back. You might have to do the show. Okay, let's get started with this one. All right, here we go. Let's see what's in here for $6.99. I have the following. I told y'all, Wings Over America. Clean vinyl with poster, a little bit of a wrinkle right there, and a little bit of cover wear, but Wings Over America, the triple LP live for just $6.99. We have Electric Theater, The Killer, an 85 German import, $6.99. We have DNA, $6.99 for DNA. DNA. Carole King, City Streets, an 89 US. Carole King is $6.99. Jeff Brand RTO on Wings for $6.99. And Morris Albert Feelings, $6.99. Greg Beddinger, second on wings. Peter Haas, third. Wow, nice. Otis Redding, $6.99. I don't even want to tell you what the original sticker price was. And it's in mono. Otis Redding, $6.99. It's a reissue. Todd Rundgren's Utopia is $6.99. Patrick Lear on Otis Redding. There's going to be a couple absolute steals in this crate. It's a matter of who's watching, who's paying attention, who's the fastest, who's the quickest. Also over here, we got Coco Taylor live from Chicago. Coco Taylor live for Chicago, $6.99. Also, we have the nice Misras Longa Venta Brevis. That is $6.99. The nice with Keith Emerson. One second, please. Okay. Patrick Lear on Otis Redding. Patrick Lear also on Coco Taylor. And Gerald Whitworth first on Utopia. Everything in here is $6.99. I keep bumping into the stack of sold stuff every time I try to go crate a $6.99 record. So let me take these around the corner. Put them over here in the pile. There we go. $6.99. All right. Next thing is Lindsey Buckingham Law and Order, $6.99. Van Morrison Wavelength is $6.99. And Jose Feliciano Alive Alivo, $6.99. And Nat King Cole Cat Baloo. Nat King Cole, $6.99. $6.99. Also, the Manhattan Transfer coming out, $6.99 for Manhattan Transfer. And this is Shaking Family, 1987, a rock album, $6.99. Same price for Leon Redbone on the track. Sealed, nice. Sealed, that was originally marked $24.99. And Sheena Easton is $6.99. And Stories, $6.99 for Stories. Kama Sutra label, $6.99. You may ask yourself, Chad, how much are the records in this crate? And I'm going to tell you, they're $6.99. Even for Carole King Rhymes and Reasons. Nice textured cover. This has got some great songs on it. $6.99. Carole King, one of her earlier albums. Very clean, very nice. $6.99 for that. Next is David Jennings on Nat for Nat King Cole. And then Topographic on LR for Leon Redbone. Thank you, Mike. Also over here we got Exile Mixed Emotions. Exile is $6.99. And Sky Yin, Pete Shelley, $6.99 on that one. I do have a few autographs that's kind of like budget autographs. Maybe deep, you might even consider some of them deep cuts. And I was actually working on these today. Let me go up here and get these. That might be a few kind of late night things we can do. So let me go up here and I'll show you some of these I came up with. Maybe we can move a few tonight, but it's actually a project I was working on. And I might have messed up and overlooked one because this is when I was half asleep 7 hours ago. I still feel that way now. So let me see what we got here in this stack. Some interesting stuff, mostly JSA authenticated stuff from Fred Goodwin's collection. But we might can move a couple. That would make my night because I have 10 billion of them. I do have, let me try to find it here. Give me 1 second. I do have a couple pretty big names. One of them's personalized though, B.J. Thomas. You may know him from the hit song, Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. This is signed by B.J. and it's JSA authenticated. So, and it's going to go up for just a $25 start. Signed and JSA authenticated. B.J. Thomas, Home Where I Belong. Gatefold jacket. No, oh man, there's no disc in here. Okay, well, still, wouldn't be too hard one to replace. It is signed. That's going to be really hard to replace. To Cindy. Maybe there's a Cindy watching. Any Cindy's watching that are B.J. Thomas fans? Home Where I Belong. That's going to go up for a $25 start. And I'll go ahead and set one next to it. And the next one I have for you, this one was pretty interesting. I remember when we had this, I honestly couldn't figure out who signed it. And luckily, the experts at JSA, they can look at a scribble and be like, it's Harvey Presnell. And Harvey Presnell, I think I'm saying his first name right. It looks like Harv, but I think it's Harvey. This is the musical that was about Molly Brown, who was a survivor of the Titanic. He played in this. Pretty deep cut, but he was also in some pretty big movies. He played, we was looking at his Wikipedia earlier today. He played in Fargo. So that's Harvey Presnell. I think it's pronounced Harvey. JSA, it's The Unsinkable Molly Brown, which is a musical, and he played in that. I think maybe it's his wife. I think he plays Molly Brown's wife in that. And that's also a $25 start. Also JSA authenticated. The actual soundtrack's pretty cool. Let's see here. Is there something? I forgot why there's... Oh, yeah, this book slides in the back here. Yeah, that's how I found it. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection. I'm sure at some point somewhere he met this guy. But yeah, the book tucks in the back here. I'm not going to do that. But there's where he signed it here as well. Wait a minute. Is there another one? Okay, so yeah. So there's two. He signed it twice. He signed this book and he signed the cover. So, I mean, I kind of need to sell them together because that book goes with it. So instead of like 25 and 25, I'll say 35 for both of them. So you get 2 JSA certifications, 2 different signed items, $35 start. They're both signed by him. Okay, next was Michael Freiberger on PS. Sorry I had to go up there and get that, but now they're all back here with me. I could have brought those out a lot earlier. Pete Shelley is sold to Michael Freiberger. Rick Perrine gets Lindsey Buckingham. I'm surprised more people didn't get that earlier. Or was that in a previous crate? No, it's right here. That's sold to Rick Perrine. Mystery Machine second on Pete Shelley. There is a bid on B.J. Thomas for 25. I'll say 35 on the Harvey Presnell. Pretty big. If you look him up on Wikipedia, quite a bit of movie resume. He's in a lot of stuff. We got Porgy and Bess, Lena Horne, and Harry Belafonte. This is in shrink wrap, living stereo, $6.99. This is Dynagroove, the magnificent new sound developed by RCA Victor. $6.99 on this. It's an RCA Victor kind of sound record, $6.99. And I have the Tubes, Young and Rich. No condition notes on the Tubes, $6.99. The Tubes, Young and Rich. Wings of Light, a rare 1979 U.S. gospel disco. That was VG Plus, $29.99. Now it's $6.99. Happy is the Sunshine Company, $6.99. Happy is the Sunshine Company, $6.99 on that. Also, Candyman, the songs and wit of Paul Sykes, recorded at the Ice House. I think that's a spoken word, or maybe, I don't know if it's a comedy. Could be, I guess it's comedy. Yeah. No? It's a singer. Maybe? No, he's doing both. He's singing and comedian. I'm pretty sure I've seen a Paul Sykes comedy album. Tracy Swinger, or just a straight comedy. Evidently, there's music on that one, too. $6.99 on Tracy Swinger. Evelyn Champagne King, Music Box. That is $6.99. Also, Diodato Whirlwinds. Diodato, $6.99 for Diodato. MCA Records, very clean, very nice. $6.99 on Diodato. Mike Oldfield Islands. Mike Oldfield, a gold stamp promo, $6.99. And Ozark Mountain Daredevils is $6.99. B.J. Thomas is sold for $25 to Chuck Haley. Thank you, Chuck, on that. If anybody wants the Unsinkable Molly Brown signed album and signed book by Harvey Presnell, $35 buy it now. $35. And I would hate to do it, but if you want just maybe one item, I guess I could separate it at probably 25 and 25. Your best bet's buying both of them though. $35 on those. Gonna lay that right over there. Got to find somebody who collects Hollywood autographs. Whole world of that out there. That's why there's a whole category on eBay, literally entertainment Hollywood autographs. And I've been in some groups, and man, people are buying stuff, and I'm actors I've never even heard of, you know, from the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. But some people get into a movie and they want to collect an autograph of every person they was in the film, where some of those can be quite difficult. Try to go buy a set of Wizard of Oz autographs, all the main characters, even like the guy who played Oz. You try to accumulate every autograph from every actor in that movie. Very difficult. The Outsiders, album number 2. The Outsiders is $6.99. GMB on WOL. WOL was Wings of Light. GMB has paid next month's car payment as well. That's sold for $6.99. Also, Love Transfusion Rockets. That is $6.99. No condition notes on Love Transfusion Rockets. Elvin Bishop Live, Raising Hell. That's a double LP at $6.99. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Street Action. BTO was $6.99. And Rare Earth Ecology. Rare Earth is VG Plus, $6.99. The Phoenix Singers is a white label promo. And we have Shadowfax, Folk Songs for a Nuclear Village. Shadowfax is $6.99. Well, several claimed out of there. Maybe one more just quick read through. If not, I'd love to sell the rest. Next autograph, Tom Rush. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Wrong End of the Rainbow, Tom Rush. Signed September 23rd, 1989. Price, $25 start on Tom Rush. Wrong End of the Rainbow. That is JSA certified. And the next one I have for you, for a $35 start, I think this one's pretty good in my opinion. For a $35 start, I have The Kingsmen. And this is Bob Shane, one of the original members of the Kingsmen. It is signed by Bob Shane, JSA authenticated, and this is actually a UK German press of Sunnyside. And this one's going to go up for I'll go ahead and do this one for a $25 start too. So Bob Shane, Tom Rush, those are signed album jackets and authenticated, $25 start. Shadowfax, The Phoenix Singers, Rare Earth, BTO, Elvin Bishop, Love Transfusion Rockets, The Outsiders, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Mike Oldfield, Deodato, Evelyn Champagne King, Paul Sykes, Sunshine Company, Dinah Groove, Lena Horne, Belafonte. That didn't come out together, right? Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte. Exile, Carole King, Stories, Sheena Easton, Shaken Family, Manhattan Transfer, Jose Feliciano, Van Morrison, The Nice, Morris Albert, Carole King, DNA, and Electric Theater, The Killer. I'll give a second for lag to come in, and I will count these and do a bundle. Here's what I'm going to do. If I count these and we're strike a bundle deal, I'll go through another crate. If I count these, we give it plenty of time and no bundle deals made, I might go ahead and wrap up the show there. Seems awfully early, but I might have to wrap up the show there for multiple different reasons. Even challenge tracks. Even challenge tracks. Even challenge. Even challenge. I don't remember reading even challenge. Even Evelyn Champagne. Okay, I was about to say, that has to be a crazy autocorrect. Stepping Out Part 1, Stepping Out Part 2. I think my heart is telling. Let's start all over again. Music Box. Make up your mind out there. It's okay. No time for fooling around. This is on Sunbar which is RCA 1979, $6.99. That is a threat. That's a threat. That is a threat. Eric Dog will take it. All right, let's count them. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Oh boy, I might have miscounted that last one. I'm going to say 27. It's always around 27. It's amazing. It's always around 27, isn't it? All right, so I know about what that's going to be then. Yep, let's do it for $95. 95 divided by 27 gets these down to $3.51 each. Good Electric Theater. This one here could maybe take. If you want Electric Theater, I'll go ahead and pull it out right now for Tracy Songer. So we'll say $90 for 26 records. 90 for 26, $3.46 each. 90 divided by 26, $3.46 each. Jim B says that's too cheap. Tom Rush. Signed Tom Rush, looking for a $25 start. Signed Kingston Trio, signed by Bob Shane, looking for $25 start. I still got the Harvey Presnell Unsinkable Molly Brown album and book. This book goes with this, but both items for $35. Guy, if you bid on these, there's a really good chance I'll go ahead and say final call and wrap them up. So here's the deal. 26 records, $90. Going to try to get a deal done on these. If not, I'll start saying my first waves of goodbye for tonight. I don't know if it's been a long time since I've started a show before midnight. What was on Otis Redding? Stephen Otis Redding is long gone. Patrick Lear claimed that almost immediately, and I think there was 2 people after him, and then you asked the tracks on it. That was long gone. That got grabbed immediately. That was a $50 Rhino reissue, possibly in mono, I believe, and that got grabbed quickly for $6.99. So I wasn't ignoring you. Well, I guess I was, but it's because it already sold, so my bad. I thought maybe just your lag was bad. Guy Shard has Tom Rush for $25. Going to once, going to twice to Mr. Guy Shard. Can we get a bundle deal made? Where are the bundlers? Come on, you bundles. Y'all are a bunch of bundlers. Come on. Let me see what's going on over here. All right, what is the bundle? Just tuned in. You got in a good time, and you could extend the show for at least one more crate. There's 26 records in here. We're trying to get $90 for them. Shadowfax, The Phoenix Singers, Rare Earth, BTO, Elvin Bishop, Love Transfusion Rockets, The Outsiders, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Mike Oldfield, Diodato, Paul Sykes, The Sunshine Company, that's a Psych Pop album, Donna Groove, Lena Horne, Harry Belafonte, Exile, Carole King, Stories, Sheena Easton, Shaken Family, Manhattan Transfer, Jose Feliciano, Van Morrison, The Nice, Morris Albert, Carole King, and DNA. Details on DNA. No condition notes. It's a full album from 1983, $6.99. Guy Shard gets Tom Rush for $25. And if anybody wants the Kingston Trio signed by Bob Shane, $25 buy it now on that. Guy Shard gets Tom Rush. I may have another signed Tom Rush over here, guy, from the last time I did a bunch of autographs. Okay. Let me see if I have another one of those for you. You might be in luck. Maybe not. I had another. What's these right here? Yola, Capone, Unpaid Knives, Eddie Rabbit. Maybe we sold that. You might have bought that guy. You might have bought that guy Rush I had. Or maybe that's the one I thought I had. I guess not. Or I put it back in my other autographs. One of the two. Yeah. Okay. Tracy says she'll take this. So I'm going to reduce the price now to $85 for 25 records. And I'll start saying going twice, going 3 times. And let me see if I can locate that for you. Let me see how many autographs I have in here that's actually priced and ready to go, and how many's not priced and not ready to go. Tell the moon to tell the marcher, tell the moon to tell the marcher, we have had. Tell the moon to tell the marcher. That's from Yes Fragile. No luck in here. If I had it, it would have been in here. We might have sold it. No, I'm close. Nope. Not in here. That's my catch-all autograph. That's about all of them. And then here's the most recent stuff we had authenticated. These are ones I got to get out and get going, because these have some pretty cool ones that y'all hadn't seen yet. Yeah, those are. If I run across it, I'll let you know. Okay. All right, let me see if I can show something different these last few moments then. It's that time of night to start bringing out different stuff then. Everybody is retired on vinyl. Let's see what else I have here. Let's see, fully signed Metallica album. 2 fully signed Metallica albums by Cliff Burton, with Cliff Burton. I think you already know about those. There's probably some new people going, what did you just say? Beatles Butcher covers. I got some crazy stuff tucked away over here. George Strait, Laserdisc, Christina Aguilera. So I got signed. This was tucked away. Signed Christina Aguilera. There's no, it's $275. $275. I forgot about that. Yola. Not much over here. I feel like there's another crate of autographs around here somewhere. Like stuff from a long time ago. Jethro Tull. No, I've never had that. I think I've only ever had one signed Ian Anderson album. What is in this? Is that autographs? What is this? Folk songs. That's like just a catch-all. That's my duplicates for my personal collection that John has to price, or Paul, or somebody. And then not much in here I can bring out except some of this other stuff. This is stuff we're waiting to get back letters from JSA. Here's where I had a crash and knocked over stuff this morning. Still got to pick up. There's some, this is some stuff I forgot about. I'm going to try to sell this stuff this week if I can. I got to get prices on it. And it's definitely auction-worthy stuff, but I'll give y'all a sneak peek right quick. Tanner just unearthed this the week before he had to leave for a while. We got a signed, an original, what I believe is an original concert poster signed by Buck Owens. It's a little faint, but you can see it right there. It's signed by Buck Owens. I think that's a really cool piece. I think this is really cool too. This is signed by, let's see, I think it's the director. No. Maybe Rex Reason. Yeah, it's a movie poster signed by one of the actors in the movie, Rex Reason. But look at that, this Island Earth. And then I know a lot of people is going to be interested in this. This is definitely an original item. I got to get this up for auction this week. This is signed by Waylon Jennings. Killer piece. Thank you, Waylon Jennings. Wow. I mean, just an awesome item there. That's going to be sold this week. And then this is signed by, I think this is a pretty significant piece too. This is signed by Robert Wise, the director of The Sound of Music. He directed the Sound of Music film. That's pretty cool. That's an original lobby card from Fred's collection. And I think that's it here. Yeah. So those are some really cool posters. And how much would the Silent Earth? I'd have to look. I don't think that guy's signature is too crazy. I'm gonna have to do some research on him again. Rex Reason died in 2015. He was an actor best known for his role in The Island Earth. So that was a pretty big deal for that to be mentioned right off the bat. 1955 science fiction film. I'll have to authenticate the poster. I think it's a reprint poster. I think it's a reprint poster. This could be a reprint Buck Owens poster. This, I'm pretty sure this is. These two are originals. So, I'm pretty sure, or could be, Buck Owens is a reprint poster. I'm pretty sure this is a reprint poster. And then Waylon is a real lobby card or window card. These are window cards, and these are real. This is a real window card, and golly, I don't know. I'll have to do one more check. These are so hard. So hard. I know this is, without a doubt. I'll have to double check the Sound of Music. I'll have to get on and find info on that one. Let me look up Robert Wise signature. So some of it will depend on the signature, and then of course some of these let's see. And it's probably like James Stewart, like if you got a James Stewart signed anything, it's $100, $200. But all of a sudden you get signed Sound of Music, or you get signed It's a Wonderful Life, and it's like $1,000. It's probably the same thing with like Robert Wise. It's probably depending on what is actually signed, like a photo, yeah, but a Sound of Music poster, that's pretty dang cool, right? For Fred to have met this guy and had these posters and Waylon, like the odds of him knowing he's going to meet this and have a big bulky poster to get signed, that's why posters, I mean, to carry these around. I see some stuff here possibly signed by this guy. Yeah, there's a VHS case. It's going to be north of 100, but probably no more than like 200 or 300. And that's if the poster checks out to be real. You know, so that's close. We could say 1 to 500. Waylon, if you just cut that out, that's 200 or 300. On an original poster, this might be 3 to 750 plus. You know, just depends on maybe who wants it that night. I mean, just a cut Waylon signature is not cheap. I think this is 350 to 700. This is maybe 150 to 350. So I might start the bid somewhere in the middle, maybe. And then Rex Reason, let me check on him, which I think is very much in range for somebody that would be buying something like this to expect to spend that much. Let me check on Rex Reason. And I'll double check that. If this is a legit window card, I mean, that by itself may be, you know, pretty, that could increase my starting bid estimate. But even, I know this is real, but even if it was a reprint, this as a reprint or this as a reprint, still probably within that range. This is 95% pretty sure it's authentic, original poster. This one, I'm going to say 75% right now. Yeah, I don't think, yeah, Rex Reason isn't an expensive signature just by itself. So it depends on probably the authenticity of this item, which this is probably like an 80s reprint from Benton Card Company. But still, what a deep cut item here, you know. What a bizarre thing to have. Killer poster even as a reprint to have an actor. That's him there too. I think that's him in the film. So that's really cool. So there's a whole, let me give y'all an idea as far as signed movie posters. We couldn't board and bag those, but we do have this stack here, which is pretty impressive, honestly. I know I have some stuff signed by some pretty significant people. We just got to dig through them, but these are all, let me see what we got here. Now that we've got all these sorted. Luckily, we got them board and bagged with the cards. That's been our nightmare lately. I don't know where the cards are for those, so I kind of have to find them before I can sell them. There's Buck Owens's, but let's see. The Lone Ranger, Jim Arness from Gunsmoke, Tex Ritter, Tennessee Ernie Ford, Jack Benny, Richard Todd, Robin Hood, Mickey Rooney, I don't know who that is. I've been told this one 20 times and I forget every time. I think that's, I forgot. Loretta Young. That's a 30s actress. I forgot that one. Bob Nolan and Roy Rogers. Ken Curtis. There's Marshall Matt Dillon again. There's Jim Arness again, and Amanda Blake. And Amanda Blake again. Melanie Griffin. That was the lady with the tattoo. Yeah, Melanie Griffin. Yeah. Kind of looks like Bette Midler. Bette Midler. So every time I see it, it reminds me of, that's who it reminds me of. That's some pretty good stuff there. Seinfeld. I was engaged to Mickey Rooney. I think I've had somebody asking for Tex Ritter. Is Denise Offendahl still watching? I could swore she's asked me 100 times for Tex Ritter. And then there's Jim Arness. So those are pretty cool Hollywood. Elvis. No Elvis. I got one guy that I know that has an Elvis signature, and I've got to get back with him. Chuck Haley. I get it back with you on that. Levi, I've been offered 5 Elvis signatures in the last, let's say this year. Let's say just the last 5. They've all been forgeries. Or JSA can't pass them. So sometimes on really expensive autographs, they can't pass it until maybe I get it in their hands. I'm trying to get one authenticated right now, but it's going to take a little bit more extra work. Joan Crawford. Are you asking, do I have any Joan Crawford, or was there a Joan Crawford in that pile? Elvis, it depends on what it's on. Elvis on I've been seeing on Facebook. I'm trying to buy one. I kind of want one for myself, but also I really want a signed album, which is the rarest of the rare probably, or a signed Sun 45. There's some of those that float around. That's also amazing. But there's a lot of hotel concierge cards, and people who worked at hotels, like valets, clerks. It was very common for them to get hotel postcards signed. And you see a lot of those floating around Elvis. He would sign a lot of hotel stuff. Well, a signed Elvis hotel card, I've had some opportunities this week to buy them for $5,000 and $7,000. So just a signed Elvis, little thingamabob from a hotel maybe he stayed at, you're looking at $5,000, $7,000, and if it's really clean and really nice, maybe $10,000. So Elvis is extremely valuable. It's really a signed photo. You get up close to, you get way up there. There's a Joan Crawford in here. I don't think so. I'll look one more time. I don't think I've seen Joan Crawford. Yeah, Elvis is big money. So, no Joan Crawford in here, Gosh Shard. Maybe this one? No. No Joan Crawford in here. Do you sell Eminem? I still have the signed Eminem poster, yep. $1,500, I think, is what I've got it listed for. So Jim Arness, Melanie Griffin. This is Ann Rutherford, it looks like. Mickey Rooney, Richard Todd, Jack Benny, Tennessee Ernie Ford, Tex Ritter, Jim Arness, Clayton Moore, Ken Curtis Festus, Bob Nolan, and Roy Rogers. This is not Joan Crawford. This is Sincerely Ada Lupio. It looks like Ada, I-D-A-L-U-P-U-I-O, Lupio. 1933 is when she signed it. Loretta Young. This is... Is that who plays Pussy Galore in James Bond? That's who it looks like. What's her name? It's Honor Blackman, though. Is that who that is? Honor Blackman? Let's see. I gotta be careful Googling this. What is her name? I thought it was Honor. Yeah, it's Honor Blackman. But that's not what that says. This does not say Elizabeth Montgomery. I thought it was the person who plays Pussy Galore and Goldfinger. That's who it looks like. Is that how she signs her? Is that her real name? What's her real name? Ada Lupino. Okay, who is this here? That's who it looks like. Am I crazy? It says Blackman. Is that who that is? Honor. I would like to keep that. If so, let's see if it's written. Sometimes it's written on the back. Well, somebody might have mounted the wrong picture with the signature. Let me just look it up on. I mean, heck, we got it right here. We don't have to question it. It's right here on JSA. Duh. We can look it up right here. SD. It's SD02631. Yeah, Honor Blackman. I think I might keep that. Yeah, that's from Goldfinger, Pussy Galore. That's definitely her most well-known work. I didn't even know I had that. I did not know I had that until right now. So I've been trying to chip away at some of those Bond autographs. But yeah, she died in 2020. I remember that. And she played in the Avengers TV show. Yeah. I think I might keep this one. I would rather have it. She actually has an album. That would probably be impossible to find signed. She has an album that's basically just about Goldfinger stuff. I think her talking. Pretty cool. So. I think I've got stacks of these carded. Golly. Let me see what the rest of them are. I think I can get to another stack over here. I like going through those because it's like, it's trying to figure out who they are and, let's see here. Pretty fun going through some of these. I got to keep these in order because I think the cards are still in order. Douglas Fairbanks, Olivia de Havilland, Ava Gardner, I don't know. Yeah, man, we could get into hundreds of get these where y'all can see them a little bit better. George Foreman. Buddy Ebsen. Barbara Eden. Henry Fonda. That's got to be a pretty good one. Wow. I bet that's a pretty good one as far as value. Barbara Eden. Yeah, there's a ton of Barbara Edens. I think Fred had a thing for her. Look how many Barbara Eden autographs there are. Oh my gosh. To Fred. Michael Douglas. I want those photos of like George Lucas, like one of those photos of him directing Star Wars. I would love to have one of those signed. Maybe there's one in here and I didn't realize it. Will Ferrell? Hold on a minute. Let me go back for a second. Let me go back. So, all right, so first question was no Al. I don't think there was an Al Pacino in here. And then Barbara Eden. Let me go back to those right quick. Just trying to glance at them. Sometimes they're written on the back too, who some of these people are. Probably should look at that. Oh. Whiffs. So let me find that. Let me go find a. Let me get a price on a Barbara Eden. Michael, does it matter which ones? Let me check comps on those right quick. Let me see what Barbara goes for. Barbara, did y'all see where the original from the I Dream of Jeannie shows? Glass bottles just sold at auction for like $500,000. Let's see here. I don't think I have a I Dream of Jeannie. No, I don't think I do. I think I've looked for those before when I was going through these. I've got, well, that's not her. I've got this one. I don't know what movie that is, but there's one. Okay, here's where they start. So they're going to be around, with JSA or Beckett, I can say one for like $55. These are, and I've been realizing, and I hadn't really, I have sold a lot of these, and you know, if y'all don't know if y'all are following the market, but these top one photographs, which are, I think they consider these press photos now, top one photographs, are becoming very collectible. So a lot of y'all that bought those press kits off of me, man, some of those photographs, top ones, if you look up some of that, they're grading these photographs now. I'm talking about not signed, but just like photos of Mickey Mantle selling for $28,000, $55,000, $66,000. Photos of Hank Aaron selling for $55,000. Just photographs, not signed, just a photograph, a top one. Babe Ruth photograph selling for $180,000, $120,000. Huge market. There's a Barbara Eden. There's a Barbara Eden. There's a Barbara Eden. See, these are like promos from where Fred had all that promo stuff. Barbara Eden. Guy, I will get to your request when I get back down to the Michael. This may be the coolest one I have because it's the Harper Valley PTA. That's probably I like that one the most so far in the Barbara Edens. I don't think there's any 60s I Dream of Jeannie because this is all stuff she was in, it looks like in the 70s. That's Harper Valley PTA. That's Harper Valley PTA. That might be where they stop, Michael. Now, Michael Douglas with his dad. Okay, I'll have to figure out which one's with his dad because I'm not for sure where that one looks like, but I bet I can figure it out. These are all Michael. This one here, this must be what you're talking about, guy. Let me check on Michael Douglas over here. So we're talking about Michael Douglas. Oh, it's pretty good signature. Let's look for just JSA comps. You get some of these on eBay. Okay, let's try PSA. This sold for $250. A cut on a card sold for $300. The JSA comps were like, well, those are active. I try not to look at active if I can. How about, so a signed photo, 100, a signed DVD, Romance in the Stone, 254, and a signed Funko, 468. Let's try Beckett last. Beckett authenticates a ton of hot, yeah. There's more Beckett active than anything. And, okay, so signed, $369, $71, $369, $100, $320 for a signed license plate, $100. So they're kind of all over the place. I guess it depends on the subject matter. So the cheapest, Beckett sold for $71. The most is $369. That's kind of the high and low, with one hitting 100, another one hitting 100. So if you want this one, I'll do it for $95. I think that seems pretty fair. And I do have, here we go. It's got Kirk Douglas, Michael Douglas. AFI salute to Kirk Douglas. So it was a salute to his father as a special CBS thing. And it looks like they were both there. And I should have the card. I have all the cards handy for these. The cards are right here. Yeah, AX. I got a whole stack here. AX. I got the cards right here. I just got to pull it out if you do decide you want it. Yeah. You were reading my mind. I'll go find it right now to make sure. AX7 4316. AX7 3. AX7. AX7 3. Wait a minute, I'm getting dyslexic. AX7 4 316. AX7 3 416, right? Yeah. AX7 3 416. AX7 4 316. Sorry, I was pretty fatigued a half hour ago, and now here I am deep into autograph photos, but that's okay. We'll get that in a board and bag. Let me make sure all that matches up again without me touching this photograph too much more. This is AX7 4316, and I'm going to double check this by looking this up on JSA. And JSA is AX7 4316. And Michael Douglas signed black and white photo. This is it. All right, sell this to Goshard, $95. Let's get this in a board and a bag, please, G. I'm going to lay this in here on the table. Okay, so let's finish going through this stack. I'll try to show them where maybe y'all can figure them out. If I don't, there's more Kirk Douglas. There's more Kirk Douglas. More Kirk Douglas. Lots of Kirk Douglas. That one's smudged. That's a pretty cool one there. These are pretty good photos. I need to get these on eBay. I mean, I feel like I could just quickly just list all these. $150 or best offer. And I got a bunch of them. Golly. So, okay, let's see what this one was. This was, I don't know. Here we go. This will help a lot if I flip them over. Linda Carter. Nope. Angie Dixon. Angie Dixon. Not for sure on that one. Now, I can look them up. All you got to do is type in that JSA number. It'll tell you. Bruce Dern. Bruce Dern. Bruce Dern. Bruce Dern. Bruce Dern, made out the Fred. Bruce Dern. Bruce Dern. Bruce Dern. I'm going to look this one up. This is AX 74339. Jeff Chandler. From Capricorn 1. We had the same guy earlier. Who was this? Elliot Gold. Elliot Gold. We got a lot of these. Elliot Gold. Sharon Gliss. Wow, look at that one. Beverly Garland from Alligator People. That's pretty cool. Joan. No. It's an Alfred Hitchcock movie. Too bad it wasn't signed by Alfred Hitchcock. Who was this? There we go. There's a cleaner look at it. That is it Joan Fontaine? Maybe? It's from the movie Rebecca. It is Joan Fontaine. There's a cleaner look at it, and right there. Hey. I had some of this priced at one time. Don Knotts. Andy Griffin. It's one of Andy Griffin's actual checks. Aaron Neville and Art Neville. The Vagrants, that's Leslie West from Mountain. That's Leslie West from Mountain. Ron Campbell, he did the illustration. He did the illustration for Yellow Submarine. And lastly, we have Mark Lindsay from Paul Revere and the Raiders. I don't know if that tag I had on Don Knotts was for the cut. So that might be what I was going to auction these for. Starting bid. Let me recomp some. These are cuts. And then, of course, the photos, especially that one. I've sold a bunch of these. Fred probably had, I bet when I first started finding these and got them authenticated, we had 24 of these. And the reason I had one left, I was maybe thinking about doing something with this and this at one time. I think that's what I think that's why I kept one. I was going to frame this and this so you had a dual Andy Griffin, Don Knotts, or maybe you could frame this and then get a picture of Andy Griffin. So let me double check those. Any De Niro? No, hadn't found any De Niros yet. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Let's see here. A buy it now on a Don Knotts cut. Let's see if they're JSA'd. Big difference is JSA because, man, Andy Griffin stuff, we had a lot of forgeries because, I mean, it's still popular, but man, there's people trying to frame this stuff and sell items. You know, a lot of people forged them over the years just to be able to get a little thing to frame and sell. Yeah, so if that was going to be a starting bid, I'll do a buy it now. So $55 buy it now for a cut. Okay, $50 for a cut, $55 buy it now. And then a photo I'll do for, I'll do a photo for $95. $95 for a photo. And Andy Griffin's pretty close to the same. But I'll double check. It's pretty cool. It's actually from, that was literally his bank account. Him and his wife, and they made a check out for flowers, $26.50. They bought some flowers out in Burbank, California. Let me see if I can actually find a check. I think I've got Goober here and there. Yeah, there's a check. Nah, it's made payable. Nickelodeon. Check with photo matted. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, you can have a check, and then all of a sudden you mat this thing with a photo, and it sells for 2 or 3 times more. There's where a check sold for $325. Let me just look up JSA. Andy demands, I think, a little bit more money than Don. Actually, oh, I got an Annie. How about Andy? That might help me out a lot, Chad. Photo. I'll say, I don't want to undershoot this. Let me go PSA too. Did I have anything wrote on it? Sometimes I wrote these things down and then they fall off, or I change my mind, or yeah, I'll do the check for $125. Gerald Whitworth wants a Don Knotts photo. Gerald, do you want left or right? And then Mark Pierce says, can I see them? Well, Gerald's claimed one. I've got 2 left. And if those get grabbed and you want to get creative, for $50 less, for $40 less, you can get one of these, print you out a nice photo, and then mat it. And you can square this up, have your framer mat this with a photo, which is going to cost some money. The framing and matting is going to be 3 times as much as what you end up paying for everything. But Gerald was first to claim this one, so he gets that for $95. I feel like that's a great deal. Pretty cool item there. Hadn't brought this stuff out in a long time. But you can tell they have prices. I've had this stuff out before. Some of this, I mean, you got to think, if Don Knotts was still alive and he was somewhere signing stuff, he would probably charge about like what Chevy Chase or somebody like that does today, like probably $125 or $150 looking for a pic. Well, like I said, I could sell you one of these for $55. And you can go print you out a photo from one of his movies and then have it all framed together. kind of like how they do these, like this. Like these things we had earlier. Hold on a second. I don't know if you were seeing them earlier, but like this. So you print out a photo, you can get a cut a lot cheaper, but you have to have it mounted, matted like this. You can do whatever you want to with it at that point. We had all those movie posters. I may have a movie poster signed by him over here in this pile, so can't go through them tonight. I got to wrap up the sale. This is, of course, stuff coming in the future at some point at Coletco. This is just teasers for, I mean, I'll price anything, but let me give you an idea. After Tanner's done a lot of sorting here for me, here's pile number 1 of 5 of signed movie posters. And these take forever because I got to unfold them. I've got to unfold them and check them, but I've got everything from Disney stuff to the Naked Bridge. One of these is signed by Arnold Palmer. He was in one of these movies in the 60s as like a secondary character. And somehow Fred met him, and that was like the only thing he had in his file on Arnold Palmer. I was like, dang, you didn't have like a sports magazine or anything like that. So, but we got to sort through those. The posters, that's what I started with, Daniel. They're, they're not for sale right now, so, but I will show them to you. These are ones I got to tease for auction. It's This Island Earth, signed by Rex Reason. The Nashville Rebel, signed by Waylon Jennings. The Sound of Music, signed by director Robert Wise. And a Buck Owens concert poster, signed by Buck Owens. So. And I have, let's see here. He's boarded and bagged some of these. Here's the next pile that needs to be boarded and bagged, honestly. I need to get them off this shelf so I don't have to lean over anymore. If I have some free time, which I will never, here's another good stack of photos we've never been through. Oh! I forgot this wasn't a table. Hold the phone. There's a hole there, Chad. Let me get these off before I do more harm than good. Got a $2,000 worth of stuff sitting on the edge. Let's see here. 22. 20, 19, 18. Okay. 7. Okay. Yeah. So we better not flip through these, but here's another good stack. James Stewart. End up with a lot of James Stewart stuff. James Stewart. Here I am flipping through them anyway. I'm kind of curious myself. John Voight. Need to really get them in boards and bags so they're handled properly. James Stewart. I'm hoping there's some really good James Stewarts I have forgot about. So. All right, I'll leave all that right there. get some boards and bags. Maybe if they get caught up in shipping, I'm going to give them some projects. Here's the project. Board and bag these with a matching card. Christina Aguilera for $250. Sold. Bob Cobb gets Christina Aguilera for $250. Thank you, Bob Cobb. Appreciate that. Let me get this on a board, a backing board for you. So now, this was JSA'd well before I got it. Let me see if there's a card in it. So there's no card, and I don't have a card, okay? As usual, no big deal, but there's just no card in there. This guy I bought these from, most of these, he lost the card and letters, and he lost most of the disc. So I had to still buy them as is, but he had a bunch of stuff framed. He didn't frame the disc with a lot of them. He kept the disc loose, and then the disc got lost, and all of his paperwork got lost when he moved. So he was just left with a lot of framed jackets and cardless autographs. So no big deal, though. All right, let's stop there. I was going to stop 2 hours ago, or an hour. No, it's 12. I was going to stop an hour ago. As you can see, we're going to have a lot of fun in the future when we get all these sleeves. So what I'll do is I'll like to sleeve these, and then most of these will be the same price for one person, right? So I'll figure out who they are. We'll write it down on the card. We'll take a small little sticky note. We'll write down on the card who it is, okay? We'll write down Barbara Eden. We can put that on the card, put it in the board and bag, like a comic book board and bag, sleeve them, and then I'll have prices on all of them, and I can just go through them and show them, because most of these aren't going to be auctioned, okay? I just got to price them and sell them. There's not many things in here I'll put up for auction. Maybe some. I'm sure we'll run across some pretty good ones. But most of them will just be price them, and then we're going to have to take the time to just get them on eBay and wait for the right Hollywood collector, looking for the right movie at the right time, at the right place. So, thanks everybody for watching. Well, really cool James Stewart autographs coming up, though. Killer James Stewart autographs coming up in the future, which we've already sold a bunch, and we got to sell a lot more. With that, I'm going to sign off. I got to clean all this up. Now I have made another hour's worth of messes, because I got to make sure I don't mix up any of these cards anymore. That's my biggest nightmare, biggest headache. All these cards, trying to keep them in order. 4-1. Yeah, something got out of order here. I have to get it out. I have to figure it out. But if we get them all board and bag, that'll never happen again. I think most of these are, yeah, those are all correct. Okay. All right. Thank you. Good night. I'll see y'all back at 5:30. We got some killer stuff coming up at Coletco. I just got to get some help getting it all ready. Okay? Over here. We're a placement. You can get a JSR for $20. Yeah, I think you got a, well, that's a basic, that might be a basic certification, but I think you got to remail in the item and everything. Their basic certifications aren't that cheap, but you got to represent the item. So if you went to like a convention or something where they're re-stickering something, if they're just at a convention, I think you can do basic certifications pretty cheap. It's not that expensive to get this stuff certified. It is if you got to do it through the mail, and you got to mail it there. But, you know, a lot of good stuff, most stuff people have worth authenticating, is probably something like, let's say, a signed KISS album. Well, then you got to pay for the letter, and a letter is probably going to be like $125. But they can't just print you a new card. I was told that direct from, I think that means like a basic, they'll basically recertify it for $20. They'll give you a whole new number and a whole new sticker. But I was told they do not reprint these. These are a one-time deal. And these are a one-time deal. These are tamper-proof one-time deals. But unless they've changed something, they are owned now by a different company. They're under the umbrella of CGC now. That's why these new autographs I have a different looking card. They're now CGC JSA, which is good. CGC is one of the best companies in the world. So I think all this carries a good premium now, knowing that they're all under even a bigger company. That tells you a lot about JSA if a company like CGC wanted to buy them out or partner with them. That means they've got a lot of great experts and a lot of great systems in place. Chad, I'm going to see Paul McCartney into September in Palm Carnival. Let me know if you want to get some merch from up there. I'll get you set up. I am seeing Paul McCartney here in Nashville in September. The only merch I want is an autographed album. And Jeff Brent, if you can get Paul McCartney to sign an album, you will encounter a miracle. That's a 1 in a million shot. But if you get close enough to hand him an album and he signs it for you, I'll buy it from you. Or you can give it to me. But getting close to Paul to get something signed is a 1 in a million. But I'll be getting merch when I'm seeing him here in Nashville. But thank you for the offer. I'm seeing him in November 8th. Yeah, I think in Nashville. November 8th in Nashville. But if by some miracle you get somehow remotely close to Paul McCartney and you get a chance to hand him something to sign, like a Sgt. Pepper's album or an Abbey Road, that's what you want. You want an Abbey Road or a Sgt. Pepper's. You tell him, thank you, and I'm sending this my best bud Chad. And if anybody else out there would like to donate Paul McCartney autographs to Coletco, I'll take all you got. I just saw footage of him walking into the Oasis concert. 4 or 5 people lined up, caught him catching out of his vehicle. He went, "No, sorry, I'm not signing tonight." He said, "No, sorry, I'm not signing tonight." And he says that about every time. And so that's why these signed albums now are starting to sell for $7,000, $8,000, $9,000. Because every time somebody walks up to Paul, he goes, "Sorry, I'm not signing today." "No, sorry, I'm not signing today." He's kind of burned out. 60 years of Beatlemania. Everywhere he goes. It's got to get kind of annoying, right? Paul McCartney. Okay, I'm done. See y'all tomorrow. I'm going to go eat a parfait and